Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. My roommates and I have just moved into a brand new place, and honestly I almost expected it to feel exactly like my last home. Quiet, normal, no strange moments, nothing that would make you stop and think. The funny thing is, my last place never really felt homey. It was fine, but it didn't have that warm, settled feeling. This new place does. It feels like home already, and all of us have slotted into it really easily. Like we've been here longer than we actually have. The setup is simple. 2 of us girls are upstairs, and the 2 boys are downstairs. When we first moved in, one of the guys was still in Ontario, and hadn't brought any of his things over yet. Mikey, though, was already fully moved in, and his room is directly below mine. I'm in the master bedroom upstairs. I'm normally a deep sleeper. The only thing that can pull me out of sleep fast is my phone ringing. Other than that, once I'm out, I'm out. The first night we stayed there, the other girl and I were completely exhausted. We ended up crashing in my bed, and I left the TV on low in the background. Not because I was scared, but because there's an alleyway behind our backyard and the sound of cars rolling along the gravel is loud and irritating when you're trying to drift off. The TV helps cover that up for me. Apparently Mikey was the last one to fall asleep. Our floors are insanely creaky, but not in a constant way. They only creak when pressure hits certain spots, like you step in the wrong place, and it complains. So the next morning, when we woke up, we did what we always do, because we think we're hilarious. We decided to go downstairs and wake Mikey up. He was half awake, kind of dozing, and before we even got into our usual messing around mood, he looked at us like we'd pulled something on him. Then he goes, "What the hell were you guys doing in the middle of the night?" We just stared at him. He looked serious. He said it sounded like we were creeping around upstairs, walking up and down the hallways. Like someone was moving around above him, not just one quick creak, but enough to sound like someone actually pacing or wandering. The other girl and I immediately shut that down. We were like, "Dude, we were asleep. We didn't get up once." He didn't believe us at first. He gave us that look like we were lying just to mess with him, but then he sat up properly, like the thought landed in his head all at once. He went quiet for a second and then said, "So you're telling me dude, this house is haunted, isn't it?" We laughed, because what else do you do in that moment? Plus it sounded ridiculous, and we didn't want to make a thing out of it. The vibe in the house felt good. Warm. Comfortable. Not creepy at all. So we brushed it off and acted like he was being dramatic. A little while later we went outside for a cigarette. Mikey and the other girl were sitting in the side yard, and I realized I'd forgotten my lighter. So I went back inside and walked upstairs to my room to grab it. I wasn't rushing. I wasn't thinking about ghosts or weird energy or anything like that. I was literally just going in to get my lighter and come back out. I stepped into my room and a second later, behind me, the door slammed shut. Not clicked shut. Not drifted closed. Slammed shut, like someone had pushed it or like a sudden gust had hit it. The first thing I did was turn and look straight at the window, because that's the logical explanation. But my window wasn't open. It was shut. It was boiling hot, and I'd kept it closed to keep the heat out. Then I looked at my fan. It was on, but only on low, and it wasn't even facing the door. It was pointed down toward the floor. Also, the fan is old, like something from the 80s, and it barely has the power to move air across the room, let alone slam a door with force. If it was on full blast, it would probably rattle itself apart before it could do that. I just stood there for a second with that weird, caught-off-guard feeling, like your brain is trying to replay what just happened and make it make sense. Then I did the calmest thing I could think of, because suddenly I didn't want to act jumpy in my own bedroom. I opened the door slowly, like I didn't want to provoke anything, and I propped it open with this giant stuffed yellow duck that sits on my bed. It looked ridiculous, but it was the first heavy thing within reach. Then, without even really planning it, I said out loud, very quietly and very seriously, "Please don't do that again." Then I grabbed my lighter and went back outside, trying to look normal, but I know my face must have looked completely shocked. When I got back out there, I didn't tell them the full story. I told them my window must have been open or something, because I didn't need everyone spiraling on day one. The other girl I live with upstairs gets scared so easily. She's the type who hears one weird noise and starts imagining footsteps, and she'll climb into bed with me in the middle of the night, shaking, because she's convinced something's in the house. It's been like that for years. I'm basically her big sister when it comes to her anxiety about sounds, shadows, and the general "What was that?" feeling. And the boys? Total skeptics. They'll laugh anything off. Even if something happens right in front of them, they'll be the first ones to say it's the building settling, pipes, air pressure, imagination, whatever. Mikey is usually like that too, but I could tell that the creaking bothered him more than he wanted to admit, especially once he realized we genuinely hadn't been awake. He said the movement sounded like it wasn't near my bed either. It sounded like it was in the middle of my room and then out into the hallway, like someone walking around up there. That's the part that gave me that heavy little feeling in my stomach. Because I know what regular house creaks sound like. I know what it sounds like when someone rolls over in bed, or when someone gets up to use the bathroom. This sounded like pacing to him, like the kind of movement that repeats and shifts location. So now I'm stuck in this awkward middle spot. I don't feel anything negative in this house at all. It feels safe, comfortable, even cozy in a way my old place never did. That's why this is so confusing. If something is going on, it doesn't feel aggressive or dark. It feels present, maybe. Like a new house still settling, except it's not just wood and nails settling. It's like the space itself is alive. But I still can't explain the door. No breeze. Window closed. Fan barely doing anything. And it wasn't a gentle close. It was a slam. We moved in last Wednesday, so we've barely been here, and so far those are the only two things that have happened. The creaking that Mikey heard, and the door slamming shut behind me. I'm hoping that's all it is, and that once everyone is fully moved in and the routine becomes normal, the house will just feel like a house. Still, I have this feeling it might not be the end of it. For about 9 years, my family and I lived in a 2-story house where a lot of strange things happened. It wasn't the kind of place where one big dramatic event happened and then life went back to normal. It was more like little moments kept piling up, until you stopped being shocked and just accepted that the house had its own moods. When we first moved in, my brothers were full of energy, as usual. They were running up and down the stairs, racing each other, laughing, trying to prove who was the fastest. At some point, they both slipped near the bottom steps. I can't remember if they were sitting or sprawled out on the stairs laughing, but I do remember what happened right after. They looked up and saw a person looking at them from upstairs. What made it so unsettling was that there was no one up there. Everyone else was downstairs. They weren't the type to lie about stuff like that either, especially not together. To explain why the layout mattered, I'll describe the house the way I remember it. When you walked in, there was a living room that connected into the kitchen. Beside the staircase there was a small storage room, and beside that was the furnace room. When you went up the first set of stairs, there was a bathroom on the first landing. Then you went up the next set of stairs and there were 3 bedrooms and a small storage area. It's hard to explain in words, but the stairs had that feeling where you could see enough to know if someone was there, and yet the upstairs still felt separate from everything downstairs. When my brothers told us what they saw, my parents did the usual parent thing and tried to keep it calm. They told them not to be scared of anything that couldn't hurt them. My brothers didn't seem terrified, more like confused and curious. They were kind of sensitive, especially the older one, even though he's still my little brother, and I jokingly call him my little big brother, now because he ended up taller than me. The room my sister and I shared was the one on the right upstairs. There were 3 bedrooms, one across from the stairs, one in the middle, and one on the right, and that right room always felt off. It didn't feel like a cozy bedroom. It felt like a room that tolerated you being in it, but didn't really want you there. One night, my sister was going to bed early. I was downstairs with my brothers and my baby sister, watching TV in the living room, just hanging out like we normally did. Then we heard my sister crying. Her name is Molly. Yeah, that's her real name, and the sound of her crying wasn't the normal "I'm tired" kind of crying. It sounded like she was genuinely upset. I went upstairs. The lights were on. Molly was sitting on the bed crying hard. I asked her what happened, but she didn't answer at first. I asked again, and she finally said someone had been scratching her back. That made my stomach drop. I checked her back right away because I expected to see marks. But there was nothing. No scratches, no redness, nothing. Still, she was scared, and she didn't want to stay upstairs alone. So I told her to come downstairs and sleep on the couch instead. She did, and after a while she calmed down enough to fall asleep, curled up with our baby sister nearby. When she was asleep, I told my brothers and my parents what she'd said. Another night, still in that same room, Molly and I couldn't fall asleep. I don't even remember what time it was, only that we were lying there in the dark and everything felt too quiet, like the silence itself was heavy. Then my right arm started lifting on its own. At first it was small, like a twitch, but then it was very clearly my arm rising without me choosing to move it. I didn't feel like I was doing it. It wasn't like I was half asleep and rolling over. It was like my arm was being pulled upward. I told Molly. She got scared immediately. I didn't want to tell her, but in our family we don't really do the pretend nothing happened thing. We talk about it, even if it's weird. So we went to my brother's room and asked if they'd sleep in our room that night. They agreed. We dragged one of their beds or mattresses beside ours so they had somewhere to sleep. JD, short for his full name, slept beside me, and my other brother slept near Molly. I finally drifted off, but later JD shook me awake and told me my arm had lifted again while I was asleep. I remember getting frustrated, not because I thought JD was lying, but because I was tired and annoyed and didn't know what to do about it. I muttered something like, "For K's sake, man. Stupid arm." And then I rolled over and went back to sleep, almost stubbornly lying on the same arm that kept lifting itself, like I was daring it to happen again. That room always gave us the same feeling. Every time we walked into it, we felt uncomfortable. Not in a dramatic horror movie way, but in a steady, persistent way. At night I would feel like someone was watching me. It was the kind of feeling you can't just shake off. The door would be closed, the lights off, and the only glow was the alarm clock. Even then the room felt like it had eyes. One night, Molly fell asleep before me. We usually talked for about an hour before bed, whispering about whatever kids talk about, but that night she was out quickly. I lay there staring into the dark, waiting to fall asleep, when suddenly I heard a scream right into my right ear. It wasn't a sound from the hallway. It wasn't downstairs. It wasn't outside. It felt like it came from right beside my head, like someone leaned in and screamed directly into my ear. I froze. I couldn't move. I didn't want to move. I mean, I felt genuinely paralyzed, locked in place by fear. I looked at Molly. She was still asleep, breathing normally, completely unaware. That made it worse, because it meant I was the only one who heard it. I started praying. I prayed hard. I asked God for protection because I had this strong sense that if I fell asleep without doing something, something else was going to happen. After a while, the fear eased, like a heavy blanket being lifted. I felt safer. Not thrilled, not relaxed, but safe enough to finally sleep. And I remember this weird emotional moment too, where I wanted to cry because that peaceful feeling reminded me of a relative who had been alive before. It was like the comfort felt familiar, like it wasn't just nothing, like someone was there protecting me. But I held the tears in because I had the feeling that whoever was watching over me wouldn't want to see me crying. So I swallowed it and finally slipped into sleep. After enough nights like that, Molly and I asked our parents if we could move into their old room. At that time, my parents were sleeping in the living room because our baby sister cried all night in their bedroom. For some reason, she slept better in the living room, so that's where they stayed. They asked why we wanted to move rooms, and we told them what had been happening in the room Molly and I shared. They believed us enough to agree, so we moved our things into the room across from the stairs, the one that used to be theirs before they adopted my baby sister. Stuart, my little brother, and yes, that's his real name, ended up moving into the right-hand room after we left it. He was excited because it meant he finally got his own room. And here's where things get complicated. Stuart didn't complain about anything happening in there. He didn't say he heard screams or felt watched. He slept in that room like it was just a normal room. But his behavior changed after he moved in. It wasn't like he turned into a completely different person overnight, but slowly he became more angry. He stopped listening to my parents as much. He started snapping at little things and picking fights. He started hanging out with people he wasn't supposed to be around, and sometimes he'd do things that felt completely out of character, like violating property or acting reckless in ways he never did before. When we tried to talk to him, he would act like we were blaming him, even when we were just trying to explain what he should and shouldn't be doing. My parents always explained rules clearly and calmly, and most of us listened. But Stuart took everything like an attack. He'd twist it around and act like everyone was against him. Sometimes I wondered if that room didn't hurt him the way it hurt us, but instead pulled something darker out of him, like it amplified his worst moods. Another thing that happened in that house involved my dad. One day he was home alone. Everyone else was out, and he was sitting on the couch watching TV. He told us later that he suddenly felt a presence beside him, like someone sat down right next to him. He turned his head and saw my mom sitting there, staring at him. But my mom wasn't home. He said it didn't scare him in the moment. It just confused him, because it looked like her, but he knew it couldn't be. When my mom got home, he told her what happened, and then she told the rest of us. It became one of those stories we repeated sometimes, not as a joke, but as a, "Yep, that house was like that." JD was the most sensitive in the family. He heard and saw things the rest of us couldn't. Almost every night he'd talk about footsteps on the stairs when everyone was asleep. Sometimes he'd say he saw someone standing by the stairway, just watching, like a silent shape that didn't belong. When I got my first digital camera, I took a picture of JD lying on the couch playing his Game Boy Advance. It was a normal photo, except for one thing. In the picture there was a bright orb hovering above his stomach. We stared at it for a long time, shocked. It was the first time we'd ever caught something like that on camera. JD looked at the photo and told us that earlier he'd felt like someone was sitting on his stomach, even though no one was near him. He didn't even sound scared when he said it, more like it was just a fact. I showed the picture to my parents. They didn't make a huge deal out of it. By then we'd lived there long enough that weird things didn't shock us the way they used to. For a few months, my cousin Jason lived with us. He slept in the room on the right, the one Molly and I couldn't stand. The room didn't bother him. That's when I started thinking maybe whatever was in that room didn't like girls. Or maybe it just targeted us in a different way. Jason's girlfriend came over a lot, and another cousin of ours named Doreen visited too. Doreen is one of my favorite cousins, and she's not the type to make stuff up for attention. She told me that one day she was sitting on the bed talking to Jason and his girlfriend, and she saw a shadowy figure behind the door. The door was open because my mom insisted the door stay open when Jason had company. She didn't want anything nasty happening in a closed room, if you know what I mean. Doreen said the shadow stood there and stared, mostly at her, and then it disappeared. She said the room didn't feel right when it happened. Like the air changed. After that, she felt uneasy being in there. It was like whatever it was wanted the girls to know it didn't like them. And that matched my own experiences, and Molly's too. I had a friend over once, and we were just talking about school and whatever. But my friend suddenly said she didn't feel good in that room. She looked pale, like she wanted to leave without being rude. I suggested we go downstairs instead, and the second we stepped out of the room, she said she felt better. We didn't go back in there the rest of the day. My Uncle Floyd and his girlfriend also had an experience, but in a different part of the house. They were house-sitting while my family visited relatives in Chester. The first night they slept in my parents' room. That night, Floyd woke up because his girlfriend was talking, like actually talking to someone. Not mumbling, not dreaming. Talking clearly. And she was speaking Inuktitut. Floyd asked her who she was talking to, and she said there was an old man sitting on the floor. Floyd told her there was no one there, but she insisted the old man was sitting right beside the bed, and she was speaking with him. She said she could see him. Then she said the old man disappeared right in front of her. That scared her badly enough that she forced herself to sleep right up against Floyd, clinging to him like she didn't want any space between them. The next day, they decided not to stay another night in the house. They slept at my grandma's instead, because they didn't want to deal with it again. When we came home, Floyd and his girlfriend told us what happened. We weren't really bothered by it, strangely. The room they slept in, my parents' old room, always felt calm. Peaceful. If anything, it felt like a safe room in that house. And I remember thinking that if an old man's spirit was there, he didn't feel threatening. It felt more like he belonged there, like he died in that room and wasn't interested in hurting anyone. There was another time in that same room when a bunch of people were gathered to watch a movie. Some of my brother's friends, my sister, and a few cousins. The movie was Cabin Fever. I didn't watch it because I'd heard it was disgusting and scary, and I wasn't in the mood. While they were watching, one person suddenly felt the bed dip down, like someone sat beside them. They looked, expecting to see someone sitting there, but there was no one. Later, still during the movie, someone else felt taps on their shoulders, like a hand tapping one side and then the other. Everyone swore they weren't messing around. The person got scared but tried to act like it was nothing so the whole group wouldn't freak out. That was the pattern in that house. One room felt unsettling and heavy, like it watched you and didn't want you comfortable. Another room felt calm, like a different presence lived there, something older and quieter. And the stairs, the hallway, the spaces in between, those felt like the house had traffic, like things moved through it whether you believed in them or not. By the time we finally left, we were used to it. Not in a, we loved it, way, but in a, this is just the background noise of our lives, way. It became normal to swap stories, compare what we felt, and try to make sense of why certain people were affected more than others. Even now, when I think back on it, I don't just remember one scary moment. I remember the feeling of living in a place that never fully felt empty, even when you were alone. I was 16 years old when this happened, and for as long as I can remember I believed in ghosts. Even when I was very young, I felt like there was more going on around us than most people wanted to admit. Little things would happen that never felt completely normal to me, strange feelings in certain rooms, the sense of being watched when I was alone, shadows that moved just a little bit differently than they should have. My mother always brushed it off. She doesn't believe in ghosts at all. If I ever tried to tell her anything, she would say it was my imagination, or the house creaking, or a trick of the light. But deep down, I was sure there was something else out there, even if I couldn't prove it and even if no one believed me. It was in September when this particular experience happened. My oldest sister called me one day and asked if I would like to stay with her for a couple of weeks. She had her own apartment and a little boy, and she needed some help with him. He was still a baby and full of energy, and she thought an extra pair of hands would make things easier. I said yes right away. I loved my sister, and I loved my nephew even more. The idea of spending time in her apartment, in a different environment, felt exciting. I didn't have any idea that those weeks would be some of the strangest of my life. When I arrived at her place, she showed me where I would be sleeping. Since the apartment wasn't very big, they didn't have a spare bedroom for me. Instead, they set up an air mattress for me in the living room. It was positioned near the TV, with a light blanket and a pillow, and I told her it was fine. I didn't mind at all. At night, when everyone went to sleep, I would lie there on the mattress and listen to the sounds of the building, the hum of the refrigerator, a car passing outside, sometimes muffled voices from neighboring apartments. It felt a little strange, being the only one sleeping in that open space, but at first I didn't think anything of it. My sister's husband and I actually got along pretty well. We weren't super close, but we were comfortable around each other. One night, the two of us were sitting in their bedroom playing World of Warcraft on the computer. The glow from the screen lit up the room while my sister was in another part of the apartment, and my nephew was either sleeping or playing quietly. It was just an ordinary evening. We were talking about random things, laughing now and then, focused on the game. Then, out of nowhere, he told me something that instantly changed the tone. He said, very calmly, that he used to see his mother after she died. At first, I thought he was joking or exaggerating, but his face was serious. He told me that after she passed away, she would appear to him in her true form, as if she were still alive, only she was dead. She would just be there, in front of him, like a physical person. It wasn't just a shadow or a feeling, it was her. This went on for a while, he said, and it became too much for him to handle. About 7 years before this conversation, he had finally reached a point where he couldn't cope with it anymore. One day he told her, out loud, that he couldn't deal with seeing her like that, and he asked her to leave him alone. He said that after he did that, she stopped appearing to him while he was awake. Instead, she only came to him in dreams every so often, almost like she was just checking in on him from time to time. He described these dreams like visits, soft, quiet, not aggressive or terrifying, but still heavy with emotion. The way he spoke about her made it clear he loved her and missed her, but also that her presence had been overwhelming when she appeared physically. I listened to him, and while part of me thought, "This is exactly the kind of thing I believe in," another part of me felt unsettled. It was one thing to believe in ghosts in theory. It was another thing to sit in a dark room hearing someone tell you that their dead mother used to stand in front of them. That conversation stayed with me. Later, I kept thinking about his mother. I had seen her picture in the apartment. It was hanging on the wall, showing a woman with a kind face, small in size, with a look that felt familiar even though I had never met her. The idea that she used to walk around the apartment, or appear in front of her son, started to weigh on me. I tried not to scare myself, but once a thought like that gets inside your head, it's hard to push it away completely. My nephew was only about 10 months old at the time. He was at that age where babies start trying to walk, crawl, and babble in their own language. One day, I was sitting on the floor with him in the living room. Toys were scattered everywhere, the TV was off, and there was a soft light coming in from the windows. He was playing happily, making those little baby sounds, grabbed by small things that fascinated him. His toys, the edge of the couch, the patterns on the blanket. It was a peaceful, ordinary moment. Then, all of a sudden, he stopped what he was doing and looked up. His eyes focused on something in the room. But there was nothing there. At least, nothing that I could see. He stared for a moment, and then he started talking in baby talk, as if he was having a conversation with someone. His tone was happy, engaged, like he was answering and reacting to another person. He smiled, laughed a little, and kept babbling in that direction. A strange feeling washed over me. It wasn't just that he was looking at nothing. It was where he was looking. Slowly, I followed his gaze and realized he was staring straight toward the wall where the picture of my brother-in-law's mother was hanging. His little hand lifted, and he pointed right at that picture, still talking in his baby language, still acting like he was interacting with someone only he could see. My chest tightened. I got down on my hands and knees next to him and asked quietly, "Who are you talking to?" Of course, he couldn't answer me in words I would understand, but he reacted. He turned to look at me for a second, then looked back toward the picture and smiled again, as if the invisible presence was still right there. That was the moment when my fear really kicked in. It felt like the room had shifted. The air didn't feel the same as it had before. It was as if something unseen had quietly entered. I didn't want to scare my nephew, and I didn't want to cause a scene. So I kept my voice gentle as I spoke to whatever might have been there. Inside, my heart was racing, but I tried to sound calm. I quietly asked the presence, whether it was his grandmother or something else, to please leave. I didn't say anything rude or disrespectful. I just asked, very softly, for it to go. As soon as I said that, I felt a change in the atmosphere. The air felt lighter, like the heaviness had thinned out. My nephew slowly lost interest in whatever he had been looking at and went back to playing with his toys. Even though the moment passed, it stayed in my mind for the rest of the day. I replayed it again and again. I thought about the way my nephew had pointed directly at the picture. I thought about the timing, how all of this happened not long after my brother-in-law had told me those stories about his mother. I tried to tell myself that babies sometimes act strangely, that maybe he was responding to something else, but it didn't feel that way. It felt too specific, too focused. The next day, something happened that made it even harder to brush off. My nephew had been put down for a nap in his own room. I was in the apartment, just doing normal things, when I decided to go check on him to make sure he was okay. His door was partly open, and as I started walking toward it, I could see a bit of the room through the crack. That was when I saw her. There was a small woman leaning over his crib. She was standing there in a way that a grandmother might stand over a sleeping child, as if she was watching him or checking on him. Her posture was natural and gentle, not stiff or theatrical. For a second, my brain tried to make sense of it. I thought maybe it was my sister, but she was somewhere else in the apartment. The woman's size, the way her body looked, it didn't match my sister at all. Then she turned her head and looked at me. Our eyes met, or at least that is how it felt. In that moment, the world around me seemed to go quiet. Her face was familiar, not because I had ever met her in real life, but because I had seen her picture. It was my brother-in-law's mother. She didn't look horrifying or angry. She just looked like a small woman who had been caught in the middle of something. But seeing someone who you know is dead standing there in your nephew's room is not a calm experience. I froze for a second, too shocked to move or speak. She started to walk toward me. The strange thing is that instead of walking through the open doorway, she moved forward and passed right through the wall beside it. It was like watching someone step into solid matter as if it were nothing. My heart pounded in my chest. My body felt cold, like someone had opened a window in wintertime. Before I could fully process what had happened, she was gone. I rushed into the room and checked my nephew. He was fine. He was still asleep, breathing normally, his little body relaxed. He had no idea what I had just seen. I stayed there for a moment, watching him, trying to steady my own breathing. Then I slowly walked back to the living room. My legs felt shaky, and every sound in the apartment seemed louder than before. I sat down on the couch, trying to calm myself, but my mind was racing. I turned my head toward my nephew's bedroom door again, just out of instinct, as if some part of me expected something to happen. As I looked, I saw a head quickly poke out from behind the door frame, then disappear again. It was fast, just a quick motion, but I knew what I had seen. It was her face, the same woman, the same features from the picture and from the moment over the crib. I couldn't stop myself. I let out a small scream and jumped up from the couch. My heart was hammering, and my skin tingled with fear. Only then did I remember something important. After my brother-in-law had told me his story about seeing his mother, I had gone into the bathroom by myself. I had stood there, looking in the mirror, thinking about her. And in that quiet, private moment, I had spoken to her. I had asked her, in my own words, to please show herself and to bless us with her presence. At the time, it had felt like a curious, harmless thing to say. I didn't think anything would happen. But now, after seeing her in my nephew's room and at the door, that memory came back and hit me hard. I had invited her, and she had answered. There was another time when I saw her, and this time it was at night when I was trying to sleep. I was on the air mattress in the living room, the lights were off, and the apartment was quiet. My sister and brother-in-law were in their room, asleep. My nephew was in his room. The only light came from the faint glow of something outside or from electronic devices in the room. I lay there, staring into the darkness, my mind wandering between normal thoughts and the uneasy feeling that something was still around. Then I noticed something in the hallway. There, in the dim light, was a figure. It was her again. This time she was glowing softly, white, like there was a faint light coming from her. Not blinding, not harsh, just enough to make her stand out from the shadows. She wasn't doing anything dramatic. She was just standing there, and she was smiling. It wasn't a cruel smile or a frightening one. It was gentle, almost peaceful, like she was happy to be there or happy to see us. I watched her, hardly daring to breathe. My body was tense, but there was something strangely calm about her presence. Then she began to move. She walked toward the patio door and passed right through it as if it were air. Outside the glass, there was nothing for her to stand on, but she walked in the thin air beyond the door for a moment, and then, slowly, she faded away and disappeared. I lay there, staring at the space where she had been, trying to understand what I had just witnessed. It didn't feel like a dream. I was awake, aware of the room, my heartbeat, my breathing. Everything around me felt real, except that what I had seen wasn't something that fit into normal reality. I didn't scream that time. I just felt a mix of fear, sadness, and a strange kind of awe. It was like watching something from another world slip in and out of ours. There was one more event that still stays with me. My sister and brother-in-law smoked cigarettes sometimes, but they were careful about it. My sister told me very clearly that when they smoked in their bedroom, I should keep the door closed so that the smoke wouldn't drift out and reach my nephew. She didn't want him breathing it in or for his room to smell like smoke. Usually, I listened to her, and I made sure to close the door every time. I knew it was important to her. But there was one time when I didn't. I don't know if I got distracted or just forgot, but that particular time, the door was left open. My sister was napping, and my nephew was asleep too. At that moment, my brother-in-law wasn't right there with me either. I was on the computer in the living room, focused on whatever I was doing. The rest of the apartment was quiet. All the other doors inside the apartment were closed. It was one of those still, ordinary moments where nothing special seems to be happening. Without warning, the bedroom door started to move. It began to swing shut, not slowly like a door pushed by a breeze, but with a steady, clear motion, like someone had taken hold of it and intentionally closed it. I sat there and watched it, my eyes wide. Then I saw the door handle itself turning, as if an invisible hand were holding it and pulling the door closed to make sure it clicked into place. This wasn't a draft. It wasn't someone else in the apartment. My sister was sleeping. My nephew was asleep. No one else was near that door. I was the only one awake and watching. The sight of that handle turning by itself made my stomach twist. It was such a simple, ordinary object, doing something it should only do when a person touches it. But there was no one there. As soon as the door closed, the apartment felt different again, like the air had shifted. I sat there at the computer, trying to decide whether I should get up and check the bedroom or just stay where I was. Eventually, I got up and looked, but everything inside was normal. My sister was still asleep. The room was quiet. If anything had closed that door, it was no one I could see.
Throughout all of this, I kept one thing to myself. My sister and my brother-in-law don't know that I saw his mother. They don't know about the way she stood over the crib, or how she walked through the wall, or how she appeared in the hallway glowing white and smiling before disappearing into the air. They don't know that I put everything together in my mind. The way my nephew talked to an empty space near her picture, the strange feeling in the room, the door closing by itself, the promise my brother-in-law made years ago when he asked her to leave him alone, and the quiet little request I made in the bathroom, asking her to show herself. I don't know if I should tell them. Part of me feels like it's their right to know, especially my brother-in-law's. It was his mother, after all. Maybe it would give him some comfort to know that she was still around, checking in on her grandson, walking the hallway, closing doors to protect him from smoke. Maybe he would think it was beautiful instead of terrifying. But another part of me is afraid. Afraid they won't believe me. Afraid I'll worry them or upset them, especially if they think it means something unfinished or unsettled is still going on in their home. I also think about the fact that he once begged her to stop coming to him. Maybe telling him would feel like dragging that old fear back into his life. Maybe he wants the visits to be limited to quiet dreams that he can wake up from. I go back and forth in my mind, wondering what the right thing is. For now, the memories sit with me, and I carry them alone. What I do know is that I saw what I saw. It wasn't just a trick of my imagination. It wasn't a shadow or a random creak in the floor. These were clear moments, detailed and vivid. My nephew pointing at her picture while talking to something unseen. A woman's form leaning over his crib. A head peeking out of a doorway. A glowing figure in the hall, smiling as she walked through the patio door into the air. A door closing by itself, the handle turning without a hand. I didn't make these things up. They happened, and they left a mark on me. I am still 16 in that memory. Still the girl who believes in ghosts even when her mother doesn't. But after those weeks in my sister's apartment, my belief feels less like just belief and more like experience. It isn't a Hollywood horror movie in my mind, and it isn't something I talk about easily. It's quieter than that, something that lives in the back of my thoughts whenever I see a picture of someone who has passed away, whenever I hear about a child talking to someone invisible, or when a door quietly closes on its own. Maybe my brother-in-law's mother was just watching over her family. Maybe she came because I asked. Maybe it was both. Whatever the reason, I will never forget her.
I have always believed in the supernatural. Even when I was younger, before I really understood what ghosts or spirits were supposed to be, I felt like the world was more than just what we could see and touch. I believed that things happened for a reason, not always a logical or scientific reason, but a reason that sometimes only made sense on a deeper level. There were moments in my life when I would get a strong feeling about something, or I would see or notice things that didn't feel normal. I knew that science could explain many things, but not everything, and there were experiences that simply didn't fit into a neat, logical box. It has been more than 4 years since the incident I'm about to describe, and even now, it still replays in my mind like a movie I can't stop watching. I have dealt with unusual things before, little moments that made me pause and wonder, but this one stands out from all the rest. This one left a mark on me in a way the others didn't. At the time, I was in college. My days were pretty normal, filled with classes, assignments, and the everyday tiredness that comes from trying to manage everything at once. I had a classmate who was also a close friend. We spent a lot of time together, working on projects, joking around, and helping each other through the stress of school. One day after class, we decided that instead of going straight home like we usually did, we would walk over to my aunt's apartment. She lived about 5 blocks away from the college, not very far, and we thought it would be a simple, relaxing walk. Normally, someone would pick us up every day, so we were used to having a ride. But that day was different. For some reason, it ended up being just the two of us, on our own, walking through the neighborhood toward my aunt's place. Before I get to what happened, I should explain a little about where my aunt lived. Her apartment was in a building that sat in a very strange little cluster. Across the street from her building there was a salon, and next to that salon there was another apartment building. Beside that apartment building, almost pressed up against it, there was a funeral home. The area had a heavy feeling to it, even on good days. It was the kind of place where the air felt thick, as if too many stories, too many emotions, had soaked into the walls over the years. There was something else about that apartment building next to the salon, something I always found disturbing. For 2 years in a row, on the exact same date, November 13th, people had tried to commit suicide by setting themselves on fire there. It wasn't just one person or one bizarre accident. It happened on that day, more than once, and each time it involved fire. The people who actually lived in the building managed to escape and survive, but the ones who tried to end their own lives did not. They died, while everyone else somehow made it out alive. I always thought that was a strange, haunting coincidence, the kind that never leaves your mind once you know it. It made me feel like that whole area carried a kind of curse or dark energy that you could feel even if you didn't see anything obvious. On the day of the incident, class was supposed to end in the early afternoon. By the time our last class was over, it was around 3:30 p.m. normally. We would have left right away, but that day my friend and I stayed behind at the college to work on an assignment. We wanted to get it done while everything was still fresh in our minds. We sat together, discussing what needed to be done, flipping through notes and textbooks, and slowly, time began to slip away from us. When we finally finished, I checked the time. It was already about 5 p.m. It was fall, and in the fall the sun goes down much earlier. Even though it was technically still late afternoon, outside it was already starting to look dim and gray. We gathered our things and set off toward my aunt's apartment. At first, it felt nice. The air was cool, a little chilly, but not freezing. There was a slight breeze that made the trees sway and shuffled dry leaves across the sidewalk. My friend and I walked side by side, talking about random things, school, people we knew, small jokes, future plans. The sky was covered in clouds, giving everything a dull, muted tone. It wasn't a bright, cheerful day, but we tried to make the best of it, adding our own laughter and conversation to the quiet streets. We took our time, not really rushing. We were just two college students walking through a neighborhood we thought we knew. As we walked, the light faded faster than we realized. We were so caught up in our conversation, we didn't pay attention to how quickly the sun was disappearing. By the time we reached the third block, I looked around and realized it had gotten completely dark. Not just evening dark, but the kind of darkness where the sky looks almost black and the shadows feel thicker. There were no streetlights shining the way I was used to seeing them, no soft yellow glow lighting our path. It was just us, the sidewalk, and a darkness that felt deeper than it should have. We both felt it at the same time, the emptiness. There was no one else around. No people walking their dogs, no kids playing, no one standing in doorways or talking on balconies. More than that, no cars passed us. Not a single vehicle drove past on the road beside us. It was as if the whole area had been emptied out, like a stage where someone had turned off all the lights and walked away. The silence was strange. Even in quieter neighborhoods, you usually hear something, distant traffic, voices, music, something. But here, at that moment, there was nothing. It was just the sound of our own footsteps and our voices lowering as we both began to feel uneasy without even saying it out loud. We were walking along the sidewalk, and beside us was the road. The buildings ahead were dark shapes against the darker sky. We were not even half a block away from where we needed to turn when we noticed it, a pair of headlights glowing behind us. At first, there was a small sense of relief. A car meant people, and people meant normal life. Something we could cling to in that strange silence. But very quickly, that relief turned into something else. We could tell that the vehicle was driving slowly. Too slowly. It wasn't moving at the normal speed of a car just passing through. It felt like it was hovering behind us, staying at a certain distance. We couldn't hear loud engine noise, but we could feel it there, as if those headlights were a set of eyes watching us. My friend and I exchanged a look, our conversation fading away. Neither of us said it at first, but we both felt the same thing, that the car was following us. We tried to be rational about it. Maybe the driver was just being cautious, maybe they were looking for an address or waiting for someone. But the longer it stayed behind us, the more uncomfortable we felt. We decided to walk faster. Our steps quickened, the sound of our shoes hitting the pavement becoming a little louder. As we sped up, the vehicle also seemed to increase its speed just enough to keep the same distance behind us. It was subtle, but it was noticeable. The feeling in my chest tightened, and I could sense my friend getting tense beside me. It wasn't just imagination anymore. It felt like a pattern, like a chase that hadn't fully started but could at any second. The uneasiness turned into fear. We didn't want to break into a run right away and make it obvious that we were scared, but our bodies were already reacting. After a few more seconds of this strange slow pursuit, we both made a decision without even talking about it. We broke into a run. Our feet pounded against the sidewalk as we ran toward the corner, our hearts racing. My breathing grew heavy, not just from the sudden exercise but from the panic building inside me. We turned the corner as fast as we could, hoping the vehicle would keep going straight or disappear. But when we glanced back, we saw that it turned the corner too. That was when everything felt very real and very dangerous. We were not just nervous anymore. We were afraid for our safety. Ahead of us, maybe 5 meters away, we saw light coming from a building. It was the only bright spot in the darkness. We didn't think twice. We ran straight toward that light like it was the only safe place left in the world. As we ran, I glanced back again, just long enough to really see the vehicle that had been behind us. It was an old, beat-up van. The paint looked worn, the shape was boxy, and something about it felt wrong. The windows were tinted so dark that we couldn't see who was inside, if anyone was even there. The headlights were shining straight at us, almost blinding, making it impossible to make out any details beyond that harsh glow. All I knew was that it had followed us for no good reason, and I wanted to get away from it as fast as possible. We reached the building just as they were about to close. It turned out to be a hair salon. The lights inside were on, and we could see a few people moving around, cleaning up or putting things away. We banged on the door, breathless and desperate, and the people inside looked up, surprised by the sudden noise. Something in our faces must have told them how scared we were, because they hurried to unlock the door and let us in. As soon as we were inside, the door closed behind us, creating a barrier between us and the street. We began telling them what happened, trying to explain between heavy breaths and shaking voices about the van, how it had followed us, how empty the streets had been, how it turned every time we did. The people in the salon listened carefully, and their expressions changed from curiosity to concern. They believed us. They seemed bewildered by the chain of events, as if they, too, felt there was something strange about what we had described. When they finally went to look out the window to see if the van was still there, it was gone. It had disappeared, leaving nothing behind. No sound, no sign, no explanation. They told us that they were actually closed, and had just been finishing up, but they didn't want to leave us outside alone. They said they could let us into the apartment lobby because it was connected to the salon. There was a door that opened into the apartment building next door. We thanked them and followed their instructions, still shaken and confused. The idea of leaving and going back out into the darkness where that van had been was too terrifying to even consider, so we were relieved to be allowed somewhere safer. We stepped into the apartment lobby. The air inside felt different, quiet and still, but safer than the street. The lobby had a large window that looked out onto the outside world. There were no curtains covering it, no blinds, nothing to block the view. Anyone outside could look in, and anyone inside could look out. In the middle of the lobby there were 4 chairs facing each other, 2 on one side and 2 on the other, like a small waiting area. Behind the chairs, along the wall, were 2 elevators standing side by side. The floors were clean and shiny, the lights above soft but bright enough that we could see everything clearly. My friend and I sat together on one of the chairs, squeezed close to each other, as if we could protect one another by staying physically near. We were both frightened nearly to death, our nerves stretched thin. We kept looking around the lobby, at the window, at the elevators, at the doors. Every little sound made us jump. We tried to see if the van had somehow come around another way, but when we looked through the big window, we couldn't see anything outside. It was just darkness, and the faint shapes of buildings and the street. For a while, we sat in silence, listening to our own breathing and the faint buzzing of the lights above us. The fear from the van hadn't faded yet, but slowly, a different kind of tension started to build. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a small red light. At first, I ignored it, thinking it was just some normal indicator. But then I realized it was coming from above the elevator doors. It was the dial that showed which floor the elevator was on. The apartment building had 10 floors, and the indicator showed that the elevator was moving. The light ticked its way down from floor to floor. 10, 9, 8. The numbers kept changing as the elevator descended. We watched it count down, our eyes fixed on that red glow. The closer it got to the first floor, the more nervous we felt. Finally, it reached 1, and the elevator dinged. The sound seemed much louder in the silence of the lobby. Both of us jumped slightly, our hearts pounding. The doors slid open with a soft mechanical sound. We stared at the opening, expecting to see someone step out, a tenant coming home, someone going to get their mail, anyone. But no one came out. The elevator doors opened wide, and the elevator was empty. No footsteps, no voices, no movement. Just an empty elevator sitting there with its doors open, as if it had come down all that way for nothing. The lobby felt colder in that moment. We looked at each other, then back at the elevator, and neither of us said anything. We were frozen with fear, every hair on our arms standing on end. The elevator doors eventually closed again, sealing the emptiness back inside. We tried to calm ourselves, telling each other it was nothing, that maybe someone had called the elevator from another floor and then cancelled it, or maybe there was some kind of glitch. We turned our attention back to the window, trying to focus on something else, anything else. For a few seconds there was silence again. Then, suddenly, the other elevator dinged. The sound echoed in the lobby, sharp and clear. We both turned our heads toward it at exactly the same time. The red light above that elevator was also on, showing that it had moved and arrived on the first floor. The doors began to open. This time, we could hear something else, a faint, rhythmic thumping, like footsteps or something tapping. The doors fully opened, and what we saw made our blood run cold. A man stepped out of the elevator. He was very tall, over 6 feet, with a heavy-set build. His complexion was very dark, and he wore a large black fedora hat pulled low over his face. The brim of the hat cast a shadow that covered his eyes. He was dressed in a black suit, neat and formal, as if he were going to a funeral or an important event. In his hand, he carried a cane. It was not a simple wooden stick. It was glossy and black, shining slightly under the lobby lights, and the top of it was shaped like a snake's head. The snake's eyes were jeweled and seemed to glint, as if they were watching everything. He didn't walk like a person who needed a cane to support himself. There was no limp, no sign of weakness. Instead, he moved with a steady, confident stride, like the cane was an accessory, something he carried out of choice, not necessity. The sound we had heard was the tap of the cane hitting the floor in a slow, deliberate rhythm. He walked out of the elevator and came to sit right across from us, in the chair opposite ours. It was as if he had chosen that spot specifically so he could face us directly. My friend and I sat completely still. We couldn't move, couldn't speak. We just watched him and listened. He began tapping his foot and his cane at the same time, in a methodical, almost hypnotic rhythm. Tap, tap, tap. The sound filled the quiet lobby, sinking into our nerves. The brim of his hat still covered his eyes, hiding them from view, so all we could really see was the lower part of his face and the outline of his body. After what felt like a long time, though it might have only been a few seconds, he lifted his head just enough for us to see his eyes. What we saw there made our hearts stop. His eyes were completely white. There were no pupils, no irises, nothing. Just 2 blank, white spaces where his eyes should have been. It was not the kind of white you see in blind eyes, soft and clouded. It was a solid, unnatural white, like something that should not exist in a human face. As he lifted his head and we saw those eyes, he grinned. The smile was wide, unnatural, and it sent a wave of pure terror through me. It didn't feel like a friendly smile or even a normal, polite one. It felt like he was enjoying our fear. In that moment, it felt like time stopped. The air seemed to grow heavier, pressing down on my chest. I couldn't move. I couldn't even look away. It was as if we were frozen in place, trapped in that lobby with this impossible figure staring at us with those white, empty eyes and grinning in a way that made my skin crawl. I didn't hear my own breathing anymore. I didn't hear my friend beside me. All I could hear was the echo of his cane tapping from a few moments ago, even though he had stopped. It was like the sound had buried itself inside my mind. Then, somewhere outside, a car horn beeped. The sharp sound cut through the heavy silence like a knife. It snapped me out of whatever state I had been in. Suddenly, I could move again. I could think and feel and breathe. I realized that the beeping had to be my sister, the one I had called earlier to pick us up. Panic and relief rushed through me all at once. I grabbed my friend's hand and whispered that we had to go. Without looking back at the man for more than a split second, we jumped up from the chair and ran out as fast as we could. We rushed through the lobby door, out of that thick, suffocating air, and hurried toward the car waiting outside. My sister was in the driver's seat, looking confused and worried as we stumbled toward her. We flung the car doors open, climbed in, and slammed them shut. As soon as we were inside, she started to drive away. As we pulled away from the building, I turned my head and looked back at the large lobby window. The chairs were visible, the elevators, the empty open space. There was no sign of the man with the white eyes. No tall figure in a fedora, no black suit, no cane. The lobby was completely empty, as if no one had been there. I asked my sister, as she was pulling up to the building before we got in, if she had seen anyone inside, maybe a tall man, anyone at all. Her answer was simple. No, she said. She hadn't seen anyone. While we were in the car, I began to tell my sister what had happened, starting with the van that followed us, the salon, the empty elevator, and then the man in black with the white eyes. She listened, and I could tell from her face that she found it very strange that we happened to be exactly across the street from my aunt's apartment. Until she mentioned it, I hadn't even realized. In all the panic, I hadn't noticed where we were. I had only seen the light from the salon and run there for safety. I didn't see the rest of the surroundings. I didn't realize how close we had been to a place I already associated with strange energy and unsettling stories. I thought back to all the times I had been in that neighborhood late at night before. The street lamps were always on, casting light across the road, making it easier to see. There was a sense of normal nighttime life, small sounds, distant cars, the faint glow of lights in windows. But on this particular day, when all of this happened, the lamps were not on. The streets were dark in a way that didn't feel normal. It was as if someone had turned off every bit of protection and left us exposed to whatever else was out there. I know that around that area, people have said it's haunted. Maybe it's the funeral home being right there, with all of the people who have passed through its doors. Maybe it's the history of the apartment building where people tried to burn themselves alive on the same date, year after year. Maybe it's something older and deeper than any of that, something that has settled into the ground and the walls and the air. I don't know for sure if the apartment, the funeral home, the salon, and my experience are all connected. I don't know why the van appeared and followed us. I don't know what exactly we saw in that elevator lobby, or why no one else seemed to see it. But I do know what I felt. I know what I saw. And I know that, to this day, I cannot explain it in any normal way. All I am left with is my belief in the supernatural, in the idea that some places and some moments become thin, like a curtain being pulled back to show something from the other side. That night felt like one of those moments. And no matter how many years pass, I don't think I will ever forget it. The house we lived in was already creepy before anything ever really happened. It was the kind of place that felt wrong even when the sun was out and all the lights were on. The floors creaked in ways that didn't match people's footsteps, the walls seemed to hold on to every shadow just a little too long, and sometimes at night it felt like the darkness had weight. When I was younger, my bedroom was upstairs. It seemed like a normal room at first. I had my bed against the wall, posters on the ceiling, little things scattered around like any teenager would. But the closet always made me uneasy. It was a plain wooden door with an old, stiff handle, and it always seemed just a bit darker inside than it should have been, even with the light on. One day, I got curious enough to really look around inside that closet. I pulled the door shut behind me and turned slowly, running my hand over the rough wood of the inner panel. That's when I saw it, words carved into the inside of the closet door. The letters were uneven and scratched in deep, like whoever had done it had pressed the knife or whatever they used with a lot of force. It said something like, "So-and-so died here," followed by a date. I don't even remember the exact name or date now, just the feeling of seeing the words. For a moment my stomach dropped. The air inside the closet felt colder, and I could feel goosebumps rising along my arms. Then I forced myself to shrug it off. I told myself it was probably just some kid who lived there before us, trying to scare whoever came next. Maybe they were bored, maybe it was a prank. At that age, it was easier to laugh things off than to let them sink in too deep. So I pretended not to care and climbed back out of the closet, but I never completely forgot about those carved words. As time went by, my mom decided that our family wasn't complete yet. Unfortunately, her idea of extending the family was bringing home her loser boyfriend. Not once, but twice, as if the first round of misery wasn't enough. He was the kind of guy who always seemed to bring trouble and tension into the house. Lazy, loud, and always ready with an excuse but never any real help. With more people in the house, things started to feel crowded. Me and my brother were getting older, and my mom wanted her bedroom space upstairs. She decided that we should move our rooms down into the basement. She framed it like a favor, saying we were old enough to want our privacy anyway, and in a way she was right. We did want our own space. So we agreed, even though the idea of sleeping in that basement didn't exactly thrill me. The basement was big, but big doesn't always mean comfortable. Parts of it were finished and parts of it looked like no one had ever bothered to make them livable. The staircase creaked as you went down, and the air changed halfway down the steps. It was cooler, heavier, and had that faint smell of cement, dust, and old laundry that never really goes away. My room and my brother's room were set up down there along with a basement living room area, kind of like our own hangout spot. It was where we watched TV, listened to music, and made a mess without my mom yelling too much. The living room itself was unfinished, bare walls in some places, exposed pipes, and a concrete floor under an old rug, but to us it was a kind of freedom. No one really cared what we did down there as long as we didn't break anything too important. My brother's bedroom was right across from the doorway to the basement living room. That meant that at night, when the upstairs lights were off and it was just whatever came in from outside, the moonlight and the glow of the street lights would shine through the small windows and spill into the doorway. It made strange patterns across the floor, soft pale stripes of light breaking up the darkness. It wasn't bright, but it was just enough to see shapes and outlines if your eyes were used to the dark. In a different house, it might have felt cozy. In ours, it just made things look more eerie. One weekend, my best friend Danielle decided she was going to sleep over at my place. We'd been planning it for a while, hyping it up like teenagers do. Back then, a sleepover was a big deal, staying up late, talking about everything and nothing, laughing about stupid stuff, maybe watching a movie. The only problem was that my bed downstairs was way too small for both of us. We tried to imagine how we'd fit, but there was no way it would be comfortable. Instead, we decided to sleep on the couch in the basement living room. It was old and a little worn out, but bigger than my bed and perfect for stretching out on with blankets and pillows. That basement living room was basically our wrecking grounds. Me, my brother, and whoever came over treated it like our own private world. There were scuff marks on the walls, stains on the rug, random things shoved into corners. It was the place where we played games, watched stuff late at night, and sometimes just sat around doing nothing. Since the room was unfinished, it had this half-constructed feel to it. Pipes ran along the ceiling, wires were tucked up but still kind of visible, and one side of the room opened into the laundry area and a creepy storage room beyond that. The night Danielle came over, we went down there with our usual mix of excitement and boredom. We knew it was going to be cold during the night. Basements have a way of getting cold even when the rest of the house feels fine. The concrete under everything seemed to hold on to the chill. So we grabbed lots of blankets and piled them onto the couch. We layered them over ourselves and each other until we were warm. We turned on some music, just loud enough to hear but quiet enough that my mom wouldn't come down yelling at us to turn it off. Then we turned out the lights, letting the room fall into that grayish darkness lit only by the faint glow from the small windows and whatever seeped in from outside. Danielle was lying on the couch facing the doorway, looking out toward the hall where my brother's room was and beyond that to the rest of the basement. I was lying the opposite way, facing into the room, so I couldn't directly see the doorway unless I turned around. We wrapped ourselves in blankets and just started talking, drifting into that kind of easy conversation that happens late at night when you're tired but don't want to sleep yet. We talked about the usual 15-year-old gossip, people from school, who liked who, teachers we hated, silly rumors, things we wanted to do with our lives that felt so far away back then. Somewhere in the middle of one of Danielle's stories, she stopped talking. At first I thought she had just lost her train of thought. Her voice just cut off suddenly, like someone had pressed pause. I waited for her to continue, but she stayed silent. I could feel her body tense beside me on the couch. The air felt thicker for no reason I could explain. "Why did you stop?" I asked, my voice quiet. There was something in the way she went silent that made me feel uneasy before she even said anything. In a small, unnerved voice, she asked, "Who's standing in the doorway?" My whole body stiffened. Danielle wasn't the type to make up creepy stuff for fun, especially not in that tone. "What are you talking about?" I asked her. I already didn't like the dark much, and the idea that someone, or something, was standing in the open doorway behind me made my heart start to race. I could feel the adrenaline rising in my chest, that edge of panic feeling where your skin tingles and your mind starts preparing for something bad before you even know what it is. "There's someone standing in the doorway," she said. "They're wearing a trench coat and a black hat." My throat went dry. The image flashed into my mind even though I refused to turn around. A tall, shadowy figure in the basement doorway, just standing there, watching us. My voice came out quiet and shaky. "You're joking. Don't lie to me," I said to her. Honestly, I was begging her to say she was kidding, that she was messing with me, that it was just a shadow or something from outside. But she didn't laugh. She didn't try to scare me further. Instead, she squeezed her eyes shut like a little kid trying to make a monster disappear. After a second, she opened her eyes and said, "It's gone." We both stayed very still. Neither of us moved to turn on the lights or get up. We just lay there on the couch, eyes wide, listening to the quiet. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. We didn't know what to say. Was it her imagination? Was it a trick of the light from the street? Was someone actually standing there for a second, watching us? We didn't know, and that uncertainty made it worse. After a few minutes passed and nothing else happened, we tried to calm ourselves down. We told each other that maybe it was a weird shadow, maybe she saw something out of the corner of her eye and her mind filled in the rest. We wanted to believe that. We needed to believe that if we were going to stay down there. So we continued our conversation. The mood was different now, tighter, like every word we spoke floated on top of a layer of fear. Danielle started telling me about some class she was in and how much she hated it. Her voice was mostly normal again, and I was just starting to relax when I heard it, a sound from the other side of the room. I cut her off mid-sentence. "Did you hear that?" I asked abruptly. On the other side of the living room, directly across from where we were lying, was the laundry room. That side of the basement was even less finished. It had cement floors, cold and hard. The ceiling had metal pipes running along it, some of them wrapped in old insulation. There was a creepy storage room off to one side, with boxes and junk piled up, things my mom couldn't find room for anywhere else. The laundry area always felt a bit unsettling, like something could be hiding behind the boxes or under the hanging clothes. "What did you hear?" Danielle asked. I listened for a second, trying to put words to it. "It sounded like a swish," I said slowly. "Like something sliding across the cement floor." It had reminded me of someone pushing a heavy box along the ground, that low scraping swish that makes your teeth clench a little. Danielle looked toward the darkness where the laundry room was but shook her head. She hadn't heard it. The music was still playing softly, and for a second I wondered if it could have been something in the song, but it didn't match. We both fell silent and listened carefully, our eyes straining to see any movement in the shadows over there. The music became background noise, almost ghost-like itself, just a soft hum behind our sharp focus. Nothing happened. No sound came again. The silence seemed to stretch on forever, Eventually, we tried to shake it off, but we were a lot more alert now. Every little movement of the air, every tiny creak, we noticed it. We kept talking, but now, instead of lightly chatting, we were half paying attention to the conversation and half scanning the room. My eyes kept darting back to the laundry area. That darkness felt heavier than before, like it was waiting. We tried to act normal, to keep the night from tipping over into full-on terror, but underneath it all we were both on edge. Then we heard it again. Swish. The sound was clearer this time. It cut across the basement, louder than before. The exact same noise, the sound of something sliding or being pushed across the concrete floor in the laundry room. We both heard it. There was no denying it now. Danielle's eyes went wide, and I could feel myself starting to shake. It wasn't just my imagination anymore. Whatever was happening was real enough that we both experienced it. The second time is always worse, because that's when you know it wasn't just in your head. Being girls, already spooked from the trench coat figure in the doorway and now hearing mysterious noises in the dark part of the basement, we started to freak out. Our breathing got faster. Our hands gripped the blankets tighter. We didn't want to get up and look, but we didn't want to just lie there and wait for something worse to happen either. My brother was upstairs watching TV, and suddenly we wanted him there more than anything. We started yelling his name, calling out for him to come downstairs. Our voices echoed slightly in the basement, but there was no immediate response. No footsteps on the stairs, no annoyed shout asking what we wanted. Just silence. We lay there quietly for a moment, listening for any sign of him, or anyone. I could hear the faint sound of water running somewhere upstairs, probably from the shower. The house made tiny sounds, settling noises, but those were familiar. Nothing explained the swish we had heard. Then the water turned off. That sound was clear enough that I knew the shower was done. We took a deep breath and started screaming for my brother again, louder this time. We didn't care if my mom or her boyfriend heard us. We just wanted someone else down there with us. Finally, we heard footsteps. My brother came stomping down the stairs, clearly irritated. He walked into the basement living room and asked, "What the hell are you screaming about?" His tone was more annoyed than concerned, which, honestly, was kind of typical. We both started talking at once, spilling out the whole story. We told him about the person Danielle had seen standing in the doorway wearing a trench coat and a black hat. We told him about the swishing sound from the laundry room, twice. We told him how freaked out we were. As we talked, I watched his face, waiting for some hint that he'd take it seriously. He listened, but he didn't seem too worried. He shrugged it off, said something like, "You're just freaking yourselves out." Like this was all in our heads. Maybe he believed part of it, maybe he thought we were exaggerating, or maybe he just didn't want to think about it too much himself. Either way, he wasn't scared. But Danielle and I were done. We looked at each other, and knew without saying a word that there was no way we were spending the rest of the night sleeping down there. We got off the couch and gathered our blankets, deciding to move upstairs. Stairs felt like a ladder out of whatever weirdness we had fallen into. We followed my brother very closely as we went up, our feet practically right behind his. I didn't want to be the last one coming up from the basement, not with that darkness behind me. As we passed the hallway that opened into the laundry room, we couldn't help but look. Our eyes were drawn to it, even though we didn't want to see anything else. What we saw made us stop cold for a second. In the middle of the laundry room floor, there was a box that hadn't been there before, pushed out into open space on the cement. It looked like it had been moved recently, like someone had dragged it from where it usually sat. Above it, my mom's clothes, which she had hung up to dry on the pipes running along the ceiling, were swinging back and forth. Not gently, the way they might if someone had just brushed past them, but rapidly, like something had hit them or pushed them hard. The motion was unnaturally strong and too fast to be explained by a draft. There was no wind. None of the basement windows were open. No fans were running. There was no reason for the box to be in the middle of the floor or for the clothes to be swinging like that. Danielle and I stared at them, our fears shifting from vague uneasiness to the solid, heavy realization that something we could not explain was happening right in front of us. It was one thing to feel watched or to hear strange sounds. It was another to see physical objects moved and disturbed as if by invisible hands. We didn't say much after that. There wasn't really anything to say. We just kept following my brother up the stairs, our hearts pounding, our eyes wide. Upstairs, the house didn't feel safe exactly, but it felt less heavy than the basement. We set up our blankets wherever we could and stayed there for the rest of the night, doing everything we could to avoid thinking about what we had seen. But even wrapped up tightly in our blankets, even with the TV on or the sound of people moving around upstairs, I could still picture the swinging clothes and that box in the middle of the floor. Over time, the memory hasn't faded the way some things do. The house was already creepy before that night, but after it, the basement never felt like just a basement again. It felt like we had looked directly at something that was never meant for us to see, like we had stepped too close to a line between what's normal and what's not. I still think back to the words carved inside my old closet door, the person who supposedly died in that house, and all the strange feelings I had growing up there. I can't say for sure what was in that basement that night, but I know this much: it wasn't just our imagination. And whatever it was, it made sure we knew we weren't alone down there.
When I think back on that time in my life, the first thing that always comes to mind is the house itself. My husband and I bought it in January of 2005. On paper, it sounded charming. A historic home built in 1870, with character, old wood floors, and a layout that didn't look like every other modern house in a new subdivision. When we first saw it, the real estate agent talked about original details and old-world charm. There was a big front porch, tall windows, and that slightly uneven, creaky feel that old houses have. It smelled faintly of wood, dust, and something else I can't quite name, like time itself had soaked into the walls. I remember standing in the doorway the first time and thinking, this house has seen a lot. I have always believed that old places hold on to energy, memories, emotions. A house that has stood for more than 100 years has gone through so many different lives, different families, different eras, different joys and tragedies. I didn't know any of the details of its history, but I could feel a kind of presence when we moved in. It wasn't immediately scary, just there. Like the house was quietly watching us, getting to know us the way we were getting to know it. Those first months, we were busy with normal things. Unpacking boxes, figuring out which light switch did what, rearranging furniture over and over until the rooms felt right. Little things would happen now and then that I brushed off as old house stuff. Doors that didn't quite shut all the way unless you pulled them just right, floors that creaked in certain spots even when no one was there, the occasional random noise that I blamed on pipes or settling. It never felt like a full-on haunting or anything like that. Just the usual quirkiness that came with a home that had been standing for more than a century. The living room and dining room were right next to each other, separated only by a wide opening instead of a door. The living room was where we spent most of our evenings. We had our main TV there, our couch, a coffee table, and a couple of chairs. It wasn't fancy, but it was ours. The dining room was more open and a little emptier at the time. We hadn't fully figured out how we wanted to decorate it yet. There was a dining table, a few chairs, and a small TV that we had temporarily set up in there. That little TV was almost like an afterthought, something we had placed there because we didn't know where else to put it. One evening in late summer, maybe early fall of 2005, we were doing what we always did, just sitting in the living room watching TV. It was a normal night. The kind where you don't expect anything interesting to happen at all. The sun had already gone down, and the glow from the television lit up the room in that soft, flickering way. The dining room next to us was dark, just a shadowy space beyond the doorway. I remember feeling completely relaxed. We weren't talking much, just watching whatever was on. Then it happened. All of a sudden, there was a huge flash of bright blue light coming from the dining room. It was so sudden and so intense that both of us reacted at the same time. It wasn't like the soft glow of a lamp or the quick blink of a phone screen. It was a burst, like someone had set off a flashbulb in the dark, but instead of white light, it was a vivid, electric blue. It lit up the whole room next to us and spilled into the living room for a split second. throwing strange shadows on the walls and ceiling. We looked at each other, startled. "What was that?" one of us asked. There was no thunder, no lightning outside. No car headlights had swept across the windows. The small TV in the dining room was off, or at least, it had been the last time I had looked. We sat there for a moment, waiting to see if it would happen again, trying to make sense of it. My mind ran through possibilities. A power surge, some kind of weird reflection, maybe a neighbor's light. But nothing quite fit. A couple of seconds later, it happened again. Another bright blue flash from the dining room, the same strange, intense color that didn't look like anything we were used to seeing in our home. It wasn't coming from the living room TV. It wasn't the kind of light you could mistake for something else. It looked like it belonged to something, not just to a bulb or a screen, but to an actual presence. This time, I couldn't just sit there. I got up from the couch, my heart beating a little faster, and walked toward the opening into the dining room. As I stepped closer, I felt that odd sense of tension in the air. Not necessarily danger, but like the air itself was charged, waiting. I reached the entrance to the dining room and stopped there, half in the light of the living room, half in the dimness of the dining room. The first thing I noticed was that the small TV in the dining room was on. That caught me off guard. I was sure it had been off all day. No one had been in there watching it, and we didn't have it set to turn on by itself. It wasn't just on standby, the screen was lit. I remember thinking, that's weird, but my focus didn't stay on the TV for long. As my eyes moved higher, scanning the room, they were drawn to something else. Something I had never seen before in my life. About 5 feet in front of me, up toward the ceiling, there was a glowing ball of blue light. It was just there, hanging in the air. It was smaller than a basketball, perfectly round, and the same vivid blue color as the flashes we had seen. It wasn't attached to anything. There were no wires, no visible source. It didn't flicker like a glitchy screen. It glowed steadily, like it was its own self-contained light. The best way I can describe it is that it looked like a ball of energy, solid, but not solid, bright but not blinding. It just existed there, in the middle of the room. I stopped in my tracks, staring at it. My brain scrambled, trying to categorize what I was seeing. Was it some strange reflection? A trick of light? Something from outside? But no, it was clearly inside the room, hanging in the air, just a few feet away from me. I could see the corners of the room, the ceiling, the furniture, and this thing was right there, as real as any of it. It didn't move at first. It just hovered in place. But even though it was still, I got the sense that it was full of energy. There was a strange feeling that came with seeing it, like the air around it hummed, even if I couldn't actually hear a sound. I know it might sound strange, but I felt very strongly that it was aware of me. I had the distinct impression that just as I was observing it, it was also observing me. All this time, my husband was still in the living room, just a few steps away. For some reason, it didn't occur to me to call him right then. It wasn't that I was paralyzed with fear. I wasn't exactly afraid, at least not in the way I might have expected to be. I was stunned and completely absorbed in what I was seeing. My mind was so focused on the blue orb that I didn't think about anything else, not even the obvious idea of calling out, "Hey, come look at this." It was almost like the moment was just between me and that light.
On the far side of the dining room was the doorway to the kitchen. It all connected, the living room, then the dining room, then the kitchen. The blue orb remained in its spot near the ceiling for what felt like a long time. In reality, it was probably around 45 seconds, but when you're staring at something that shouldn't exist, time has a strange way of stretching. I studied it, trying to take it all in. The edges were clear, the color was intense, and there was a feeling that it was not random, not accidental. Then, without warning, it moved. It didn't drift gently. It didn't slowly float away. It shot downward fast toward the kitchen. In a matter of a second, it traveled from where it had been hovering in front of me to the farthest side of my kitchen, down near the floor. As it moved, it changed shape. It wasn't a perfect ball anymore. It stretched out into a smaller, thinner streak, almost like a beam of blue light. It reminded me of a shooting star, but inside my house and much closer. By the time it reached the kitchen, It wasn't a neat orb or a straight beam anymore. It had turned into something else, a mass of moving blue light. It was around 3 to 4 feet high and maybe 2 to 3 feet wide. It wasn't solid like a person or a piece of furniture. It was more like a cluster of light that was constantly shifting, swirling within itself. It reminded me of the way water looks when it's boiling, never still, always moving, but made of light instead of liquid. It stayed in that general area on the kitchen floor, moving and changing shape, like it was exploring the space or reacting to something I couldn't see. I had a hard time even finding the right words to describe it then, and I still do now. There was nothing mechanical or familiar about it. It didn't look like any ordinary light effect I had ever seen. It looked alive, in a way. That was the moment when my awe finally collided with the need to share what I was seeing. I realized I couldn't just stand there alone watching this thing. I needed someone else to confirm it, to see it with me, to prove to myself that I wasn't imagining it. I backed away from the dining room and kitchen and walked quickly into the living room where my husband still sat. "I just saw something," I told him, probably sounding more stunned than scared. I tried to explain in a few rushed words about the blue orb and how it had moved into the kitchen and changed shape. I told him he needed to come look, right now. We headed back toward the kitchen together, my heart pounding again, hoping and not hoping at the same time that it would still be there. But when we reached the kitchen, it was gone. The room looked completely normal. The lights were the same as before. The floor was just a floor. The small TV in the dining room was still on, but nothing else looked out of place. There was no blue light, no orb, no strange moving mass. It was as if the house had shrugged and returned to its usual quiet self. I felt frustrated and unsettled. I had just witnessed something amazing and impossible, and now there was no trace of it. My husband listened to me, but without seeing it himself, it was hard for him to fully grasp how strange and real it had been. Still, I knew what I had seen. The memory of that blue light stayed with me. I kept thinking about it, replaying the way it hovered, the way it shot down, the way it changed. I tried to come up with explanations. Maybe it was ball lightning, I thought, but we weren't in the middle of a storm. Maybe it was some kind of electrical discharge, some freak wiring issue, but that didn't feel right either. And even if it was something like that, why had it taken on such a distinct, almost deliberate form? About 2 months later, I had another encounter with it. I was upstairs in our bedroom, alone. The upstairs had a different feel from the lower floors, quieter, more private, but still touched by that same old energy. I was doing something ordinary, folding clothes, organizing, maybe just walking down the hallway. I don't remember exactly what I had been doing right before it happened. What I do remember is the sudden light. Out in the hallway, just beyond the bedroom door, there was a huge flash of bright blue light. The same kind of light I had seen downstairs, the same startling, electric blue. It lit up the hallway in an instant, turning the walls and floor into strange, glowing shapes. The intensity of the color made it obvious that this wasn't just a reflection or a passing car. It was the same presence I had seen before, and my body recognized it even before my mind did. I didn't wait around this time. The first time it had happened, I hadn't been scared exactly, just caught off guard and filled with awe. But this time I was alone upstairs, and the idea of standing there in that hallway, facing that light again with no one else around, made me deeply uneasy. I didn't want to see what came next if I stayed put. I didn't want to find out what might appear in front of me if I stepped closer. I went downstairs immediately. Not running, but moving quickly, my heart racing with that mix of familiarity and fear. I remember thinking, I've seen this before. It's here again. I don't want to be alone with it. Once I was back downstairs, surrounded by more light and more normal activity, I felt a little better, but the experience left me rattled. It confirmed that the first time hadn't been a one-time glitch, or my imagination playing tricks on me. There was something in that house, something that could appear as that blue light and move in strange ways. After those 2 experiences with the blue light, I didn't see it again. Time moved on. We continued living in the house, finding a rhythm with it. The odd sounds and creaks remained, but nothing as spectacular as that blue orb or flash appeared to me again. Part of me wondered if it had been passing through, like a visitor. Part of me wondered if it was still there, just not showing itself. One day, not too long afterward, maybe the following spring, I had another strange experience. This one didn't involve the blue light, but it felt connected in some way to the house and whatever strange energies lived there. It was around noon, and I was in the living room again. This time I wasn't alone. My stepson was with me. The sun was out, shining brightly. It was one of those clear days where light pours in through the windows and makes everything look warmer and more cheerful. Our living room had windows surrounding it, and the daylight was coming in from all sides, filling the room with soft brightness. There was nothing spooky about it at all. It was the middle of the day. Everything felt normal. We were doing something ordinary, maybe watching TV, maybe just talking. Then, without warning, the entire room went completely pitch black. It wasn't like a cloud passing over the sun, where the light dims a little and then returns. It wasn't like someone turning off a lamp in the corner. It was total darkness, the kind you only expect to feel in a windowless room at night. For a couple of seconds, it was as if someone had taken a heavy, solid shade and dropped it over the entire house. I couldn't see the furniture, the walls, or my stepson sitting there with me. The bright midday light simply vanished. Those seconds felt very long. My brain tried to catch up, scrambling for an explanation. Was it a power outage? But that wouldn't make the sunlight outside disappear. Had I blinked? No, I knew my eyes were open. Was something wrong with me? Was I fainting, blacking out? A rush of fear surged through me. Then, just as suddenly as it had gone black, the light came back. The sun poured in through the windows again, as if nothing had happened. The room looked exactly as it had before. No lamps had turned off or on. Nothing had moved. It was just like someone had flipped reality off and then back on in the span of a couple of heartbeats. My stepson turned to me, startled. "What just happened?" he asked. The fact that he had experienced it too told me I hadn't imagined it. Whatever had happened, it had affected both of us. I didn't know what to say to him. "It was nothing," I told him, trying to sound calm, trying not to make him afraid. Inside, though, I was rattled. I'm the kind of person who usually has some kind of explanation for things. Old wiring, weather, old pipes, reflections, normal reasons. But this time, I had nothing. There was no logical, everyday explanation for a sunlit room suddenly turning completely black for a couple of seconds, and then returning to normal as if nothing had occurred. Even now, I think about those moments, the blue orb in the dining room, the moving mass of light in the kitchen, the hallway flash upstairs, the sudden darkness in the bright living room. They sit in my memory like puzzle pieces that don't fit quite right into the picture of ordinary life. I sometimes wonder if the house itself was trying to communicate something, or if there was some presence tied to its long history that was simply making itself known in the only way it could. I haven't seen the blue light or orb again since those days in 2005. Part of me wonders if I ever will. Part of me hopes I don't, and another part of me is still curious. Whatever it was, it left a mark on me. It reminded me that there are things in this world that we can't easily explain away, no matter how hard we try. And in that old house from 1870, for just a little while, I felt like I had come face to face with one of them. It was one of those warm summer evenings where the air feels soft and heavy, and everything outside seems calm and relaxed. It was mid-June of 2007, and the day had been long, but in a good way. My husband and I had spent most of it outside doing yard work, mowing the lawn, trimming bushes, pulling weeds, the usual things that come with trying to keep a home looking decent. By the time we were done, we were both tired, but it was that pleasant, satisfied kind of tiredness that comes after a productive day. The sun had gone down, but it wasn't fully dark yet. The sky still held that pale, fading light that hangs on for a while after sunset. From the back deck, we could still see everything around us just fine. The outline of the garage, the fence, the yard, the trees in the distance. It wasn't bright anymore, but it definitely wasn't night black yet. It was that in-between time, when the world is quieting down but not asleep. We decided to take a break and relax on the back deck for a bit before heading inside. The deck had become one of my favorite spots. The boards were a little worn, but they felt solid under our feet. From there, we could see the side of the garage, which stood fairly close to the deck, running along one side of the yard. I remember sitting there, enjoying the cool breeze against my skin, feeling the slight ache in my muscles from all the work we'd done, and feeling content. My husband got up from where he was sitting, saying he was going to grab a cigarette. From my point of view, he walked across the deck from right to left. I watched him without thinking much about it. It was a normal, everyday moment. He moved casually, crossing halfway across the deck toward wherever he had left his cigarettes. My eyes followed him along his path, not really looking for anything in particular, just watching him out of habit. And then I saw it. On the side of the garage, in the space behind where he was walking, something moved. It was a shadow, clear and distinct, moving along the wall from left to right. My husband was walking right to left, and this thing was going in the opposite direction, like they were crossing paths without actually touching. The shadow traveled all the way down the side of the garage, about midway up the wall, not too close to the ground and not near the roof, just somewhere in the middle. It wasn't small and it wasn't huge, but it didn't seem to be the size of a grown man. It was shorter, not as tall as you'd expect if it were a normal person's shadow. What struck me was how real it looked, how solid. It didn't flicker like a reflection or shift like moving leaves. It moved in one smooth, continuous motion. As it went along, it reached the point where one of the deck posts was in my line of sight. For a moment, the shadow disappeared behind the post exactly the way a real person would if they were walking behind something. I lost sight of it for a second while it passed that point, and my mind reacted instinctively, filling in the idea of someone walking by. The shadow didn't rush, but it wasn't crawling along slowly either. If I had to compare it to a person, I'd say it moved a little faster than someone would normally walk. There was a sense of purpose in the way it moved, as if it knew exactly where it was going and didn't need to hesitate or wander. From where I sat, I could see the shadow clearly all the way down to the ground as it traveled along the wall. It wasn't just a flicker of something, this was a full, defined shape moving with consistency. As I watched it, I felt something shift inside me. A strange, sudden wave of fear rose up in my chest. It wasn't the kind of panic that makes you scream or jump up and run. It was quieter, deeper. My heart started to race a little, and I could feel the tightness in my chest and the heaviness in my stomach. I didn't understand why I was reacting like that. Nothing had actually happened. There was just a moving shadow on the wall. But something about it felt wrong. Not dangerous in an obvious way, not threatening like someone holding a weapon or shouting at me, but wrong in a way that made my body react before my mind could catch up. It took me a moment to calm down after it passed out of sight. I kept looking at the side of the garage, scanning it, trying to see if anything else moved. I thought about my husband, still on the deck, and for a moment I wondered if I had imagined it. But no, I knew what I had seen. The motion, the smoothness, the way it disappeared behind the deck post just like a real person would, it all stayed clear in my mind. This experience felt different from so many other things I had gone through before, and even from the things that have happened since. The truth is, this wasn't my first time dealing with strange things like that. Over the years, I've seen a lot of shadowy figures and heard movement when I knew no one was there. The house we live in has its own personality, its own moods, and I've come to feel that I'm not alone even when I technically am. Some people might say it's imagination or tired eyes, but there have been too many moments, too many odd little details, for me to simply ignore. One of the most common places I see things is in the hallway outside the living room. It doesn't seem to matter if it's day or night, or whether I'm home alone or the whole family is there. I'll be sitting in the living room, reading or watching TV or doing something normal, and then out of the corner of my eye I'll notice movement. I'll see a shadow pass by the open doorway, crossing the hall. It happens often enough that I've come to recognize the feeling that comes just before it. It's like a slight shift in the air, a sense of being watched for a second. Sometimes it's just a quick pass, like someone walking by on their way somewhere else. Other times, it feels like the shadow pauses. There are moments where it seems as if it stops just down the hall, barely out of full view, and lingers there, as though it's standing still and watching me. I don't always see it fully when that happens. It's more a presence, a shape that isn't fully lit but is definitely there. Every now and then, I'll see a shadow standing right at the doorway of the living room, as if it's just inside the frame, looking in. I'll look directly at it, and most of the time it vanishes the moment I shift my gaze. It's almost like it's shy or doesn't want to be caught staring. But not always. On some occasions, when I look straight at it, instead of disappearing right away, I see it move. It will turn or slide away, heading down the hall toward the other rooms. It doesn't run or flicker out, it goes off like it has somewhere else to be. There's a reading room at the end of that same hall, a small, quiet space I've set up with books and a comfortable chair. I've seen a shadow cross inside the doorway to that room as well, like someone passing by or leaning just out of sight. It gives me that same uneasy feeling that someone has been watching and then chooses to walk away only when I notice. Sometimes I try to brush it off. Shadows can be tricky. Light changes, the sun moves, cars pass outside, and your eyes can play games with you. That's what I tell myself, and sometimes it works. But there are other times when it doesn't feel like a trick at all. The movement is too deliberate. It doesn't wobble like a tree branch shadow or stutter like light from a TV screen. It moves like a person moves, in a smooth, connected way. When I turned 18, I thought my whole life was finally about to begin. I packed my bags, kissed my mom goodbye, and left Saskatchewan with this huge knot of excitement and nerves in my chest. I was heading to Toronto, the big city, the place I'd built up in my imagination for years. I pictured bright lights, endless people, late nights, and that electric feeling of possibility that small towns never really have. I was ready for it all, the noise, the energy, the glitz and glamour, as I used to call it. I wanted a new life, and I was sure Toronto was where I'd find it. Of course, real life is never quite as shiny as the version in your head. I ended up at 1011 Lansdowne. The first time I saw the building, I remember just standing there on the sidewalk with my bags, looking up at it and thinking, this can't be it. The place was ugly. Not just rundown, but miserable in the way it looked, like it had soaked up years of bad decisions and forgotten tenants. The concrete was stained, the paint was peeling, the balconies all looked a little crooked, and the entrance had that tired, worn-out feel that said nobody really cared about it anymore. It had a horrible reputation in the area too. People talked about it like it was cursed, or at least unlucky. Drugs, fights, weird neighbors, police visits. It wasn't exactly what I'd imagined as the backdrop to my glamorous new life. But the rent was cheap. And when you're 18, alone in a new city, and running low on options, cheap rent suddenly looks pretty beautiful. So I took a bachelor suite on the 14th floor, told myself I'd make the best of it, and moved in. The room was small, just a little square space with a kitchenette on one side and a tiny bathroom attached. But I did what I could to make it feel like home. I set up my futon, hung up a few posters, found some second-hand furniture on the cheap, and turned it into my own version of a cozy little pad. When the lights were low and the city hummed outside my window, I could almost forget how awful the building was. Almost. I had been living there for about 8 months when a Friday the 13th started creeping up on the calendar. I've never been one of those people who gets really worked up over that date, but that time was different. All month long, I had this uneasy feeling I couldn't shake. It was like a knot in my stomach that tightened a little bit every day as the 13th got closer. Sometimes it felt like someone was watching me, even when I knew I was alone. The air in my little bachelor suite felt heavier than usual, and the noises from the hall felt sharper, like they meant something. For about 2 weeks straight before that Friday, something started happening in my apartment. I'd be sitting on my futon in my small square room, trying to relax, watching TV, or just staring at nothing, and out of the corner of my eye I'd catch something moving. At first I thought it was just shadows from the hallway or the lights from cars outside, but it kept happening in the exact same way. It would start at the door. I'd see this dark shadow slide down along the frame, like something had stepped silently into the room. Then it would move along the south wall, gliding smoothly, not jerky or flashing like a reflection, but steady, like a person walking slowly around the edges of the room. It kept to the wall, circling almost the entire space, and then it would head toward the bathroom. Every time, it ended up in the bathtub. That was always the worst part. I would sit there, my body stiff but trying to act like nothing was happening, and watch this shadow drift toward the bathroom doorway. It never made any sound, never touched anything I could see, but I could feel it, in the same way you know someone has entered a room behind you even before you turn around. It would slip into the bathroom, and then I'd see a kind of shape, like a form, sit up in the bathtub. Not crystal clear, not in full detail, but enough that my heart would lurch because there was no way to explain it. It looked like someone was lying there, and then slowly rising. To say it freaked me out would be an understatement. I tried to come up with explanations. I told myself it was the light, the angle of the hallway bulb, car headlights, my imagination. But the pattern was too consistent. The same path, the same motion, the same ending in the bathtub. The more it happened, the less I could pretend it was nothing. There was this feeling that something was in my apartment that didn't belong to me and didn't care whether I liked it or not. At the time, I had a girl staying with me. She was tough, angry, and intense, the kind of person who carried trouble in with her like a bad smell. She had told me that she'd been raised by cult members who practiced voodoo. I didn't know how much of that was true, but she believed it, and honestly, there was something dark about her that made me wonder. She always had this heavy, strange energy around her, and people avoided her without really knowing why. So when the shadow started showing up and circling my apartment, I decided it had to be her fault. I convinced myself she had brought something with her, some kind of evil presence that had attached itself to her. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense in my scared, anxious mind. I didn't like the way I felt in my own place anymore. I didn't like that I was afraid to look toward the bathroom, afraid to glance at the walls. So, finally, I told her she had to leave. It wasn't easy. She was mean, and she didn't like being told what to do. We argued. She insulted me, yelled, slammed things. But I stood my ground. I wanted my apartment back. Eventually she left, dragging her bags and her bad attitude out of my life. I remember closing the door behind her and hoping, almost praying, that whatever I'd been seeing would leave with her. To be sure, I decided to cleanse the place. I didn't have any fancy tools or special ingredients. I went out behind the building near the railway tracks and picked some fresh sage growing there. It wasn't store-bought or prepared by anyone spiritual, just wild sage I found myself. I brought it back, lit it carefully, and walked through my little apartment with the smoke, asking out loud for any bad energy to leave. I tried to imagine the darkness lifting and disappearing out the window. When I finished, I felt a little calmer. I thought, okay, that should do it. But it didn't. The uneasy feeling stayed. The building had this way of getting inside your head. The hallways were always a bit too quiet or a bit too loud, depending on the day. Sometimes the elevators would shudder strangely, and the lights would flicker in a way that made you feel like you were in a cheap horror movie. There were always strange people hanging around. You never really felt safe, even when you were behind a locked door. All month long, as Friday the 13th got closer, I kept making this joke to people in the building. Just watch, I'd say with a half laugh. On the 13th, they'll find a body in the building. It was the kind of dark joke you make when a place already feels like something terrible has happened there or is about to happen. The building had a bad history, and the vibe matched it. I didn't fully believe my own words, but I said it often enough that it started to feel like a prediction. People would laugh, roll their eyes, tell me not to jinx anything. But I always said it in the same way, light on the outside, a little too serious on the inside. On the 11th, I got into a fight with my boyfriend. It wasn't a small argument. It was one of those full-blown, emotionally exhausting fights that leave you feeling raw and empty. I didn't want to stay at my place that night. The apartment already felt strange, and now I was upset too, which made everything feel worse. So I went to stay with a friend for a couple of nights, trying to cool off and clear my head. I came back on the 13th. As I walked toward 1011 Lansdowne, I could already feel that something was off. I didn't know why at first. Maybe it was the quiet, or the tension in the air, or just my own nerves. But when the building came into view, I understood right away. There were police cars parked out front. A coroner's van was there too. My stomach dropped. For a moment I just stood there on the sidewalk, staring, my mind flashing back to my own stupid joke. I walked closer, feeling numb. The entrance was busy with people coming and going, officers talking quietly, the cleaning lady hovering nearby. When she saw me, she came over. "They found a body," she said, her voice low. "On the 15th floor. The 15th floor was right above mine. I lived on 14. My heart started pounding in my ears. "What?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She went on, telling me that the body had been there for some time. "About 2 weeks," she said. 2 weeks. The same 2 weeks I had been seeing that shadow moving through my apartment and settling into my bathtub. The same 2 weeks that I had been making jokes about someone being found dead in the building on the 13th. I laughed when she said it, but it wasn't because it was funny. It was the kind of laugh that spills out when your brain doesn't know what else to do. "Right, sure," I said, as if I didn't believe her, even though I knew she wasn't the type to make that up. I felt cold all over, but I told myself not to think about it. I just wanted to get upstairs, check on my cats, and sit down for a minute. I went into the building, stepped into the elevator, and rode up to the 14th floor. When the doors opened, the hallway lights weren't working. That wasn't completely unusual in that building, but at that moment, it felt wrong. The corridor was dim, lit only by the weak spill of light from the small window at the end and whatever crept out under the doors of other units. I stepped out and started walking down the hall toward my suite. That was when I heard it. Crunch. Crunch. With every step I took, there was this faint crunching sound under my shoes. At first, I didn't think much of it. I just sighed and rolled my eyes. My cats sure made a mess with their litter, I thought. I pictured them kicking it out of the box, spreading it everywhere like they sometimes did when they got overexcited. Cats can be chaotic, and I was used to cleaning up after them. I kept walking. The light in my kitchen bedroom area wasn't working either. The darkness pressed in more as I stepped inside. Crunch. Crunch. The sound followed me with each step, soft but unmistakable. I frowned. It seemed too much, too spread out, too everywhere to just be a bit of spilled litter. But I still didn't really understand, not yet. I went into the bathroom and flipped on the light. It worked. The small bathroom lit up with that dull overhead glow, and I stepped fully inside, still hearing the faint crunch beneath my shoes. I looked at the floor and saw white specks scattered all over. They were in the doorway, on the tiles, near the tub, everywhere. For a second, my mind tried to make it simple. What is all this white stuff? I stared at it, confused, a strange tight feeling starting in my chest. I leaned forward slightly, trying to focus. And then I realized the white specks were moving. They weren't specks of litter. They weren't dust or crumbs. They were maggots. They were everywhere. They writhed and squirmed over each other, filling cracks and corners, spilling out from places I couldn't even see. The floor was alive with them, tiny white bodies shifting and twisting. The sound I had heard under my shoes was not litter. It was the sickening crunch of me stepping on them as I walked through my apartment. For a moment, my mind went blank. Then everything hit me all at once. The police cars, the coroner, the cleaning lady saying a body had been upstairs for about 2 weeks, the smell I hadn't fully noticed until then, the shadow sitting up in my bathtub night after night. I didn't think. I reacted. I grabbed my cats, scooped them up as fast as I could, not even caring that they dug their claws into me in their confusion. I backed out of the bathroom, out of the apartment, my heart hammering so hard it felt like it might tear out of my chest. I locked the door behind me with shaking hands and walked away. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I left everything there. I never went back to that apartment again. Clothes, furniture, dishes, whatever I owned, it didn't matter. None of it was more important than getting away from that place. Even now, to this day, if I ever have a reason to pass through the 14th or 15th floor of that building, I get chills straight down my spine. Just hearing the floor numbers in the elevator makes my stomach twist. To think that for those 2 weeks, what I had likely been seeing in my apartment, circling the room and settling in my bathtub, was the spirit of the person whose body was decomposing right above me on the 15th floor. It still makes my skin crawl. You'd think that would have been enough horror from one building, but 1011 Lansdowne wasn't finished with me. Another time, last winter in fact, I went back there to visit a friend of mine named Chrissy. She lived on the 8th floor. Compared to some of the higher levels, her floor was usually pretty quiet. Fewer fights, fewer screaming matches, fewer random people wandering around at odd hours. But there was one girl on her floor who always had strangers coming by. She'd bring all kinds of people around, some of them clearly not the kind you wanted to meet alone in a dark hallway. It wasn't unusual to see them waiting around near her door or hanging out by the elevators. So I was used to seeing figures in the hall when I visited Chrissy. That night, after spending some time in her apartment, chatting and trying to ignore how much I hated being back in that building, I got ready to leave. It was late, and the hallway outside was quiet. When I stepped out of her place, I wasn't surprised at first to see a man in black standing at the far end of the hall, leaning against the door down there. It fit the usual pattern, some guy waiting around for that girl or someone else, just loitering. But the second I saw him, every hair on my body stood on end. It was like walking straight into a wall of dread. This wasn't just the uneasy feeling of seeing a stranger in a sketchy building. This was heavy. My skin prickled, my chest tightened, and a strong wave of fear rolled over me so hard it made me feel almost dizzy. My instincts started screaming that something was wrong. Very wrong.
I turned back toward Chris's open door and called her into the hallway. "Can you come out here for a second?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual even though my heart was racing. She came to the doorway and looked down the hall where I was staring. The man in black was still there, leaning against the far door, motionless. "Hey," we called to him, "who are you waiting for?" He didn't move. He didn't shift his head. He didn't adjust his stance. He didn't do anything. It was as if he hadn't even heard us, or as if hearing us meant nothing. He seemed to be facing us, but we couldn't see his face. All we could see was black. His whole figure was just dark. Not like someone in dark clothing, but like a solid, black shape. We kept watching him, and the longer we stared, the more we realized that something was wrong with the way he looked. He wasn't quite solid. The edges of him seemed wrong, a little too soft, like he was made of something thicker than smoke but less than flesh. It was like looking at a person-shaped hole cut out of the world, filled with pure black. It reminded me of a solid fog in the shape of a human. We called out to him again. "Who are you? Who are you waiting for?" We even told him to get lost, trying to sound bold. Still, he didn't react. Not a flinch, not a tilt of the head, nothing. Just that silent, heavy presence leaning against the door at the end of the hallway. All the while, that feeling of foreboding kept growing stronger. It wasn't just me. Chrissy felt it too. I could see it in her face and hear it in her breathing. The air between us and that figure felt thick, like it was hard to pull in a full breath. I didn't want to be scared. I was tired of that building making me feel powerless. So I decided to walk toward the elevators, which were between us and the thing at the end of the hall. I thought if I just walked normally, like nothing was wrong, I could prove to myself that it was no big deal, that it was just some creep in a coat who would eventually turn his head and tell us to mind our own business. I took a step forward. Then another. But the closer I got, the worse the feeling became. It was as if I was walking into something invisible and heavy, like a wall of pressure. My legs started to feel weak, like they didn't want to move any farther, and my instinct screamed at me to stop. I kept my eyes on the dark figure the entire time, watching for any sign of movement, and there was none. Not one tiny shift. It was like the hallway itself was holding him in that spot, or like he was rooted there, part of the building. I couldn't do it. I couldn't reach the elevators. It felt like there was something stopping me from going any nearer, not physically grabbing me, but pushing back in a way I could feel deep in my chest. The dread got so heavy that it almost hurt. My heart was pounding so hard it made my hands shake. I started backing away, quickly, my body taking over where my mind had tried to be brave. I didn't turn away from him, I couldn't. I kept my eyes on that black shape the entire time as I moved backward down the hall, away from the elevators, away from him. "I'm taking the stairs," I said, my voice tight. The stairwell door wasn't far, and I pushed it open, slipping inside like someone fleeing a dangerous animal. The second the door closed behind me, I realized the lights in the stairwell were off. All the way down to the 6th floor, it was just darkness. Fantastic, I thought, but I didn't go back. There was no way I was stepping into that hallway again while that thing was still there. So I ran. I ran down the stairs in the dark, my hands brushing the walls, my feet hitting each step blindly. My heart felt like it was going to jump out of my chest, and my breath came in quick bursts. Every little sound echoed in the stairwell, amplifying my panic. I didn't stop until I reached the 6th floor and saw light again. From there, I took the elevator down to the ground, my skin still crawling, my whole body buzzing with leftover fear. When I finally made it outside, I went straight to the coffee shop, trying to calm down with the familiar brightness and noise around me. I got into the truck, hands still shaking, and called Chrissy on my cell phone. "Who or what was that?" I asked her, my voice low and strained. We didn't even pause to think before we answered, almost speaking over each other. "I think it was a demon," we both said. We laughed a little afterward, the way people do when they've just scared themselves, but underneath the laugh was real dread. I knew what I'd felt in that hallway, and it wasn't just a regular creepy guy in black. Many other things happened at 1011 Lansdowne, strange little moments and big unsettling ones. Doors opening on their own, weird noises, arguments that seemed to start from nowhere, people breaking down, people disappearing. The building seemed to feed off bad energy and give it back multiplied. But those two experiences, the shadow that circled my apartment before a body was discovered above me, and the black figure at the end of Chris's hallway, were by far the worst. Some nights, even after I moved away, I would think about that building and feel that same old sensation wash over me. A heavy feeling of foreboding, like something evil was awake and wandering through the walls, brushing past doors and peering through keyholes. On nights when I still lived there and that feeling came over the place, I stayed far, far away if I could. If I absolutely had to be there, I'd hole up in Chris's apartment with the door locked and wait it out until the air felt lighter again, until the strange pressure seemed to lift and the building went back to its usual, less intense kind of wrong. I am so glad I don't live there anymore.
When I first met my boyfriend, I didn't go into the relationship expecting to fall in love with a cat. I had never really liked cats before. I didn't hate them or anything, I just thought they were indifferent and scratchy and not very interested in people. I had always seen myself as more of a dog person, someone who liked wagging tails and sloppy kisses and obvious affection. But then I met Cheech. At that time, my boyfriend had a roommate, and the roommate had this little orange cat named Cheech. The first time I saw him, he was padding softly through the living room like he owned the place, his tail held high, his bright eyes half curious and half playful. He wasn't a big cat at all. He was small and kind of compact, but there was something about him that stood out right away. His fur was a warm shade of orange, not too bright, not too dull, and he had this funny little way of moving that made him look almost like a cartoon character. He seemed to have a personality in every step, every flick of his tail, every tilt of his head. Cheech had this habit of doing things that made you laugh even when you were in a bad mood. If you sat on the couch and ignored him for too long, he would calmly jump up, walk across your legs like you were just another piece of furniture, and then sit down right in the middle of whatever you were trying to read or look at. If you moved him aside, he would wait a second, then try again, like it was a game. Sometimes he would chase dust in a beam of sunlight, pounce on shadows on the wall, or suddenly race across the room as if something invisible had challenged him to a race. He had this strange mix of independence and friendliness. He wasn't clingy, but he was always around, always silently asking you to notice him. Before long, I found myself talking about him the way people talk about their kids. "You should have seen what Cheech did today," I'd say. I'd catch myself smiling just from remembering him rolling onto his back and stretching like he was posing for a picture. He would sit with his paws tucked under him like a little loaf, watching us with his bright eyes, and it felt like he really understood what was going on in the house. Somewhere along the way, without planning it and without even realizing it at first, I started to love that cat. Not too long after I moved in with my boyfriend and his roommate, things changed. The roommate's girlfriend had a cat of her own named Satchmo. For reasons I don't need to get into, she couldn't keep him anymore and had to get rid of him. Instead of letting him go to someone else or to a shelter, we decided to take him in. Our place wasn't big, but it seemed better to squeeze in one more cat than to let him go to some unknown home. So Satchmo came to live with us. Satchmo was different from Cheech. He was gray and white, with his own kind of charm, but he didn't have the same personality as the little orange cat I'd gotten used to. He was more serious, more cautious. He was a good cat in his own right, but from the very beginning there was one big problem. Cheech and Satchmo hated each other. It wasn't a small dislike either. They didn't just hiss a little and then keep their distance. They glared, growled, and bristled every time they got near each other. Our apartment was small, and it wasn't easy to keep them separated. Pretty much wherever one went, the other was either already there or not far behind. There was nowhere for Cheech to have his own little kingdom anymore. The tension between them was almost constant. You could feel it in the air when they were both in the same room, their bodies stiff, their ears angled, their eyes watching each other carefully. At first, we tried to brush it off. Cats take time to adjust, we told ourselves. They'll get used to each other. We tried to give them attention separately, feed them in different corners, distract them with toys. But things didn't really improve. Instead, Cheech started to change. He stopped playing as much. His funny antics became fewer and fewer. He seemed quieter, heavier somehow, like he was carrying a sadness around with him. He would curl up in places he didn't usually choose before, like behind furniture or in tight corners, and he spent more and more time sleeping. At first, we thought he was just stressed out or upset about Satchmo's arrival. Our place was small, and there was no way for him to have his own space, no place where he could completely escape this other cat he clearly didn't like. It was easy to imagine that he was depressed, that his personality was shrinking under the weight of having to share everything. But as time went on, Cheech didn't just seem sad. He started to look sick. He lost weight. His fur didn't look as bright or as well kept. He didn't groom himself the way he used to. Sometimes when he walked, he looked unsteady, like his legs didn't want to support him. His eyes, which had always been so sharp and expressive, seemed duller. We kept telling ourselves he was just unhappy, that he'd bounce back if things calmed down, but deep inside I think I knew it was more than that. It's hard to admit that to yourself, though. It's easier to say, "He's just upset," than to face the idea that something might really be wrong. One night, we had people over. Friends were visiting, and the apartment was full of noise, laughter, and movement. Cheech had been staying inside a lot more, quieter than usual, and the people who came over didn't know how sick he really was. To them, he was just the same old small orange cat who lived there. At some point, someone let him out, thinking it was harmless. We didn't realize it right away. With so many people in the apartment, and so much going on, it was easy to lose track of where the cats were. By the time we noticed Cheech wasn't around, it was too late. We searched for him, calling his name, checking under furniture, looking outside. We eventually found out that he had run off and hid underneath the house. We didn't find him until about 3 days later. When we found him, he was still alive, but just barely. He was in really bad shape. Weak, thin, and so quiet it broke my heart. We scooped him up as gently as we could and rushed him to the vet, hoping it wasn't too late, hoping that he could be saved with the right medicine or care. We sat there, waiting, trying to calm ourselves, trying to hang on to a tiny thread of hope that he'd pull through. He didn't. Cheech died, and even though part of me had known he was very sick, nothing prepares you for the finality of it. The house felt different without him. Even Satchmo seemed a little different, like he noticed that something had changed. We decided to have Cheech cremated. It felt like the right thing to do, like a way to honor him and keep him with us in some way. But we didn't get his ashes back right away. It took about a month before they were ready. Not long after he died, maybe about a week later, we brought home 2 new kittens. We hadn't gotten them to replace Cheech. They were kittens we had already agreed to take before he got really sick. We had planned on having a fuller house, more furry little lives to share the space with. Their arrival just happened to fall after his death, and even though the timing hurt a little, there wasn't much we could do about that. Canceling on them didn't feel right either. We named the 2 kittens Ziggy and Marley. They were both tiny and full of energy, with that unstoppable curiosity that kittens have, bouncing and climbing and investigating everything like it was a puzzle just for them. They explored the apartment fearlessly, climbing onto chairs, slipping under tables, chasing each other's tails, and batting at anything that moved or didn't move. Their presence brought a kind of life back into the place. It didn't erase the sadness of losing Cheech, but it softened it a little. It was impossible not to smile watching them tumble over each other or try to pounce on dust motes in the air. For a little while, everything seemed normal. Then the day came when we finally got Cheech's ashes back. We brought the small container home, knowing that inside was all that was left of the little orange cat who had changed my mind about cats forever. We didn't do anything dramatic with the ashes. We just placed them in the apartment, a quiet reminder that he had been there, that he had been loved, that he still mattered to us. That was when the strange things started happening. The first night we had Cheech's ashes at home, I was sitting on the bed. It was a regular evening. The lights were on, nothing tense or scary was happening. Marley was laying on my stomach, settled in that comfortable way cats have, his body rising and falling with my breathing. Ziggy was on the edge of the bed, near where my legs were stretched out. At first she just seemed to be looking around. Then she started acting like she was playing with another cat. She would focus on a spot just in front of her, her eyes wide and locked onto something I could not see. Her head would tilt, following movement in the air, the way cats do when another animal or a toy is moving around. Then she would jump, pounce, and bounce back, exactly like she did when she was wrestling with Marley. She batted at nothing, chased nothing, rolled onto her side and swiped with her paws at nothing. Her whole body said she was engaged in a playful fight or game, but there was no other cat there. Marley was still on my stomach, calm and uninterested in whatever she was seeing. Ziggy's focus didn't break. Her eyes traced the invisible thing as if it moved around, and she reacted just like she did when playing with a real companion. I watched her, confused but strangely not afraid. I told myself she was being a typical crazy kitten, that kittens are known for staring at corners, chasing nothing, and going wild for reasons we don't understand. Still, something about it stuck with me. The way she played seemed so specific, so directed, as if something was actually there with her. It didn't stop after that night. About once a week, Ziggy would start doing the same thing again. She would suddenly begin playing with nothing, jumping, pouncing, chasing, and wrestling with empty air. It always looked just like the way she played with another cat, not like the random running they sometimes do when they have a burst of energy. She followed something with her eyes, tracked it, timed her jumps, reacted as if it reacted back. It was hard not to think of Cheech, especially since we now had his ashes in the apartment. I couldn't prove anything, but in my heart the idea started forming that maybe he was still there somehow, still wanting to play. It wasn't just Zig either. Even after my roommates brought home another new kitten, this one named Mr. Stubbs, similar things kept happening. Mr. Stubbs is black, like Ziggy, and as he settled into the home, he developed his own patterns. Sometimes, while the others slept or lounged lazily in the sun, he would be off on his own, playing with nothing. He'd bounce around, attack the air, paw at something invisible. It was the same kind of play, focused, precise, like there was an actual partner in his game. We had plenty of toys. Balls, strings, little stuffed mice, things rolled under furniture, hung from doorways, and scattered around the floor. There was no shortage of distractions. But in those moments, it was like they chose something else entirely. That's what made it strange. Why chase nothing when a toy is in reach? Why jump at empty air when there are other cats right there? That's one of the reasons I started to think, quietly and almost shyly, that maybe it wasn't nothing at all. Maybe it was Cheech. There were other odd things too, especially involving Satchmo. Even after all that time, he still had a strange reaction to the hallway leading to the bathroom where the litter box was kept. The litter box was down the hall, in the bathroom, tucked in a spot that all the cats knew very well. But every time Satchmo came inside and tried to go use it, something would happen. He would walk down the hall, heading toward the bathroom like normal. Then, as he got closer, he would suddenly start hissing. His body language changed completely, from curious or relaxed to rigid and terrified. His fur would puff up, his tail would get big, and his ears would flatten. He looked genuinely frightened, not just annoyed or angry. Sometimes he would get so scared that he would accidentally go on the floor instead of making it to the litter box. It was like he just couldn't bring himself to go all the way in there. The thing is, this was exactly what used to happen when Cheech was alive. Back then, if Satchmo ventured down the hall toward the bathroom while Cheech was already in there, the same scene would play out. Satchmo would hiss, tense up, and sometimes back away or go on the floor because he was too scared to go in. It was as if that hallway, that bathroom, that litter box had become Cheech's territory, and Satchmo knew it. Even after Cheech died, even after time passed and other cats came and went, Satchmo reacted the same way when he got near that spot. We tried everything to fix it. We changed the litter. We took the lid off the box. We got a completely new litter box and let Satchmo use it alone before the others, hoping he would feel safe and claim it as his own. We stayed with him by the bathroom, talking to him gently, trying to show him there was nothing to be afraid of. None of it worked. Every time he got close, he would get scared, hiss, and sometimes have an accident. Poor Satchmo ended up barely coming inside anymore because he was so afraid of that area. It was like something invisible was still guarding it, still claiming it. All of that would have been enough to make me wonder, but it wasn't actually what made me finally decide to write about everything. That moment came one night when all the pieces seemed to come together in a way I couldn't ignore. I was sitting on the couch with my boyfriend, watching TV. It was a normal night, quiet and relaxed. Ziggy was curled up with me, settled comfortably in my arms. Mr. Stubbs was in my boyfriend's lap, content and calm in his hands. Marley was behind my head on the back of the couch, in that perfect cat perch where they can see everything and demand attention with just a paw on your shoulder. Satchmo was outside at the time, not in the apartment at all. The living room felt peaceful, full of soft cat weight and familiar sounds from the TV. I wasn't thinking about ghosts or spirits or anything like that. I was just there, in the moment, with the people and animals I loved. Then I saw something out of the corner of my eye. It was just a flicker at first, a shape moving quickly near the edge of my vision. I turned my head to look more clearly, and saw an orange cat run down the hall. It was small and moved with a quick, light step that was instantly familiar. The cat ran toward the chair at the end of the hall, jumped up onto it in one easy motion, then moved as if it was going to jump down again. But before it could land, it disappeared. 1 second, there was a small orange cat in mid-movement, alive and solid and real. The next second, there was nothing at all. No sound of landing, no shape, no tail flicking, no trace. Just an empty chair in a hallway that suddenly felt much too quiet. My heart stumbled. For a few seconds, I just stared, wondering if my eyes were playing tricks on me. My first thought was that I must have mistaken one of the other cats. Maybe Ziggy had gotten away from me without me realizing. Maybe Marley had slipped off the back of the couch. Maybe Mr. Stubbs had jumped down and run off. But when I looked around, all three of them were exactly where they had been. Ziggy was still in my arms, black fur against my hands. Mr. Stubbs was still in my boyfriend's lap. Marley was still behind my head. None of them had moved. None of them were orange. Satchmo wasn't inside. He was outside, and even if he hadn't been, he was gray and white, not orange. There was no orange cat in that apartment anymore. Except somehow there had been. I sat there, my mind racing quietly, the image of that small orange body running down the hall replaying over and over in my thoughts. The movement had been so natural, so normal, like the way Cheech used to run when he was alive. The way he jumped onto furniture, the way he leaped down again. It didn't feel like a dream or a fantasy. It felt like I had just watched a real cat do something it had done 100 times before. And then I thought about Ziggy and Mr. Stubbs playing with invisible friends. About Satchmo being afraid of the bathroom as if another cat were there. About the timing of the Ashes coming home and things starting to happen. About the feeling I had that Cheech had never really left, not completely. I can't prove that what I saw was Cheech. I can't prove that the invisible playmate is him, or that he still guards the bathroom from Satchmo like he used to. All I know is what I've seen and what I've felt. I know that I loved a small orange cat who changed the way I felt about cats forever. I know that after he died, things in our home didn't go back to normal the way you might expect. They shifted into something else, something quieter but still very real. So when I saw that little orange shape run down the hall, jump on the chair, and vanish into thin air, my heart didn't just fill with fear or confusion. It filled with something else too, something like recognition, something like the feeling you get when you catch a glimpse of a familiar face in a crowd, even if you can't quite reach them. And in that moment, more than anything I thought, "Hi, Cheech." I used to think of myself as a pretty steady, careful person. I'm not one of those people who walks into walls, drops everything, or trips over their own feet for no reason. I'm not fragile, and I'm definitely not a klutz. That's why it bothers me so much that lately I keep getting hurt. Not just once in a while, but over and over, enough that I've started to dread being alone in my own house. At first I tried to laugh it off, tell myself I was just tired or distracted, but the more it happens, the more I feel this crawling sensation in the back of my mind. Something in this house is messing with me. The house itself is tiny. You know how people say hauntings usually take place in old mansions, huge farmhouses, or sprawling Victorians with too many rooms and long, echoing hallways? This place is nothing like that. It's small and close and compact, the kind of house where you can stand in the middle of the living room and hear everything happening in the kitchen, bathroom, and bedrooms without even trying. There's not really anywhere to hide, and yet somehow, it feels like something is always just out of sight. The people who lived here before we did were my boyfriend's aunt and uncle. They both passed away, but not in this house. They died elsewhere, in other places. On paper, this house is just a building that used to belong to them, with no tragic events recorded inside its walls. But my boyfriend's mom believes that her brother, my boyfriend's uncle, is still here somehow, looking for his wife. She says he's gentle, that he always loved his wife more than anything, and that it would make sense for him to come back to the place where they built so much of their life together. I don't know if that's true, but I do know that she talks about him like he's still walking from room to room, checking to see if she's there, unable to accept that she's gone. Honestly, if that was the only presence here, I don't think I would be scared. My boyfriend's uncle, when people see him, is described as kind. He likes to be seen, but he doesn't hurt anyone. My boyfriend and his family talk about him the way some people talk about a sweet old neighbor who still watches over the street long after he's passed. They say that when he's around, they feel calm. I've felt that before, a sort of soft, quiet presence that makes the air feel heavy but not frightening, like someone is just there. Watching. Existing. But there's something else in this house too. Something that doesn't feel calm or kind. Something that feels like it enjoys watching me get hurt. It started with little things that were easy to brush off. I would be in the kitchen, minding my own business, looking for something in the fridge. The kitchen is small, with the fridge tucked into one corner and cupboards hanging above the counter, the kind that don't swing open lightly. They're the stiff kind, with little hatches you have to pull. They don't just drift open on their own. I'd be bent over, rummaging in the fridge, thinking about milk or leftovers or something simple, and then I'd straighten up. Crack. My head would slam into a cupboard door. Every time, it would send a bolt of pain through my skull so sharp it made my eyes water. I'd stagger back, hands flying to the top of my head, feeling the throbbing ache spread across my scalp. And always, as I pulled my fingers away and blinked through the stinging, I would realize the same thing. That cupboard door had not been open when I bent down. I know it wasn't. I would have had to move it or duck around it to get to the fridge. But somehow, in the 10 seconds I had my head inside the fridge, it had opened wide enough for me to hit it full force. 1 or 2 times, I told myself I just hadn't noticed. Maybe I'd brushed it by accident. Maybe someone had left it partly open earlier, and I just didn't see. It's easy to find excuses when you really want to. But this kept happening. Not once a month, not here and there, but a few times a week. I started to develop a soft spot on my head from hitting it in almost the exact same place so many times. Every time I'd look up at that stubborn door, hanging open as if it had been waiting, and feel this twist of frustration and unease. The thing has a hatch. It needs to be pulled to open. It doesn't just spring open by itself. And yet, time after time, there it was, ready to meet my skull on the way up. It isn't just the cupboards. Sometimes I'll be walking through the kitchen, not in a rush, just moving from one side of the room to the other. The microwave is mounted in such a way that its door has to be pulled open. It doesn't just pop on its own. And yet I'll be halfway past it when suddenly, snap, the door will fling open and smack me right in the face. The first time it happened, I jumped back, stunned, my nose stinging and my eyes welling up. I checked the door, running my hand along the handle and hinges, trying to figure out if it was loose or broken. It wasn't. It closed firmly. It stayed closed when I pushed it shut again. But it happened again. And again. Now I've gotten to the point where any time I walk past the microwave, I, nervously, bracing myself for the possibility that the door might decide to fly open and hit me. It's an awful feeling, flinching your way through your own kitchen, especially when you know nobody else opened it. I can't tell you how many times I've looked up afterwards, rubbing a fresh bruise, hoping to catch someone laughing or at least moving away from the appliance. But there's never anyone there. I always seem to have bruises on my face now. Little marks on my cheekbone, a tender spot near my eyebrow, a sore line across the bridge of my nose. I joke about walking into doors, but it doesn't feel funny. It feels targeted. Like something is timing those moments, choosing exactly when to make a door swing or a handle jerk. There was one week in particular that made everything feel worse. The weather went wild. First there was a huge snowstorm, thick, heavy snow piling up, the world outside going quiet under a soft white blanket. Then, almost as soon as the storm ended, the temperature jumped and a rainstorm rolled in. All that snow started melting at once. The streets turned into rivers of slush, drains struggled to keep up, and water was suddenly everywhere. It messed with the town's systems, including the water supply. The water got contaminated, and everyone was warned not to drink it unless it had been boiled. Around that same time, I started feeling that strange cold more often. It's hard to describe the cold. It's not like standing near an open window in winter or walking into a draft. It doesn't come from one direction. It doesn't move like air. It just appears. 1 second, the room is normal. The next, there's this deep, unnatural chill pressing against my skin, sinking into my bones. It doesn't feel like my boyfriend's uncle. When I feel him around, I feel calm, even if I'm aware of something unseen. But this other cold makes me nervous. It makes my heart speed up and my stomach twist. Sometimes it comes so sharply that I feel sick almost immediately. That day, I felt it creep up again. I had already been feeling off. my body tired and my head a little light. Then the cold hit. It curled around me like icy fingers, and before I knew it, I was hunched over, throwing up. The house felt like it was closing in on me. I kept thinking about the contaminated water warnings and how I needed to have something safe to drink, especially if I kept getting sick like that. I couldn't trust what came out of the tap anymore unless I boiled it. And I didn't trust whatever was making me feel like this either. So I pulled myself together as best I could and went into the kitchen. I filled the kettle with water, set it to boil, and made myself sit down for a moment while it heated. The house was quiet except for the small sounds of the kettle working, that low hum and occasional click. I was still shaky, still feeling traces of the cold even as I tried to ignore it. When the kettle finished, it clicked off with that familiar little sound. I got up and reached for it. My plan was simple: pour the boiling water into a jug so it could cool in the fridge, giving us safe drinking water later. The kettle was hot, but I'd done this 100 times before. I held it by the handle, positioned it over the jug, and started to pour. As I tilted the kettle, I felt it. That same cold, but more focused this time. It wrapped around my hand and wrist like a band of freezing air, sharp and deliberate. The hair on my arm stood up. I sucked in a breath. Before I could react any further, something jerked my hand. It wasn't a slip. It was a sudden, forceful tug, like an invisible hand grabbed my wrist and yanked. At the same time, the lid of the kettle seemed to pull off on its own, popping loose in a way it never had before. The angle of the kettle shifted, and instead of the boiling water pouring neatly into the jug, it spilled over, cascaded out wildly, and splashed directly onto my hand. The pain hit instantly. Boiling water seared across my skin, hot enough that it almost didn't feel real for a second. Then it did. It felt excruciatingly real. I screamed, dropping the kettle, my hand burning so badly I thought I was going to pass out. The skin reddened quickly, angry and raw, and I could feel the deeper layers underneath it throbbing and screaming. The cold was gone as quickly as it had come, replaced by a huge wave of heat and pain. I ended up having to get my hand treated and bandaged. I wore those bandages for about 2 weeks, awkwardly trying to do normal things with one hand, constantly reminded of that moment, of the cold, the jerk, the way the lid pulled off like it had help. People said things like, "That's terrible luck," and "You have to be more careful." But I knew how it had felt. It hadn't been clumsiness. It hadn't been an accident. It had felt like something wanted me hurt. The bathroom isn't much better. I slip in the shower a lot. Not a little slide, I mean a full-on, heart-stopping, feet-flying slip that leaves me grabbing desperately for the walls or the curtain. It always happens the same way. I'll be showering, letting the hot water run over me, washing my hair or my face. The bar of soap is always kept on a small shelf built into the wall, a stable little nook where it sits securely. I'll close my eyes, lean back to rinse my face, and then suddenly my foot will land directly on the bar of soap on the shower floor. It shouldn't be there. Every time, I remember placing it back on the shelf. The shelf isn't slanted, it doesn't tip. The soap isn't teetering on the edge. It's always put back the same way. And yet, somehow, when I'm most off guard, most vulnerable with water in my eyes and hands up near my face, the soap ends up under my foot, impossibly slippery, sending me skidding. I catch myself on the wall, slam my shoulder, my hip, my knee against the tub. My heart hammers, and I stand there breathing hard, staring at the smooth shelf that is now empty. I tell myself it must have fallen, but there's always a part of me that whispers, "Really? Every time?" If it was one thing, just the microwave, just the cupboards, just the soap, I could write it off. But it's not one thing. It's all of them. Over and over. Little setups for me to get hurt. And it's not just about hitting my head or slipping. Sometimes it feels like this house is trying to start bigger trouble. I can't count the number of times I've woken up in the middle of the night and found the oven on. Not just the light, but the actual heat, the dial turned to some random temperature. The first time I thought maybe someone forgot to turn it off, but then it started happening when I knew for a fact no one had used it that day. I'd double-check it before bed, making sure everything was off, and still wake up with that subtle smell of heated metal in the air, walk into the kitchen, and see the dial turned again. Other nights, I'll wake up and hear water running. I'll go into the kitchen or the bathroom and find the sink overflowing, water spilling over the sides and onto the floor as if the tap had been turned on and left. The sound of it, that constant pouring, is terrifying in the middle of the night. I picture it going on for hours, filling the room, seeping into the walls and floors, destroying everything. I rush to turn it off, heart pounding, wiping up water with whatever towels I can grab quickly enough. I've gotten into the habit of unplugging everything that can be unplugged before bed. Toasters, kettles, anything with a heating element or a motor. I don't want to give whatever is in this house any help. I imagine waking up to flames or smoke, the smell of something burning, and I do everything I can to stop that from happening. It's exhausting, living like that, always worried that something will be turned on while I'm asleep, that something will overflow or boil over or explode. The worst part is that it doesn't happen to everyone. If it was just the house, you'd expect it to be random, affecting everyone who lives here or visits. But it doesn't. Whatever is here seems to have favorites, or targets. These things happen to me. The doors swing at me. The soap slides under my foot. The cold wraps around me. The water burns me. I wake up to the oven on or the sink overflowing. And there's one other person in the house it happens to, one of my roommates. It doesn't happen to my boyfriend. It doesn't happen to his girlfriend. It doesn't happen to our other friends who drop by. They walk through the kitchen without getting hit. They open the fridge without slamming their heads. They shower without slipping. They drink from the tap without getting sick. They sleep through the night without waking up to running water or the heat of the oven. Sometimes they look at me with a half-smile, half-concerned expression when I tell them another thing that's happened. They say things like, "You're just unlucky," or, "Maybe you're overtired." But it never happens to them. It's me. And that one roommate. Like we're the only ones whatever this is interested in. I try to tell myself that I'm just seeing patterns where there aren't any, that I'm building a story out of coincidences. Maybe the cupboards really do pop open sometimes. Maybe microwaves can fling themselves open at just the wrong moment. Maybe soap slides on its own off shelves. Maybe my hand slipped on the kettle at exactly the same time I felt that cold. I repeat those things to myself like a mantra when I'm trying to fall asleep. But there are nights when I feel that particular cold creep into the room, that nervous, heavy chill that makes my skin crawl and my stomach tight, and I remember every bruise on my face, every slip, every burn, every near miss. On those nights, I can't quite make myself believe that it's all in my head. On those nights, all I can do is lie there and think, maybe I'm not crazy. Maybe something really is here. And maybe, for some reason I don't understand, it doesn't like me very much. About 2 months before I was born, my parents decided they wanted a dog. They brought home a tiny black lab puppy with big paws, floppy ears, and those shiny dark eyes that always look a little too wise for their age. They named him Bear, partly because he was black and fuzzy, and partly because even as a puppy, they could tell he was going to grow into something solid and strong. By the time I came into the world, Bear was already part of the family. He was there before I took my first breath, before anyone knew what kind of person I'd be. And for some reason that I still don't fully understand, the bond between us started almost immediately. My parents told me later that from the first day I came home from the hospital, Bear seemed to decide I was his responsibility. When I was a baby sleeping in my crib, Bear would lie on the floor right beside it, his chin on his paws, watching. If I cried, he'd lift his head and look at the door, waiting for my parents to come, but he never left his spot. He'd stay there through the night, dozing and waking, making sure nothing came near me that didn't belong. When my parents bathed me, he sat by the tub, tail curled around his paws, just watching the water and the baby and the hands that held me. If someone besides my mom or dad tried to pick me up, he would stand and stare at them until he decided they were safe. Once I started crawling, everything changed again. I was slow and clumsy and always drawn toward the exact things I shouldn't go near: stairs, table legs, corners, anything wobbly or sharp. Bear appointed himself my shadow. When I crawled across the floor, I could feel his warm breath at my heels. If I wobbled toward something dangerous, he'd step in front of me or gently nudge me away with his nose. If I toppled over, he'd sniff my face and whine softly until I either started laughing or crying, and then he'd look for my parents, as if telling them, "Hey, the little one needs you." As I grew, our routine grew with me. When I took my first steps, Bear was there. When I learned to run, he raced me in the yard, careful never to knock me down. When I fell and scraped my knees, he licked my face when I cried. He was there for small things too, sitting under the table when we ate, lying on the floor at my feet when I played with toys, curling up beside me when I watched TV. He was just my dog, but he was also my first real friend. My childhood outside the house wasn't as kind as the time I spent with him. I grew up as a Christian, and for some reason that made me a target. Maybe it was the way I talked about my faith. Maybe it was the way I didn't want to join in when other kids did certain things. Maybe it was just that I was different enough to stand out, and kids can be cruel when they find a weakness. Whatever the reason, I got beat up a lot. Sometimes it was pushing and shoving. Sometimes it was punches. Sometimes it was words that hurt more than any bruise. Day after day, I'd come home from school feeling small and broken. My clothes might be dirty, my body aching, my eyes stinging with tears I tried not to let fall. But no matter how bad the day was, one thing stayed the same: Bear would be at the door, waiting. I can still see it so clearly. I'd open the front door, and there he'd be, tail wagging so hard that his whole back end wiggled. Sometimes he'd make these soft, happy grunts, like he was trying to talk to me. Sometimes he'd nudge my hand for a pat before I even took off my shoes. To everyone else, he was the family dog, but to him and to me, we both knew better. I was his person. We spent as much time together as we possibly could. If I went outside, he went outside. If I sat with a book, he lay down next to me and sighed contentedly. When I cried, I'd bury my face in his fur and talk into his neck. He didn't understand my words, at least not in the way a person does, but he understood pain and loneliness, and he understood that his job was to be there. When I laughed, he'd get more playful, bringing me toys, running circles, happy just because I was happy. I think in some ways he knew me even better than the people in my life did. Eventually my brother was born, and a new tiny human entered the house. You'd think Bear, being such a gentle dog, would spread his love around evenly. But he didn't. He didn't want much to do with my brother at all. He didn't growl or snap or act jealous exactly. He just kind of ignored him. He'd check on him briefly, but then come right back to me. There was this unspoken claim in the way he acted, like he was saying, "This one is mine. You can have the baby, but this one is my human." It sounds selfish, but I took it as a compliment. It was like he'd chosen me and was sticking with that choice no matter what. Years passed, and as I got older, he did too. It's funny how slow it feels when you're a kid, but looking back it seems so fast. One day he was racing me around the yard, and then suddenly he was moving a little slower, resting a little more, his muzzle turning gray around the edges. He still greeted me at the door. He still lay by my bed. He still followed me around. But the lines around his eyes deepened, and there was a heaviness in his bones when he stood up. On my 10th birthday, when I should have been at that perfect age where the only thing to worry about is cake and presents, everything changed. We had a party at the house. A bunch of kids were there. There were balloons, maybe streamers, the usual birthday chaos. I remember laughing, sugar on my tongue, that feeling you get when everyone is there for you. In the middle of all that, my dad came inside, and he wasn't smiling. He was carrying Bear in his arms. Bear was not a little dog. Seeing my dad holding him like that already made my stomach drop. Bear's body looked wrong, limp instead of strong, his head hanging, his paws dangling. His mouth was foaming, thick white bubbles at the edges of his lips. His breathing sounded strange, shallow and labored, as if something inside him had gone terribly wrong. His eyes, which had always been so bright and full of life, looked glazed over, cloudy and distant. "Steph," my dad said to my mom, "can you take these kids home and meet me and Marshall at the vet?" I remembered the confusion hitting first. It was my birthday. We were in the middle of the party. And here was my dad, holding my dog like a broken thing. Fear set in right behind the confusion, fast and heavy. I looked at Bear and didn't understand what I was seeing, only that it was bad. Now I know he was having serious convulsions, probably seizures caused by the brain tumor we'd learn about later. At the time, all I saw was my best friend dying in my father's arms. I ran to the front door and shoved my shoes on, my fingers clumsy, my heart pounding. My dad and I got into the truck, Bear lying between us. I remember looking down at his body as we drove to the pet hospital. His chest still rose and fell, but each breath sounded strained. His tongue hung slightly out of his mouth. His eyes were a strange, flat gray instead of the soft dark brown I was used to. I talked to him, or maybe I just called his name over and over. I don't remember exactly what I said, only that I couldn't stop looking at his face and thinking, "Please don't leave me! Please don't leave me!" When we arrived at the vet, they rushed him in right away. There was no waiting room delay, no small talk. They took one look at him and knew this was serious. They led him away into the back, and I stood there feeling hollow, like part of me had gone with him. The vet told my dad and me that they would need to keep him overnight, run X-rays and other tests, and see what was going on inside his brain. They told us to go home. That night, I didn't really sleep. I lay in my bed staring at the ceiling, my eyes sore, my chest tight. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Bear the way he looked in the truck, limp, foaming, his eyes wrong. I prayed, because that's what I knew how to do. I begged God to fix him, to heal him, to let him come home and be the way he was before. I thought about every memory I had of him, and countless times I thought, what if that was the last time he did that? What if that was the last time he greeted me at the door? The last time we played in the yard? The questions felt as heavy as stones. The next morning, we went back to the vet as early as we could. Sitting in that small room, surrounded by posters of happy cats and dogs, felt strange and unfair. The vet came in and told my parents that Bear had a brain tumor. It was causing hemorrhaging, and the seizures were a result of that damage. They were going to do everything they could to save him, but there were no guarantees. I tried to hold on to hope, the way kids do. I thought, they're doctors for animals. They fix things. They'll fix him. He'll come home. Days passed. A week went by. Bear stayed at the clinic. We checked in, we got updates, but none of them were very encouraging. He wasn't getting worse, but he also wasn't getting better. He was stuck in this in-between place. Then the vet said something that, looking back, I should have understood. He said we could take Bear home for the day, since it would be his last. At 10 years old, I didn't hear the last, the way adults hear it. I didn't hear goodbye. I heard home. I thought, they're letting him come home. That must mean he's better. He's staying. I had no idea that what they were really doing was giving us one precious day to say farewell. We brought him home. He was tired and slow, but he was my Bear. I was so happy to have him back that I didn't see the signs that this was different. We took him out into the backyard and laid a blanket down in the grass. The sun was shining. The air was soft. It could have been any beautiful afternoon, except for the fact that every second of it was borrowed time. I lay down beside him on the blanket and started talking to him. I told him about school, about how much I missed him, about how quiet the house had felt without him there. I ran my fingers through his fur, memorizing the feel of it without realizing that's what I was doing. At one point I remember saying, "No matter what happens, I'll always love you." I don't know where those words came from. Maybe some part of me knew. Maybe I was picking up on the way my parents looked at him, on the way their smiles didn't quite reach their eyes. For me, in that moment, I was just so grateful to be bonding with him again, To have him next to me, to hear him breathing, to feel the warmth of his body against my side. I thought we were getting our old life back. The next day was one of the worst days of my life. I woke up and went straight to the kitchen. That's where Bear's bed always was, tucked into his familiar corner. I expected to see him there, curled up or stretching or lifting his head to greet me. Instead, the bed was empty. No black fur, no wagging tail, just a blanket with the shape of him still pressed into it. I asked my mom where he was. She didn't brush me off, didn't distract me with something else. She sat me down and, as gently as she could, told me the truth. My dad had taken Bear to the vet that morning to have him put down. The words didn't make sense at first. Put down sounded like something you did with groceries or a bag or a box, not with a living being who had slept by my crib and greeted me at the door and lain beside me in the yard. I felt something inside me crack. I totally broke down. Tears came in a flood I couldn't control. My chest hurt, my throat burned. I kept thinking, but I thought he was better. That's why he came home. He came home to stay. He came home to me. Grief at that age is raw and confusing. You don't really understand death, not the way adults do. You just understand that someone who was there isn't there anymore, and they're not coming back. You feel betrayed by the world for letting it happen. Everything felt wrong, like my life had been picked up, shaken, and dropped in pieces. The next day we had a small funeral for Bear in the backyard. It was simple and quiet, but to me it felt huge. We planted a small tree in the corner, something that would grow over the years and mark the place where we said goodbye. Around it we planted a bunch of little flowers, bright and cheerful, as if we were trying to bring beauty to a place that hurt. We took Bear's favorite bone, the one he chewed on for years, the one he used to bring me when he wanted to play, and buried it carefully in the earth. Then we spread his ashes, letting them mix with the soil, the roots, and the future of that little tree. I remember standing there, watching the dirt fall, feeling like a piece of my heart was going into the ground too. Part of me didn't want to walk away, as if leaving the spot would make it more real. Part of me wanted to run into the house and pretend none of this was happening. That night I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed staring into the dark, my pillow damp, my body heavy from crying. Every time I thought I might drift off, a memory of Bear would flash behind my eyes, him sitting by my crib, him racing me in the yard, him lying on the blanket that last day, and the pain would come back fresh. The house felt too quiet. The corner in the kitchen where his bed had been felt like a missing tooth, an empty, aching space. Eventually, I got up. My throat was dry, my eyes sore, and I decided to go to the kitchen and get a glass of water. Maybe moving around would calm me down. Maybe the cool water would help. I walked through the dark house, the floors familiar under my feet, but the silence somehow sharper than before. When I got to the kitchen, I flipped on the light. My gaze went automatically to the place where Bear's bed had always been. I wasn't expecting to see anything there. I'd already seen it empty that morning. But this time, when the light came on, I froze. Because there he was. Not in the way I had known him in life, solid, furry, completely real, but not as a faint imagination either. He was there, in front of me, in a way that my eyes and my heart recognized instantly. His body seemed slightly transparent, like he was made of light and shadow instead of flesh and blood, but his shape was perfect. His ears, his nose, the curve of his tail, everything. He was standing right where his bed had been, looking at me. In his mouth, he held his bone. The same bone we had buried earlier that day. That detail hit me as strange and comforting and impossible all at once. His tail was wagging back and forth in that familiar happy way, not frantic, just steady and warm. He looked joyful. Not sick, not in pain, not old and tired. Just happy. He stepped forward a little and dropped the bone on the floor between us. I watched it fall, expecting to hear the familiar clatter of it hitting the kitchen tiles. But there was no sound. It simply touched the ground without so much as a tap, like it had no weight. Then he nudged it gently with his nose, pushing it toward me, just a small, playful shove. Everything about the gesture said, "Come on!" Play with me, buddy. It was so normal, so him, that for a moment the strangeness of the situation vanished. It was just me and my dog, and he wanted to play. I walked forward slowly, drawn to him, my hand reaching out toward the bone as if I could pick it up. Part of me knew this wasn't possible. Part of me didn't care. I wanted, more than anything in that moment, to feel him again, to hold that bone in my hand and feel his teeth tug on the other end. Just as my fingers were about to close around it, both the bone and bear vanished. 1 second they were there. The next second they were gone, as if someone had flipped a switch and turned off whatever light made them visible. I dropped to my knees on the kitchen floor and broke down. The emotions I'd been holding all day poured out of me in huge, heaving sobs. This time it wasn't just grief for his death. It was the shock of seeing him again, the ache of him disappearing twice in such a short time, the strange mixture of comfort and pain wrapped up in that one meeting. My parents came rushing into the kitchen when they heard me. They found me on the floor, shaking and crying, and helped me up. I told them what I'd seen the best way I knew how, through tears and hiccups. They didn't tell me I was crazy. They didn't scold me or brush it off. They let me sleep in their room for the rest of the night, close to them, letting their presence steady me the way bears used to. That wasn't the last time I saw him. Over the years, as we moved from one house to another, as I got older and life changed, every once in a while Bear would show up again. It was never predictable. It didn't matter which house I was in or where I was sleeping. Sometimes it would be in a doorway, sometimes at the foot of a bed, sometimes in a corner of a room. I'd look up and catch a glimpse of that familiar black shape, that wagging tail, that quiet, devoted presence. Each time, he didn't stay long. Just a few seconds, enough for me to know he was there. Enough for my heart to recognize him completely. It always felt like he was saying the same thing. I'm still here. I never really left you. One day, somehow, we'll be together again. I don't pretend to understand exactly what I saw that night in the kitchen or all the times after. Maybe some people would say it was grief playing tricks on my mind. Maybe others would say it was my faith giving me a vision to comfort me. But in my heart, I believe it was more than imagination. I believe Bear came back to let me know he was okay, to ease my pain, to remind me that the love between us didn't end just because his body did. He was my first friend, my guardian when I didn't have anyone else, my constant companion when the world outside felt cruel. And even now, years later, I still think of him that way. Somewhere, in whatever place comes after this one, I picture him waiting, tail wagging, bone in his mouth, ready to drop it at my feet and nudge it forward as if to say, "Come on, let's play." This story really starts long before I ever came along, back when my dad was 17 and still stuck in that strange, restless phase between being a kid and being an adult. He grew up in a tiny place called Alma, a little town tucked along the coast of New Brunswick on Canada's east side. If you blink while you're driving through, you might miss it. There's the smell of salt in the air from the Bay of Fundy, a main road with a few shops, some old houses that look like they've seen every kind of weather, and that's about it. It's the kind of town where everyone knows everyone, and if you don't know someone, you at least know who they're related to. Alma has been around for a long time, well over 100 years. You can tell by the way some of the houses lean a little, and by how the old buildings seem to hold stories in their walls. When my dad was a teenager living there, it was even smaller than it is now. There weren't enough kids to justify multiple schools, so the town had one big school that tried to do everything at once. Kindergarten through grade 12 were all crammed into the same building. Little kids with lunch pails and big teenagers in leather jackets all shared the same halls. Somehow it worked. The school itself was surprisingly big for such a small town. It was 3 floors high, made of that old brick that looks like it could survive anything, with tall windows and stairwells that echoed when you walked in them. Up on the roof there was a sort of lookout area, a place where you could go and see the surrounding town, the trees, the gray line of the sea in the distance. It wasn't officially a hangout spot for students, but of course that didn't stop them from sneaking up there when they could. One of the strangest things about the school, according to my dad, were the fire escapes. Instead of the usual metal staircases zigzagging down the sides of the building, this school had massive black slides bolted to the walls. They looked almost like something you'd see at a playground, except bigger and more serious. In an emergency, students were supposed to sit at the top and slide down to safety. To a kid, it probably sounded like fun. To the teachers and parents, it was a practical solution. But those slides also had a dark history. Years before my dad ever stepped foot in that school, back when the building was still fairly new, there had been a fire. It started on one of the upper floors. No one was sure exactly how anymore by the time my dad was a student there, just that it had been serious enough for a full evacuation. Smoke filled the hallways. Teachers lined up panicked students, trying to keep order in a situation where everyone just wanted to run. The slides, which had probably felt like a cool safety feature before that day, suddenly became lifelines. In the chaos, one of the slides on the upper floor somehow came loose from the side of the building. Whether the bolts weren't secured properly, or the heat had warped something, or it was just terrible luck, no one could say. All anyone knew was that when the teacher told the first student to go, trusting that the slide would carry him safely down those 3 stories, it didn't. The boy went flying out into nothing and fell all the way to the ground. He hit hard enough that he died instantly. By the time my dad attended that school years later, the fire was something that lived in the stories people told. Teachers who had been there would grow quiet when the subject came up. Other students passed along details in whispers, making the story sound even more dramatic. My dad always remembered hearing about that boy and the slide that had betrayed him. And it wasn't just that one accident. He said there had been other mishaps, other strange things that seemed to cling to the school, like tragedy had left fingerprints on the place. All of that was the before part of this story. I only heard about it secondhand through my dad's voice, years later when we drove the same streets he used to walk. I was 21 the summer we went back to Alma to visit my grandmother and see my dad's old hometown. There's something strange about visiting the place your parent grew up. It feels like you're walking through their memories, trying to imagine them small and awkward in the same spaces you're now seeing with adult eyes. For my dad, it was a nostalgia trip. For me, it was like stepping into a story I'd heard pieces of for years. We'd been staying at my grandmother's house, the same house my dad grew up in. One afternoon, as we were driving around town, my dad suddenly got a certain look in his eyes. If you know someone well enough, you start to recognize the expression they wear when their mind is drifting somewhere else. He said, almost casually, "Do you want to see my old school?" I said yes immediately. I love old buildings, and I already knew enough about the accidents and the fire to be curious. The idea of walking the hallways where all of that had happened made my stomach flutter, partly with nerves and partly with excitement. And if I was honest with myself, there was another reason, too. I've always been open to the idea of ghosts. I've had my own experiences before. The thought of visiting a place with that much history, with so much pain soaked into its walls, made me wonder if I might see something there. Maybe, just maybe, I'd be lucky enough to catch a glimpse of someone who no longer belonged to this world. As we drove toward the school, my dad started to talk, the memories loosening his tongue. He told me again about the fire, about the boy who had fallen from the slide. He gestured roughly to where it had happened, pointing in the general direction of one side of the school building, his hand tightening briefly on the steering wheel as if he could still feel the weight of that knowledge after all these years. He mentioned other accidents too, not in as much detail, but enough to give the impression that Alma School had seen more than its fair share of terrible moments. Far from scaring me away, the stories made me more eager to step inside. There's something about old tragedies that sticks to a place. I've always believed that. The thought that some part of those kids might still be there, stuck in a loop or simply watching the years go by, made my skin prickle. I knew, with that strange certainty that doesn't really come from logic, that I was going to feel something in that building. Maybe I'd only sense a presence. Maybe it would be nothing more than a new chill in my chest. But a tiny part of me hoped for more, that I might actually see a ghost. When we pulled up to the school, I could see right away that it was old. The bricks were faded, The windows lined up in neat rows, some of them slightly warped with age. The slides I'd heard so much about were still there, black and imposing, jutting out from the side of the building like strange, frozen tongues. They might have been updated or repaired over the years, but their presence alone made me think of the boy who had fallen. We went in through the front entrance and walked to the office. The hallways were decorated like any school: student artwork, achievement plaques, old sports team photos, faded banners from long-forgotten events. We met the principal, whose name was Richard, though everyone called him Rich. He and my dad recognized each other and started talking like people who hadn't seen each other in years but still shared a bond rooted in growing up in the same place. They'd gone to school together once, both walking these halls as kids. When I told Rich why I was so interested in visiting the school, that I'd heard stories about accidents and strange things, and that I'd always been fascinated by hauntings, he didn't roll his eyes or brush me off. Instead, he smiled in this knowing way. He said that if we wanted, we could come back after school hours, once all the students had gone home, and he would give us a proper tour. I could tell by his tone that he understood exactly what kind of tour I wanted. Before we left that afternoon, we wandered the hallways a little. We looked at old pictures on the walls. At one point we came across my dad's graduation photo. I stopped and stared at it. He was so young, his face thinner, with a style that definitely belonged to another decade. I'd never seen him without his current hairstyle, and seeing him frozen in that moment, smiling awkwardly at the camera, made me laugh and shake my head. It was like meeting a stranger I somehow already knew. We went back to my grandmother's place for dinner. While we were there, the phone rang. It was Rich, letting us know the school was empty now, and we could come back for our after-hours tour. The sky had started to dim by the time we drove up again. The building looked different in the evening light, quieter, emptier, somehow more watchful. We pulled into the parking lot and waited for a few minutes. Rich hadn't arrived yet. The school looked almost like it was holding its breath. I wandered a little, my eyes drifting toward the windows on the ground floor. In one of them, just for a second, I thought I saw someone standing there. It was just a shape, a suggestion of a person. I couldn't make out details. No face, no clothes, just the sense of someone being there, watching us from inside. My heart jumped. I blinked and looked again, but the figure was gone. The window showed nothing but the faint reflection of the darkening sky. Normally, I'd second-guess myself. But I already knew how this kind of thing worked. You see something out of the corner of your eye. The moment you try to focus, it vanishes. That's how it goes most of the time with spirits. They show you just enough to let you know they're there, then slip back behind whatever thin curtain separates their world from ours. A few minutes later, Rich arrived, jangling keys in his hand, and let us inside. The air in the building felt cool and still, different from the busy daytime atmosphere. Empty schools always have a certain feeling to them. Without the noise of kids, the scraping of chairs, the slam of lockers, the building feels like it's sleeping. The first place I asked to see was the room I'd just seen that figure in. Rich nodded and led us there. It turned out to be the library. It was a large room with rows of shelves, tables for students to work at, and that familiar smell of paper and dust that all school libraries seem to share. As soon as we stepped inside, I could feel a kind of charge in the air, like static, but not unpleasant. It felt like a place where things happened. Rich told us that the library was one of the hotspots for daytime activity. He said that the librarians would often be putting books away, doing their usual rounds. They'd walk down an aisle, find the right shelf, slide books into place, then move on to the next row. But sometimes, as soon as they left an aisle, they would hear a noise behind them. When they turned back, the books they just shelved would be on the floor, scattered like someone had swiped an arm along the shelf. No one ever saw the books fly or fall. They just heard the sound, turned around, and saw the aftermath. Over and over. It happened enough that it couldn't just be chalked up to the shelves being unstable or kids playing pranks. Eventually, people just accepted it. The way you accept that a building makes certain sounds at night. The way you accept the creak in an old staircase. This was just one of the library's quirks. Hearing that made me smile. There was something almost playful about it. The idea that some spirit liked to knock books down during the day, when people were around to notice, made me feel oddly reassured. It meant that whatever was there wasn't shy. If they could do that when the sun was up and the rooms were full, who knew what else might happen at night? We left the library and headed for the stairs to the second floor. As we started up, the feeling in my body changed. The air seemed to grow heavier. I felt suddenly lightheaded, like I'd stood up too quickly. My stomach rolled as if I were on a boat. I had to grab the railing and close my eyes for a moment. My dad, right behind me, said he had a small headache, but nothing too bad. For me, it was more intense. It wasn't just nerves. I know how my body feels when I'm nervous, and this was different. This felt like walking into a pocket of bad air. We paused on the landing so I could catch my breath. The sensation faded just enough for me to keep going. We stepped onto the second floor and found ourselves in a long, dim hallway. The lights were on, but they felt weak, like the shadows were thicker here. Classroom doors lined both sides of the hall, 8 rooms in total from what I could see. The emptiness made every footstep echo. As we walked down the hallway, I peeked into each classroom through the little rectangular windows in the doors. Most of them felt normal. Empty desks, whiteboards with faint marker stains, posters curling at the edges. But when we reached the second last door on the right, something in me tightened. Even before I stepped inside, my skin prickled. I felt an odd heaviness settle in my chest, like anger that wasn't mine was pressing down on me. I pushed the door open and walked in. Rich and my dad followed behind me, but stayed closer to the doorway. I walked to the center of the room and just stood there, listening. The air felt different here. It wasn't colder, exactly, but it felt thick. Like the room was holding its breath. I could feel energy in it, a low, buzzing intensity. I closed my eyes for a second, trying to name what I was feeling. "I'm getting a really strange vibe in here," I said finally, opening my eyes to look at Rich. Almost an angry sort of vibe. Rich nodded, his face growing more serious. He told me that about 5 years earlier, a student had broken into the school at night and come into this very classroom. Alone in the dark, he had hung himself from the ceiling as some kind of terrible message, a horrifying surprise for whoever came in the next morning. That was how the students and staff found him, hanging there in an ordinary classroom turned into a scene of tragedy. I didn't ask for more details. I didn't want to know his name, his reasons, what had driven him to that point. I already do volunteer work helping kids and teens, trying to make sure they have someone to turn to before they ever consider something like that. Hearing about a kid who chose to end his life in a classroom made my heart hurt in a way I didn't want to dwell on. We left that room quietly. I carried the sadness of it with me as we climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor. I was the first one up, my hand on the railing, my feet moving slowly. When I stepped onto the 3rd floor landing and looked down the hallway, I stopped short. At the far end of the hall, near the opposite wall, there was a little boy standing there. He was just there. His arms hung loosely at his sides. He wasn't moving, just standing in that still way kids sometimes do when they're waiting for something. The hallway lights didn't quite reach him properly, so his features were hard to make out. I couldn't see the details of his clothes or his face. I only knew that he was small, about the size of a child in the early grades. His outline was clear enough to know he wasn't a trick of the light. Something in the way he stood, in the way he seemed separate from the rest of the hallway, told me instantly that this wasn't a living kid who had somehow gotten into the school. There was a stillness to him that didn't belong to the living. I didn't call out. I didn't want to scare him, or scare him away, if a ghost can even be scared. Behind me I could hear my dad and Rich reaching the top of the stairs. I sensed them understand what was happening without having to say anything. They stopped near the door, staying back, giving me space. I took a small step forward. Then another. My heartbeat picked up, but I didn't feel afraid, exactly. I felt focused, like everything had narrowed down to that one little figure at the end of the hallway. I passed the first classroom door. Then the second. My shoes made soft sounds on the floor, but the boy didn't react. I kept moving, closing the distance slowly. I got about 10, maybe 15 yards away, close enough to see his shape more clearly, though still too far to make out his face. Just as I started to think I might call out gently or raise a hand to wave, he moved. He didn't turn around fully. It was more like his body shifted slightly, acknowledging my approach. Then, in one simple, smooth motion, he turned toward the wall beside him and walked straight through it. 1 second he was there. The next, he stepped forward and vanished into solid wall, as if it were made of mist instead of concrete and paint. I stopped walking and stared at the spot where he'd disappeared. My heart was pounding now, not from fear, but from the shock of seeing something I had always believed in suddenly behave exactly the way I'd always heard ghosts do. It felt surreal, like watching someone you know step into a mirror and not come out the other side. As I stood there, I noticed something I hadn't seen right away. In the wall where the boy had been, there was a small door. It wasn't a full-size door like the classroom entrances. It was short and narrow, the kind you'd have to duck and almost crawl through. It looked like a utility door, the kind that might lead to a maintenance space or, in this case, a fire exit. I stared at that little door and remembered my dad's story about the fire and the slides. The boy who had been told to go first. The slide that had detached. The 3-story fall. The instant death. The timing. The place. The size of the boy I'd just seen. All the pieces clicked together. I realized then that the little boy I had just seen was the same boy who had fallen all those years ago in the early 1940s. My dad and Rich came up behind me quietly, not wanting to startle me. They asked what had happened, their voices low. I told them exactly what I had seen, the boy standing there, my slow approach, the way he had turned and walked through the wall by the small door. Rich listened, then nodded. He said that the night cleaners often reported seeing a little boy in that hallway, always in the same general area. They'd be mopping floors or emptying trash cans, and they'd glance down the corridor to see him standing there, watching. When they looked again, he would be gone. He never spoke, never approached anyone. He just appeared, stood for a bit, and then disappeared again. They'd come to accept him as part of the building's nightly routine. Rich said the boy never went anywhere else in the school, at least not that anyone had observed. He'd never done anything to harm anyone or even to startle them beyond simply being there. He just seemed to linger near that doorway, near the spot where his life had abruptly ended decades before. We stayed there for a little while longer, the three of us standing in that hallway with the knowledge of what had happened there, and what still remained. Then we finished our tour, walking through the rest of the 3rd floor and eventually making our way back down the stairs, out of the library, through the front doors, and back into the cool evening air. Outside, the school looked almost normal again. Just a building of bricks and windows, slides and doors. But I knew better now. I had seen with my own eyes that there was more inside than desks and textbooks and class photos. We said our goodbyes to Rich in the parking lot. He waved, then headed off, leaving my dad and me to walk back to the truck. As we drove away, I stared out the window, watching the school shrink in the distance. My mind kept circling back to the little boy at the end of that hallway. I kept seeing him standing there, small and still, then stepping quietly through the wall as if that were the most natural thing in the world. I thought about the kids who had walked those halls when my dad was young. I thought about the boy who had fallen from the slide, about the student who had hung himself in the classroom, about all the children who had studied and laughed and cried in that building over the years. It weighed on me in a way I hadn't expected. I do a lot of volunteer work with kids, helping them navigate their lives, trying to guide them away from bad choices and make sure they know they're not alone. Hearing about children who died in fear or pain, or who felt so lost they took their own lives, hit me deeply. Back at my grandmother's house, I was quieter than usual. My dad noticed, but he didn't push. He'd grown up with those stories. For me, they had just come to life. I had no way of knowing then that my experience in that haunted school was only the beginning. At the time, I thought I'd go home with a good story about a little boy ghost in a small-town Canadian school. I didn't realize that very soon, I would be moving into a house with a ghost of a little girl. And that the world of spirits, which already felt so close that night in Alma, was going to get a whole lot closer. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I grew up in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and if you've read anything about my life so far, you probably know that already. When I started high school, I went to one of the older schools in the downtown area. It was the kind of place that already looked like it had a lot of history before you even walked inside. The brick was darkened with age, the windows were tall and a little warped, and the stairwells echoed when people used them. It felt like the kind of building that had seen generations of kids pass through, from the time of black and white photos to now. For the first while, school was just school. Classes, homework, sports, friends, the usual stuff. I heard a lot of stories from the older kids about how the school was haunted, but at first I took them as typical high school rumor material. Every old building has a ghost story, right? Still, I'd be lying if I said those stories didn't get to me sometimes. Anytime someone mentioned a particular hallway or room, naming it like it was a place everyone knew to avoid, I'd get a small jolt of fear. After that, I never felt completely relaxed walking the halls alone, especially after the final bell, when the building got quiet and sounds carried farther. By the time I got to 10th grade, those stories were just part of the background noise of the school. People would talk about footsteps in empty stairwells, lights turning off by themselves, strange shadows, things like that. Most of the time, nothing happened to me personally, and life went on. Then one day I had a reason to go somewhere the stories always seemed to circle around, the basement. It happened during a science lab. We were doing one of those messy experiments that needed lots of cleanup, and my teacher realized we were out of paper towel. She looked over at me and asked if I'd run down to the janitor's office in the basement to grab some. I agreed, thinking it would be a simple errand. Just a quick run downstairs and back up again. The basement always had a different feel from the rest of the school. Even in the middle of the day, when students filled the upper floors, the basement was usually almost empty, with a faint smell of dust, metal, and cleaning chemicals. The walls were painted a dull, fading color, and the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. As I started down the stairs, the noise from the main hallway grew muffled behind me. I was halfway down when I heard it, a sharp metallic sound from below, like a large wrench or pipe hitting a concrete floor. It was loud enough that it made me stop for a second and grab the railing. The sound echoed along the hallway beneath the stairs, then faded. I told myself it had to be one of the janitors dropping something. Tools clatter all the time. They were probably just fixing something in one of the rooms. It wasn't exactly an unusual noise for a basement. So I kept going. When I reached the bottom of the steps, the hallway stretched out in front of me, longer than it looked from upstairs. The ceiling was lower, and the lights made this constant humming sound that got under your skin. I expected to see someone as soon as I stepped off the last stair. Maybe a janitor bending over a toolbox or rolling a mop bucket. But the hallway was completely empty. I walked slowly toward the end of the hall where the janitor's office was located. Each step sounded too loud. I peeked into the office, expecting to see someone hunched over a desk or putting away supplies. The room was empty. The chair was pushed in, lights were off, and there was no sign of anyone having been there recently. That unsettled me a little, but I wasn't ready to admit I was freaked out. I told myself they were probably somewhere else along the basement. There were a few other rooms down there. Maybe they were in the storage room. So I walked back down the hall to the big room where the cleaning supplies were kept. That room was filled with shelves, mops, buckets, boxes, and other equipment. I looked in. No one. Trying to stay calm, I moved on to the last room in the basement, the one that led to the boiler room. This was the part of the school that really felt like it belonged in a horror movie. Pipes lined the ceiling and walls, some of them covered in insulation, others rusted. The air was warmer and thicker in there, and there was a constant low rumble from the boiler itself. I stepped just inside, looked around, and saw nothing but machinery and empty space. No janitors. No drop tools. No sound except the regular hum of the boiler. By then, the back of my neck felt tight, and I had that strange prickling sensation you get when you're sure someone's watching you even though you can't see them. I tried to laugh it off in my head, but it wasn't working. That lonely metallic sound echoed in my memory. I didn't like being down there anymore. There was something about the stillness of the basement that made me feel out of place, like I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. I turned around and walked quickly back the way I'd come. Then quickly turned into as fast as I could without actually sprinting. And by the time I reached the stairs, I didn't care how it looked. I all out ran up them. I pushed open the big metal doors at the top and burst back into the main hallway of the school. The light felt brighter, the noise of the students suddenly comforting instead of annoying. Since I hadn't managed to find any janitors, I decided to go to the main office and see if the secretary could page them for me or at least tell me where they were. When I stepped into the office, I glanced toward the staff room, which was just off to the right and clearly visible from the front desk. And there they were, both janitors, sitting calmly in the staff room, drinking coffee and talking. They looked relaxed, as if they'd been there for a while. I froze for a second. If they were up here, then who had dropped something heavy in the basement? And why had every room down there been completely empty? I didn't say anything to them, just asked for the paper towel like I was supposed to, but the feeling from the basement stayed with me for the rest of the day. That was my first real experience in that school that I couldn't brush off as imagination. After that, I listened a lot more carefully when people talked about the building being haunted. In 11th grade, I got another reminder that something about the place wasn't quite normal. That year, I was on the football team. Between practices, games, and meetings, I spent a lot of time in the locker rooms and halls that most students rarely saw. It was a second home in a way, a place where the noise and sweat and smell of old gym socks formed this weird kind of comfort. One evening, we had just come back from an away game at another school. It had been a long night, and everyone was tired and sore. After we unloaded the bus and dragged ourselves back inside, most of the guys were eager to head out as soon as possible. A few of us had to stay behind, though. I was one of the team captains, so I was supposed to help clean the locker room and showers. That night, it was supposed to be me and 2 other captains. But when it came time to start, the other 2 decided they'd rather take off early and go see the Stampeders game instead. So there I was, alone in the locker room, with rows of benches and metal lockers stretching out around me, the smell of sweat and damp towels heavy in the air. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead. It wasn't exactly creepy under normal circumstances, but the emptiness made the place feel different. The noise and chatter that usually filled the room were gone. I could hear the sound of my own breathing as I started sweeping up mud and tape from the floor, dragging a mop through the showers, picking up bits of trash and gear. A few minutes into the cleaning, I heard something behind me. It sounded like the scuff of shoes on the floor, just a simple shuffling noise, like someone had dragged a foot on the ground while walking. I figured one of the guys had come back for something they forgot. I paused, straightened up, and looked over my shoulder around the corner of the row of lockers behind me. No one was there. The noise had seemed close, like it should have come from just a few feet away, but the row was empty. I shrugged it off. Maybe I'd dragged the mop in a weird way and mistaken the sound. I went back to work. A minute later, I heard it again. Shoes sliding slightly on the floor, 2 rows behind me now. I turned again, a little faster this time, and checked. Still no one. No movement. Just the empty locker room. The sound kept happening as I moved, always behind me, always close enough that it should have come from a person walking nearby. It was like someone was pacing behind me, staying just out of sight. The odd thing was, I didn't feel scared. Not like I had in the basement that day. I didn't feel a cold chill or a sense of threat. It was more like someone wanted me to know they were there, but not to hurt me or even to talk to me. So I made a decision. I kept cleaning. Every time the scuffling sound came, I let it be. I didn't call out, didn't demand to know who was there. I just did my job and let whatever it was do whatever it was doing. The sound followed me around the room like an invisible person walking slowly behind me. After a while, it almost became part of the background, like the hum of the lights or the drip of water from the shower heads. When I finished, I turned off the lights and left. The moment I stepped out into a hallway, the feeling of being followed faded away. Nothing happened after that for a while. I went through the rest of 11th grade with only little odd things here and there. Tiny sounds, glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, that strange sense of being watched at certain times. Then came my senior year, and with it, the experience that I still remember most clearly of all. It was February, and we got hit with a huge dumping of snow. Even for Calgary, which is famous for weird weather, this was a lot. Snow came down in thick sheets, piling up fast. By the time it stopped, there were literally 6 feet of snow in some places. On top of that, the temperature dropped to around minus 35 degrees Celsius, which is about minus 31 degrees Fahrenheit. The kind of cold that hurts your lungs when you breathe in too fast. Roads were a mess, cars were stuck, and most people were just trying not to freeze. Every school in the city seemed to be closing. Kids were celebrating at home, happy to have a snow day. You could almost feel the collective joy of everyone not having to drag themselves out of bed and into that weather. Everyone except us. For some reason I still don't understand, our high school decided to stay open that day. We were the only one in the area that didn't close. Normally I drove an old '86 Mustang. It was a car I liked, but it was definitely not built for deep snow and ice. Rear-wheel drive on slick, frozen roads is not exactly a smart choice, especially in a storm like that. I knew there was no way I was going to make it to school in that thing without ending up in a snowbank or wrapped around a pole. So I took the city bus instead. The ride was slow. Buses had to crawl down the streets, tires spinning occasionally when they hit deep patches. People were bundled up in layers, steam rising from their jackets whenever someone opened the doors and the cold wind blew in. By the time I finally got to school, I was over an hour late. When I walked into my classroom, everyone looked annoyed. Not just regular Monday morning annoyed, but genuinely frustrated. Half the class had red faces from the cold, and the other half looked like they were barely awake. I took my seat, feeling that same irritation. It was hard not to think. If it was this important that we risk frostbite to come here, we'd better be learning something groundbreaking. But we didn't. In every single class that day, the teachers put on movies. Not documentaries, not anything related to what we were supposed to be studying. Just random films to pass the time. They knew half the students were missing, people were late, and no one was really mentally present. So the day became one long movie marathon, and it felt pointless. If we were going to be treated like we didn't need to do any real work, then why make us come in at all? By the time my first class rolled around to the middle of the period, I was done pretending to care. I quietly got up, slipped out of the room, and headed down toward the main floor. I went to the vending machines, grabbed something to eat, and sat in the cafeteria for a while, listening to the muffled sounds of movies playing in classrooms all around the building. At some point, my mind drifted back to that day in the basement in 10th grade. The metallic sound. The empty rooms. The janitor sitting upstairs. I realized that this day, with hardly anyone moving around and most people stuck in their rooms, might be the perfect time to go back down there and see if anything else would happen. Part of me knew it was probably a bad idea, but curiosity has a way of pushing logic aside. So I finished my snack, stood up, and headed for the basement doors. To get there, I had to pass through a pair of big metal doors that separated the main hallway from the staircase leading down. They closed heavily behind me, cutting off some of the light and noise from the rest of the school. I started down the stairs, my hand on the railing, my footsteps sounding loud in the quiet. The basement hallway looked the same as it had years before. Long, dim, with pipes running along the ceiling and lockers lining the walls in some areas. I moved slowly, trying to step lightly even though I knew my footsteps echoed. I reached the janitor's office first and peeked inside. Empty. Just like last time. I turned around, planning to head toward the boiler room again, and that's when it happened. Without warning, the main lights went out. For a split second, I was in complete darkness. Then the emergency lights clicked on. They were dimmer, spaced farther apart, and they cast the hallway in a strange, uneven glow, with deep shadows in between. At the same time, the speakers crackled overhead and a calm recorded voice came on the PA system. "Attention staff, students, and visitors. Please remain calm. There has been a problem with the power in the building. Please stay where you are until the power is turned back on." I stood there, frozen, my heart starting to race. Out of everywhere I could have been during a power problem, I was in the basement, where I already suspected something else was down there with me. The emergency lights made the hallway look longer, the shadows thicker. I could hear my own breathing, faster now, and the faint hum of whatever backup system was powering those red and white lights. For a moment I did nothing. I just stood there and stared down the hall, every instinct telling me that if anything supernatural wanted to mess with me, now would be the time. The rational part of my brain was trying to think about electrical panels and maintenance issues. The other part was already picturing shadowy figures and empty-eyed faces stepping out of doorways. Eventually I decided I couldn't just stand there waiting. I told myself I would just walk calmly back to the stairs and go up. There was no reason to stay down here. So I took a few cautious steps forward, my ears straining for any sound. Behind me, I heard a soft creak. I stopped. Slowly, I turned my head toward the janitor's office. The door, which had been slightly open when I checked it, was now moving. It creaked closed, inch by inch, until it latched with a quiet click. The sound was small, but in that moment it felt as loud as a slam. My mouth went dry. I knew there hadn't been anyone in there. I had just looked. Doors don't usually decide to shut themselves, especially not right after the power goes out in an almost empty basement. I forced myself to move again, telling my feet to keep going even though my body wanted to turn and bolt. The hallway I was in had lockers lining both sides. These weren't the regular assigned lockers most students used. They were overflow lockers, extra ones used when the main ones were full. Because they weren't assigned to many people, a lot of them were left standing open. Some of the doors were half shut, others wide open, metal edges casting sharp shadows under the emergency lights. One by one, the locker doors started slamming shut. It didn't happen in order like a neat row of dominoes. That would have almost made more sense. Instead, it was random and chaotic. A locker door slammed shut right beside me with a deafening bang, making me flinch hard. Before I could even recover from that, another door at the opposite end of the hallway slammed just as loudly. Then another, somewhere in the middle. The sound bounced off the walls and ceiling, echoing in that low hallway until it sounded like a whole crowd was slamming things just to scare me. There was no one there. I didn't wait to see if it would stop. Whatever little composure I had left vanished. I sprinted toward the stairs, my heart pounding, my breath coming in short, panicked bursts. As I raced up the hallway, more locker doors kept banging shut, the noise chasing me, each slam sounding closer than the last. It felt like the building itself was waking up and snapping its jaws. Just as I reached the base of the stairs and started to climb, I heard the same sharp metallic sound I'd heard in 10th grade, the sound of something heavy and metal hitting the floor. It was followed immediately by a deeper, heavier bang from somewhere behind me. I don't know what caused it. It might have been something falling, some huge piece of equipment, or a door slamming somewhere else. All I knew was that it sounded big enough to crush a person, and it made me run even faster. I took the stairs two at a time, barely hanging onto the railing. My legs burned, but I didn't care. I pushed through the big metal doors at the top and burst into the main hallway, the normal overhead lights there still on, the emergency announcements still playing faintly in some rooms. It felt like coming up for air after being underwater too long. I stumbled to a nearby table, sat down heavily, and tried to catch my breath. My hands were shaking, and my whole body felt wired and exhausted at the same time. It took me a moment to realize that something felt uncomfortably warm and damp. I looked down. I had pissed myself. It hit me all at once. I was in my senior year. I was captain of the football team. I was supposed to be the guy who kept his cool, who didn't scare easily, who other people looked up to. And yet here I was, sitting in the hallway of my high school with wet pants like a terrified little kid. I felt my face flush hot with embarrassment even though, thankfully, no one seemed to be looking directly at me at that moment. I stood up quickly and walked as calmly as I could manage toward the locker room, forcing myself not to run. Once I got there, I grabbed my sweats from my gym bag and changed into them as fast as possible, shoving my wet clothes into the bottom of my bag. I didn't want to stay in the building any longer than I had to. The thought of going back to class like nothing had happened made me want to crawl out of my own skin. So after I changed, I walked straight out of the school, went to the nearest bus stop, and waited for a ride home. The cold outside felt almost good after the heat of fear and embarrassment. As I sat there, watching my breath fog the air, I replayed everything that had happened in the basement, the lights going out, the emergency message, the office door closing by itself, the locker doors slamming in that unnatural pattern, the metallic noise and the final bang. To this day, I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was the same presence I'd felt as a 10th grader or the one that scuffed around behind me in the locker room, or something completely different. I just know that whatever it was, it used that power outage as a chance to mess with me in a way I'll never forget. My grandpa was an amazing man, and from as far back as I can remember, we were very close. He was one of those quiet, steady people who didn't need to say much for you to feel loved. He showed it in everything he did. When my mom and uncles were young, he had worked hard to give them a good life, and by the time I came along, he poured that same love and effort into me and my brother. There was something special about the way he treated us, like we were the best thing that had ever happened to him. Whenever I think about my childhood, he is right there in the middle of almost every good memory I have. When I was little, he would take me on long walks that felt like adventures. We never just went for a walk, for no reason. Somehow, he always had a plan that he never told me about in advance. We would wander through different streets, cut across grassy fields, and sometimes stop to look at flowers or birds, or just to watch the clouds. I would hold his hand, and he would tell me stories about when he was younger, or about my mom when she was a kid, or even silly jokes that made me laugh so hard I had to stop walking for a moment. No matter which way we went, those walks always seemed to end in one of two places, a park or an ice cream store. I began to think that Grandpa had a secret map in his head, one that always led to something fun. We even had our very own special place that we called our secret park. That name made it feel like something magical, like we had our own little hidden world. It was at the end of a dead-end street that most people probably never had a reason to walk down. The park was small, nothing fancy, but it was surrounded by trees and bushes that formed a kind of natural wall. From the street, you could barely see past the thick green leaves. There was a swing, a little patch of grass, and a few old benches. It wasn't part of some big public playground. It felt tucked away, forgotten by almost everyone else. Somehow, no matter what time of day we went, no one else ever seemed to be there but us. It really did feel like the park belonged only to Grandpa and me. Sometimes we would sit on one of the benches, and he would talk about his childhood, about the hard times and the good times. Other times, we would just sit in silence and listen to the wind in the trees and the far-off sounds of traffic or dogs barking. He always seemed so content sitting there. I didn't realize it then, but those quiet moments were his way of teaching me how to slow down and enjoy simple things. Other days, we would play little games. He would pretend the swings had secret powers, or the park was part of a story we were making up together. This secret park became not just a place on a map, but a place in my heart where it always felt safe, warm, and full of love. As the years went on, Grandpa started moving more slowly. His knees weren't as strong as they used to be, and his back bothered him often. Long walks turned into shorter ones. Then, eventually, he couldn't really go on walks at all. At first, I missed those trips to the park and the ice cream shop, but we found new ways to be together. Instead of walking around the neighborhood, we would hang out in his garage or basement. Both places smelled like wood, oil, and old tools, the kind of smell that somehow felt homely and comforting. He had shelves with jars of nails and screws, old coffee tins full of things that might be useful one day. So many stories hidden in objects that looked like junk to anyone else. We'd sit out there for hours, just talking. Sometimes he would sit at his workbench, fiddling with a broken radio or some other thing he decided to fix, while I sat nearby on an old stool or upside down on a crate. The conversations changed as I got older. When I was a kid, we talked about cartoons and school and little things. As I became a teenager, we talked more about life, about choices, about mistakes and second chances. He never preached at me or acted like he knew everything. He just shared his own experiences and then listened to mine. I could tell him anything, even things I didn't want to tell my parents. I trusted him in a way I have never trusted anyone else. Because of all of that, I loved him very deeply. He wasn't just my grandfather. He was my friend, my mentor, my safe place. So when my mom called me last December to tell me that Grandpa had had a stroke and was in the hospital, it felt like the ground had been pulled out from under me. At that time, I was at school, about 800 kilometers from home and around 1,000 kilometers from where Grandpa lived. The distance suddenly felt enormous. It wasn't just a number anymore. It was this huge space between us that I couldn't cross right away. I already had a plane ticket booked to go home once my exams were done, so I kept clinging to that plan. I kept telling myself, just hold on. I'll see him soon. I'll talk to him again. I'll tell him how much he means to me. The days that followed were strange and heavy. Everyone back home kept me updated. Grandpa survived the initial stroke, which the doctors hadn't really expected. But he was half paralyzed and in a deep coma. The doctor said he might be able to hear sometimes, even though he didn't respond. I tried to imagine him lying in that hospital bed, his strong hands still, his eyes closed, and it hurt in a way that is hard to describe. It was exam week at school, and I felt like I was living in two worlds at once. On one side there were lectures and textbooks and multiple choice questions. On the other side, people I loved were sitting by my grandfather's bed, watching the machines breathe for him, not knowing if each day would be his last. I felt guilty for not being there, but at the same time I knew they wanted me to finish my semester. It was a hard kind of waiting. It was 3 weeks after Grandpa's stroke. It was a Tuesday night. I had one final exam left, scheduled for Wednesday, and I was supposed to fly home on Thursday. I went to bed early that night, or at least I tried to. I lay there in the dark, listening to the quiet sounds of the building, the faint hum of heating, little movements from the hallway. Sleep refused to come. My mind kept circling around the same thoughts. Grandpa in his hospital bed, my family gathered around him, the way his hands used to feel when they held mine on those long walks. As I lay there, staring at the ceiling, I began to feel something different. It was as if the room shifted slightly. I felt a strong sense of presence, like I wasn't alone in that small space. And not in a creepy way. It felt familiar and warm, like the feeling you get when someone you love sits beside you quietly. In that moment, I felt as though my grandpa was there with me, even though I knew his body was still in the hospital far away. The feeling didn't come with any voices or visions. It was more like an understanding, a deep knowing that somehow we were together. Instead of being scared, I found myself talking to him in my thoughts, or maybe out loud. I can't even remember if my lips moved. I began to tell him everything I had been holding inside. I told him how much I loved him, how much he had done for me, how grateful I was for every walk, every ice cream, every talk in the garage. I told him I missed him and that I was sorry I wasn't there in person. I told him that, whatever happened, he had given me so much that I would carry with me forever. After a while, I realized I was saying goodbye. Not in a dramatic, movie-like way, just quietly, honestly. It hurt, but at the same time, it felt right. It felt like something that needed to be said. The next day I woke up, went through my normal routine as best I could, and went to write my exam. It felt strange to focus on questions and answers when part of me was somewhere else entirely. Somehow I got through it. After the exam, I finished packing my things and went out with friends for a little while. It was as if I was moving around in a blur, half inside my body and half outside it. I think a part of me already knew something had changed, even before my phone rang that evening. When I got back to my place, my parents called. Their voices were soft, and I could hear the weight of the day on them. They told me that Grandpa had died. There was a quiet moment where I just breathed in and out, holding the phone, trying to understand that the man I loved so much was no longer alive in this world. They told me that the night before, my whole family had gathered in his hospital room with his priest, Reverend Paula. They had all been there, watching him, waiting with him, not knowing exactly when he would go. At one point, the priest had been talking to my mom. She said she couldn't understand what he was holding on for. "It's like he's waiting for something," she said. When my mom heard that, she remembered that she had told Grandpa earlier that I was coming home on Thursday. "Oh, Paula," my mom said. "I told him Kate would be home on Thursday. Maybe he's waiting for her." After that, they went to his bedside and spoke to him. They told him that I was with him in spirit, that even though I wasn't there physically yet, my heart was there. It was around that same time that I had felt his presence so strongly in my room and had spoken to him, telling him I loved him and saying goodbye. Hearing that connection made something inside me go very quiet. It didn't make the loss hurt less, but it made it feel less random, less like a cruel accident and more like something gently guided. After the funeral, Christmas, and the emotional storm that followed, I went back to school in January. Everything looked the same buildings, same classes, same people, but I was not the same. Part of me was still at my grandparents' house, still at the cemetery, still in that hospital room. I tried to get back into a routine. I went to class, did my readings, and hung out with friends, but there was always a kind of dull ache under the surface. I didn't know what to do with all the feelings I had, so I just tried to keep moving forward, one day at a time. One night in January, I had a dream that felt different from any other dream I've ever had. It was not vague or blurred the way most dreams are. It was sharp and clear and rich with detail. In the dream, I was at my grandparents' house, and it was summertime. I could feel the warmth of the sun on my skin and the slight roughness of the ground under my bare feet. The light was bright, the way it is on a real summer day, not washed out or strange. I could hear birds and distant traffic and the creak of an old gate. I could smell flowers from my grandmother's garden, that mix of earth and petals and green leaves. The air even felt right, warm but not too hot, carrying familiar scents. In the dream, I was cleaning out my grandpa's truck. It was something we had done together before, so the action felt natural. There were other people in the yard, moving around, doing different chores. They didn't feel like strangers, but I couldn't quite place who they were. Maybe they were family members, maybe they were just part of the dream. They were there in a calm, background sort of way, like guardians or helpers. As I wiped down the inside of the truck and shook out old floor mats, I looked up and noticed someone walking down the street in front of the house. It was my grandpa. He moved slowly but with purpose, and I could see him clearly from the side. My first thought, sharp and shocking, was, "But he's dead!" It hit me with a kind of electric jolt. My heart jumped, and for a moment I forgot that I was in a dream. All I knew was that someone I loved, someone I knew couldn't be alive, was walking right there in front of me. Then another thought followed quickly behind the first. I don't care. Instead of standing there frozen, I felt this strong need to go after him, to catch up, to hold on to him for just a little longer. I tried to follow him, stepping away from the truck. But as I moved, the other people in the yard came closer. They didn't grab me or force me back. They simply moved into my path, forming a gentle barrier. One of them put a hand on my shoulder. I still remember the feeling of that hand, solid and calm. The person spoke to me in a kind, steady voice and said, "It's not time. You can't follow him yet." The words weren't harsh. They weren't a command, more like a soft reminder. Something in the way they were said made sense, even though my heart was breaking. I began to cry, not screaming or frantic, just crying deeply because I wanted so much to run after my grandpa and couldn't. But even through my tears, I stayed where I was. I didn't push past the people in the yard. I just stood there and watched. In front of me, my grandpa kept walking slowly down the street. He didn't look back, but I didn't feel like he was ignoring me. It felt more like he knew I was watching and knew I understood. He walked toward the direction of our secret park, the little hidden place at the end of the dead-end road where we used to sit and swing and talk. In the dream, you could see the trees and bushes at the end of the street, thick and green, just the way they always were. I watched him go all the way to the end and then disappear behind the trees separating the road from the park. Once he passed behind that wall of green, he was gone. When I woke up the next morning, the dream stayed with me in a way most dreams don't. It didn't fade as the day wore on. I could still feel the warmth of the sun, smell the flowers, remember the exact way his back looked as he walked down the street. More than anything, I remembered that hand on my shoulder and the voice saying, "It's not time. You can't follow him yet." That day, for the first time, I truly accepted that Grandpa was gone. Until then, part of me had still been refusing to believe it. But that dream felt more like a visit than a simple dream. It was as if I had been given one more moment with him, one more chance to see him walking toward the place that belonged to us. When I saw him disappear into the trees, it felt like a clear message. He had moved on, and I had to stay and keep living my own life. Even with that acceptance, the months that followed were hard. In March, everything seemed to crash down on me at once. I was still trying to deal with Grandpa's death when my aunt died as well. That alone would have been a lot, but not long after that, another aunt became very ill. It felt like my family was being hit from all sides. While all of this was happening, a boy who lived down the hall from me at school killed himself. He wasn't a close friend, but we had talked a few times in the hallway. He was just there one day and gone the next. The shock of it shook everyone in the building. Death suddenly seemed to be everywhere around me, family members, classmates, people I loved, people I barely knew. It was overwhelming. One day, after hearing yet more bad news, I was walking back to my place after classes. My body felt heavy, like I was dragging around a weight that wouldn't come off. Even climbing the stairs felt like a chore. As I went up, I suddenly caught a smell that made me stop in my tracks. It was faint but clear, like it had drifted out of nowhere and wrapped itself around me. It smelled just like my grandpa's garage, a mix of oil, old wood, dust, maybe a hint of metal and something else I couldn't name. It was the exact smell I associated with sitting on a crate while he worked at his bench, or walking in there to find him looking for a tool. The smell appeared out of nowhere on a staircase that had never smelled like anything but cleaning products and student sweat before. It surprised me, but it also made me feel strangely comforted, like someone had put a warm hand on my back for a moment, telling me I wasn't alone. I kept climbing, thinking about it for a second, then pushing it aside, convincing myself it had to be some coincidence. Later that day, I was sitting at my desk in my room, trying to focus on studying, when it happened again. This time the smell didn't come from the hallway. It came from inside my room. It was even more specific now. It didn't just smell like the garage. It smelled like my grandpa himself. It was his aftershave, the soap he used, and that subtle, personal smell people have that doesn't really have a name but is totally theirs. It was like he had just walked out of the shower and come to give me a hug. The scent appeared suddenly, strong enough that I stopped what I was doing and lifted my head. It wasn't lingering from laundry or some old shirt. It didn't smell like any of my products. It smelled exactly like him, and it felt strange enough that I started sniffing around like a confused dog, moving my head from side to side trying to find where it was coming from. If anyone had seen me then, they probably would have thought I had lost my mind. The smell seemed to be concentrated behind me and slightly to the right, exactly where someone would be standing if they had approached my chair and leaned in. It didn't make me afraid. It made me feel warm and safe, like he had come into the room quietly, and was just standing there with me. Over the next few days, this happened multiple times. The smell would come and go. Sometimes it lasted only a few seconds, sometimes longer. Every time it appeared, it brought with it a feeling of love and peace that washed over me like a soft blanket. On some occasions, I also felt what seemed like a hand resting gently on my shoulder. It was not a heavy pressure, just a light touch, like someone standing beside me and letting me know they were there. It wasn't my imagination trying to comfort me. It felt real, solid enough to make me turn my head, expecting to see someone. At night, lying in bed with the lights off, there were moments when I heard slow, deep breathing on the other side of my room, the kind of sound a person makes when they are sleeping calmly. It was not scary. It didn't feel like a stranger hiding in my room. It felt familiar, more like the slow breathing of my grandpa when he would nap in a chair. Along with the sounds and the smells and the touch, there was a strong feeling of love and protection. It felt like being wrapped up in a hug you couldn't see but could feel with every part of you. I knew, deep down, that my grandpa had come to be with me during this horrible time, when I felt exhausted and scared and was so far away from home. This continued for about a week. Every day that passed, I felt a little bit stronger. The sharp, unbearable pain of loss slowly softened at the edges. I still missed him, still missed my aunt, still felt how heavy everything was, but the presence in my room helped me stand up straighter. It was like he was holding me up from the inside, helping me to keep going. I began to think about what that meant for him. If his spirit was visiting me, staying close to the earth to help me, I wondered if that was where he really needed to be. I started to feel that as much as I loved having him around me like that, it wasn't fair to keep him here with my need. I wanted him to be at peace, to be wherever he was meant to be after this life. One day, sitting alone in my room, I gathered up my courage and spoke out loud. My voice shook a little at first, but I kept going. I said, "Grandpa, I love you and I miss you, but I'll be alright. You don't have to stay anymore. You don't have to worry about me. I'll see you again one day." The words were simple, but they carried all the meaning in my heart. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt something shift in the room. It was as if the air became softer and warmer. I felt surrounded by love in a way that is hard to put into words. It truly felt like a hug, full, gentle, and all around me, but without arms. I closed my eyes and let the feeling wash over me. It lasted only a few moments, but it was enough. After that, he was gone. The smells faded and didn't return. The gentle hand on my shoulder didn't come back. At night, the slow breathing was no longer there. The room returned to being just a normal room, quiet and still. For a little while, I missed those signs terribly. They had been my comfort. But I reminded myself that I had told him it was okay to go, and I meant it. He had done more for me than anyone else, in life and even in death. He had come back to help me when I needed him most, and now it was my turn to let him rest. Even though I haven't felt him physically close to me since then, I still miss him. Sometimes I still cry when I think about him. Sometimes I smile instead, remembering the secret park, the taste of ice cream on a hot day, the way his laugh sounded in his garage. I carry him with me in the stories he told, in the way he taught me to be kind, patient, and strong. I believe, with all my heart, that I will see him again one day. Until then, I keep walking forward, knowing that somewhere, beyond what I can see, he is walking too, maybe down some quiet path toward a secret park, waiting for the day when we can sit on a bench together again. My name is Caitlin, and I want to tell you about something that started happening after my great-grandfather passed away in January. To really explain why all of this means so much to me, I should start by saying that my great-grandpa was not just some distant relative we only saw on holidays. In our family, he was loved deeply and respected in a way that is hard to put into simple words. To my dad especially, he was more like a father than a grandfather. My dad never really knew his own dad, so my great-grandpa stepped into that role for him. Because of that, he felt extra close to all of us too, like he was holding our whole family together with his quiet presence. We called him Grandpa, but my baby brother had his own name for him. That name was Momo. It was one of the first real words my little brother ever said. Back when my great-grandpa was still alive, my brother would light up whenever he saw him. He would point and shout, "Momo! Momo!" in that excited little voice toddlers have. Even though my great-grandpa was older and sometimes moved slowly, he always made time for him, whether that meant letting my brother sit in his lap, handing him a toy car, or just smiling and talking to him in a soft voice. It was special seeing that bond between someone so young and someone so old. It was like two ends of a family line reaching out and touching in the middle. When my great-grandpa died, it was hard on all of us. Even though he lived a long life, and in some ways we knew his time was coming, grief doesn't really care about logic. It just comes and sits in your chest. I remember the days around his passing as a blur of phone calls, tears, hushed voices, and people moving around a little slower than usual. There were pictures of him out on the table, stories shared between relatives, and that strange mix of sadness and love that hangs in the air when a family loses someone important. My little brother, though, is only 2 years old. He doesn't understand what death means. He doesn't understand, gone forever, or, we won't see him again in this life. To him, people are either there or not there in the moment. He only knows that he had someone called Momo who loved him and played with him, and he still talks about him as if they saw each other yesterday. A few weeks after the funeral, life began to slide back into something like a routine. People went back to work and school, chores had to be done, and the house went back to its usual level of noise. But under all of that, grief sat like a quiet shadow. We all missed him in our own ways. My dad would sometimes go quiet when someone mentioned him. My stepmom would pause when she passed his picture. I would get sudden waves of sadness when something reminded me of him. Even the way the sunlight came in through certain windows could make me think of afternoons he had spent with us. Then, one morning, something happened that made all of us stop and really pay attention. It started as just another early morning in our house. My little brother has always liked getting up before everyone else. While the rest of us are still trying to sleep, he will be in his room, wide awake, chattering to himself, making his toys talk to each other, crashing his cars together, and basically running his own little world. Usually he is fairly quiet, or at least not loud enough to wake anyone up fully. We're sort of used to his soft little babbling through the walls. On this particular morning, though, he was louder than usual. His voice carried down the hallway, bright and clear. He wasn't just talking. He was laughing and speaking as if he were having a full conversation with somebody. It was the kind of talking that makes you curious, like you want to know who he thinks he's talking to and what they're saying back. His voice woke both me and my stepmom. She got up and poked her head into my room, her hair a little messy from sleep, and said something like, "I'll go see what he's up to." I told her she could go back to bed, that I was already awake anyway, and I'd stay up with him. She looked relieved and went back to her room to try and grab a little more sleep. So it ended up just being me and my little brother awake. The house was still dim and calm, that quiet time before everyone else gets up and starts rushing around. I walked down the hallway to his room, rubbing my eyes, still feeling kind of tired. When I stepped into his room, I saw him sitting on the floor in the middle of his scattered toys. He had his little cars lined up, some of them upside down, some standing straight, and a few in his hands. His face was glowing with happiness, like he was having the time of his life. He looked up at me with that big smile of his, and the first thing he said was, "Hey sissy, you want to play with me and Momo?" For a second, I just stood there. My brain was still waking up, and his words kind of echoed in my head. Me and who? I thought maybe I hadn't heard him right. I was sleepy, and sometimes toddlers say things that don't make sense, so I didn't react right away. I went over and sat down with him on the floor, my legs crisscrossed, and I asked him again, more carefully this time. "Halen, who are you playing with?" He looked at me like it was the most obvious thing in the world. His eyes were clear and serious, and he said, very simply, "I play with Momo. He play cars with me." There was no hesitation in his voice, no sign that he was making a joke or pretending. He said it the way a kid would say, "Mom is in the kitchen," or "Daddy is watching TV," like he was just stating a plain fact. My heart gave a little jump. I stared at him, taking in his words, and I felt this strange mix of emotions move through me. Part of me was puzzled. Part of me was strangely excited. Another part of me felt this deep, unexpected swell of warmth, like my chest was filling up with something gentle and heavy at the same time. I wasn't scared. Not even a little. Instead, I felt like maybe, just maybe, something beautiful was happening right there on the floor of my baby brother's room. I decided to ask one more question, just to be sure I understood. In a calm voice I said, "Halen, is Momo here right now?" I didn't want to lead him or put ideas in his head. I just wanted to see what he would say all on his own. He nodded, completely confident, and replied, "Yeep." He said it with that casual certainty that small children have when they don't doubt what they're seeing or feeling. To him, there was nothing strange about it. Momo was just there, playing cards with him, as normal as anything. By this point, I could feel my heart beating a little faster. I wasn't frightened, but I was very aware that something unusual was going on. I grew up in a very religious family. We are Christian, and from a young age I have been taught to believe in God, angels, and the idea that our souls live on after we die. Along with that, I have always believed in spirits and ghosts, not in a horror movie way, but in the sense that the people we love don't just vanish completely. So the idea that my great-grandfather could still be around in some way, especially for someone as innocent and open as my baby brother, did not feel impossible to me at all. In fact, in that moment, it felt almost natural. I sat there for a long moment, just watching my brother play, listening to him chatter and laugh. Every now and then, he would pause and look at a spot in the room that I couldn't see anything in. His eyes would focus on something in the air the way you do when you're looking directly at someone's face. Then he would smile, push a little car in that direction, and laugh like someone had done something funny. Whatever he was seeing or feeling, it was making him deeply happy. After a while, I got up quietly and went to wake my dad. I felt like he needed to know what was happening, not in a panicked way but in that way you call someone over when something important is happening that you don't want them to miss. I went into his room, gently shook him awake, and said, "Dad, you need to come see this. Halen says he's playing with Momo." I watched his face as he woke up, expecting surprise, maybe disbelief. Instead, my dad looked at me with a tired but soft expression and said that this wasn't the first time Halen had talked about playing with Momo. He had heard him mention it before. He told me he already believed that Halen could see him. There was no shock, no argument, no brushing it aside. He accepted it in that calm way only someone who loves and knows both people deeply can. Hearing that made everything feel even more real to me. It wasn't just a one-time thing. It was something that had been happening, something that my dad, who rarely jumps to conclusions, had already noticed and quietly believed. After that morning, I started paying more attention to the little things Halen said and did. Kids at that age are so honest. They don't say things just to sound dramatic or mysterious. They simply tell what they see and feel. A week later, we had another moment that touched me even more deeply. One afternoon, all of us were at home doing the usual weekend things. My dad and stepmom were cleaning the house. There was the sound of the vacuum in one room, the clink of dishes in the kitchen, and the normal low hum of a busy family day. My brothers and sisters were all playing in the playroom, which is filled with toys, books, and all the random things kids collect. The air had that mix of cleaning products and toys and faint outdoor smells from people going in and out. Everything felt normal on the surface. At one point, I glanced over at the doorway to the playroom. The other kids were scattered around inside, busy with their games. But Halen wasn't in the middle of them. He was standing at the door, just inside the frame, his small body turned toward the hallway as if he were facing someone who was standing there. I could only see his back and the side of his face, but I could tell from his posture and the way his head tilted up slightly that he was talking to someone. His mouth was moving, but I couldn't make out the words from where I was. He wasn't shouting or laughing loudly this time. His voice sounded softer, more serious. Curious, I walked a bit closer and called out, "Hey, Halen, what are you doing?" I expected him to spin around and show me a toy or say something simple like, "Playing." Instead, he lifted one hand in my direction without turning his head and said, "Sure, wait." In that insistent way toddlers have when they are in the middle of something important and don't want to be interrupted. It was such a grown-up kind of "sure" that it surprised me. Then he turned his attention back to the open doorway, looking up as if focusing on a face. A second later, I heard him say, clear as anything, "Okay, Momo, goodbye. I love you." It wasn't a casual, throwaway line. The way he said it carried real feeling. He sounded like someone talking to a real person he cared about, saying goodbye when they had to leave. The tone in his little voice was so full of love and honesty that my heart squeezed painfully in my chest. It was the kind of goodbye you say when you truly mean it, even if you don't fully understand what it means. Then he turned around and ran toward me, his face bright again. "I talked to Momo, sissy," he said proudly, almost like he was telling me he just finished talking to a friend on the phone. His eyes were shining, and there was no fear, no confusion, just simple happiness. I could feel tears prickling at the corners of my eyes. I had to blink a few times to keep them from spilling over right then and there. I miss my Momo so much, my great-grandpa who had always been a solid, gentle presence in our lives. Grief comes in waves, and in that moment a big wave rolled through me. But along with the sadness, there was also this overwhelming sense of wonder and gratitude. The idea that my baby brother could not only see him but talk to him, tell him he loved him, and hear something back that satisfied him enough to say, goodbye, with a smile, it was amazing to me. It made me feel like the wall between this world and whatever comes after is not as thick as we sometimes think. Since then, other small things have happened around the house. Little things that, on their own, could easily be brushed off as coincidence or imagination, but when put together, feel like gentle signs. Sometimes I will see a picture of my great-grandpa shift slightly on the shelf when no one has touched it. Sometimes I'll feel a sudden warmth in a room that was cool before, or get the sense that someone is standing just over my shoulder when no one is there. Once in a while, my dad will stop what he's doing and look up, as if he's just heard someone call his name in a familiar voice. Every now and then, a light will flicker at a moment when we happen to be talking about Momo, and we'll all glance at each other. None of these moments are big or dramatic. Nothing scary has happened. There are no slamming doors, no dark figures in corners, no cold dread. Everything that has happened has felt calm and gentle, almost loving. Because I grew up Christian, I see all of this through that lens. I believe that God watches over us, that angels are real, and that the souls of those who love us don't just disappear. I've always believed there are angels, spirits, and ghosts in the world. To me, it makes sense that someone like my great-grandpa, who spent his life caring so much for his family, might be allowed to visit us, to check in, to make sure we're all right, especially his great-great-grandson who adored him and still calls for him. When I see my brother talking to someone I can't see, when I hear him say, Momo, so naturally, or when he looks off into a corner and smiles for no obvious reason, I don't feel afraid. I take those moments as small, precious signs that my Momo is still there in some way, watching over us, loving us, and especially keeping an eye on the little boy who only knows him as Momo, and doesn't yet understand what it means to say goodbye forever. All of these moments have left me with a deep sense of curiosity, as well as comfort. I think about it a lot when I'm lying in bed at night, or when I see my little brother playing by himself, laughing and talking to someone only he can see. I replay those conversations in my head. You want to play with me and Momo? He play cars with me. Okay, Momo, goodbye, I love you. The words are simple, but they mean so much. They make me feel like my great-grandpa is not as far away as I sometimes fear. It is like he is just in the next room of some larger house that we cannot see yet, peeking in every now and then to make sure we're okay. So I find myself asking, over and over, could it really be him? Could my great-grandpa truly be there with my brother, playing cars on the floor, listening to his little voice, letting him say goodbye properly? I hope with all my heart that the answer is yes. I hope it is him, because the thought of him being close, of him being there to watch over us, especially over my baby brother, brings me so much peace. It makes the grief feel softer. It reminds me that even though his body is gone, his love is not. It's still here, filling our rooms in quiet, gentle ways, living on in our memories, our stories, and maybe, just maybe, in the eyes of a 2-year-old who can still see his Momo when the rest of us can only feel him. When my grandma died, it felt like someone had quietly removed a piece of my world and never put anything in its place. At the time she passed, I was 15, still half a child and half trying to act like an adult. I understood death in theory, but I don't think I really accepted it in my heart. She had always been there as this gentle, steady presence in my life, and suddenly she wasn't. 2 years went by. I thought, at least on the surface, that I had dealt with it. I cried, I helped with the funeral, I looked at old photos, and then, like people always say, life went on. But grief has this quiet way of sitting in the back of your mind, waiting for certain moments to surface again. By the time I was 17, that's exactly what happened. Around that time, I started dreaming about my grandma. It wasn't like a random one-time thing. It was every single night for about a week straight. At first, I didn't think too much of it. She was important to me, so seeing her in a dream didn't feel strange. But then it kept happening. Night after night there she was. In the dreams, she wasn't doing anything scary. She wasn't sick, she wasn't angry, and she wasn't silent. But there was something urgent about the way she would look at me and try to talk to me. It felt like she was trying to tell me something important, and I just couldn't quite understand it. In some dreams, her mouth was moving but I couldn't hear any words. In others, she would say things, but I would wake up just before I could remember what she said. The feeling those dreams left behind during the day was strong. I would wake up with this heavy sense of confusion, almost like I had been pulled out of a conversation right in the middle of it. I would lie in bed staring at the ceiling, trying to force my memory to drag back a sentence, or even a single clear word from the night before, but my mind stayed foggy. During the day, I'd find myself thinking about her while I was doing normal things. Washing dishes, studying, brushing my hair, it didn't matter. My thoughts kept circling back to her face in those dreams, the way she would look at me, and the feeling that she needed me to understand something. I ended up talking to my mom about it. We're a close family, and my mother's side has deep roots in Europe, both in culture and in faith. I told her, "Mom, I keep dreaming about Grandma. Every night. It feels like she's trying to tell me something, but I don't know what." My mom listened quietly, and then she sighed in that way she does when she's thinking about something serious. She told me that sometimes, when people are gone, their souls might still be unsettled. According to her, dreams can be a way for them to reach out to us. She suggested that maybe my grandma wasn't completely at peace yet, or at least that she wanted some sort of acknowledgement, or prayer. My mother told me I should go to church and light a candle for her. It's a custom that's common in our family and in many European families too. You don't just say a quick prayer and walk away. You stand there quietly in front of that flame, with your thoughts focused on the person you love. The candle becomes a symbol of your prayer, your love, your hope that they are safe wherever they are now. At first, I didn't rush to the church. I thought about it. I told myself I would go, but then school and friends and daily distractions got in the way. A part of me wondered if I was reading too much into the dreams. Another part quietly believed my mom might be right. The result was that I hovered in between, either ignoring it completely nor doing something about it. I just kept living my days and going to sleep at night, wondering if I would see her again in my dreams. And for that week at least I did. Then came the night that changed everything. That evening was normal by all outward appearances. We were at home. It wasn't a holiday or a special date, it was just a regular night. My mom stayed up late that night, as she often did, talking to family members who lived in Europe. Because of the time difference, they are 6 hours ahead, so for them it was already morning while it was still the middle of the night for us. I went to bed like I usually did, feeling tired, expecting to sleep through the night like normal. I wasn't thinking about ghosts or visits or anything supernatural. My mind was full of the usual teenage stuff, school, friendships, maybe what I was going to wear the next day. At some point in the night, everything shifted. I don't know what time I originally fell asleep, but I do know exactly when I woke up, and the way I woke up is something I will never forget. I didn't drift slowly from dreaming to waking like usual. There was no hazy few minutes where you're half in a dream and half out of it. I woke up suddenly, all at once, like something had boldly shaken me or called my name, even though I hadn't heard any sound. My eyes snapped open, and I was completely conscious, fully aware. There was no doubt in my mind that I was awake. If you've ever woken up in a moment of fear before, you know the feeling. Your heart beats a little faster, your senses sharpen, and you instantly know this is real, not a dream. The room was pitch dark. The kind of darkness where you can barely even see the shape of your own hand in front of your face. I lay there for a second, listening. I could hear the faint murmur of my mom's voice somewhere in the house, talking on the phone. Other than that, the house was quiet. No TV, no footsteps, no traffic outside. Just that soft voice and the stillness of the night. Then I realized I could sense something else. Out of the corner of my eye, something bright caught my attention. It was like a small glow in the dark, something that definitely didn't belong in that black room. My heart started to pound harder. Slowly, almost afraid of what I would see, I turned my head to look. That's when I saw her. My grandma was standing there. She wasn't transparent or some vague shadow. She was there, in my room, standing and looking at me. There was a bright light around her, a glow that somehow made the darkness of the room feel even deeper in contrast. I couldn't see every detail of her face as clearly as if it had been daylight, but I knew it was her. Her shape, her height, her posture, the way she held herself, it was all completely familiar. I remember one detail very clearly. She was wearing a white sweater. It was the kind of normal, simple clothing she would have worn every day. That small detail made the whole thing feel even more real. This wasn't some caricature of a ghost in a long, flowing robe. This was my grandma, dressed like my grandma, standing still and just looking at me. I froze. Every single part of my body seemed to lock up at once. Shock hit me so hard that it felt like someone had poured ice water into my veins. My mind was racing, but my limbs wouldn't respond. I was terrified, but not in the way you're afraid of a monster. It was more like my brain couldn't handle what it was seeing. On one hand, this was someone I loved deeply, someone I had missed and dreamed about. On the other hand, she was not supposed to be in my room. She was supposed to be gone. Those two facts crashed into each other in my mind, and the result was pure, overwhelming shock. I wanted to call out to my mom. She was in the next room, still on the phone. I could hear her. She wasn't far away. The logical part of my mind said, "Just call her name. Just yell Mom, and she'll come running." I tried to open my mouth and scream, but no sound came out. My throat felt tight, like something was pressing on it. Then I thought maybe I could bang on the wall to get her attention. I lifted my hand to hit the wall beside my bed. Except I didn't. My hand rose halfway, then stopped. It was like it had frozen in midair. I could feel my muscles straining, wanting to move, but they just wouldn't. I had never experienced anything like it before. I was awake, fully conscious, and completely unable to move or speak as my grandma stood there watching me. She didn't move closer. She didn't speak. She just stood there in that soft, bright light and looked at me. To this day, I can't exactly describe the expression on her face because I couldn't see it very clearly. But I didn't feel hostility from her. I didn't feel like she wanted to hurt me. It was more that the situation itself was so unreal to me that my body reacted with pure panic. The moment felt stretched out and heavy, like time had slowed down. In reality, I think she stood there for maybe a minute, but it felt much longer. Every second felt like an eternity. My heart was beating so hard I could hear it in my ears. And then, as quietly as she had appeared, she was gone. She didn't dramatically vanish in a flash or anything like that. One moment she was there, standing in the corner of my room in that white sweater and bright light, and the next moment there was only darkness. My eyes strained against the blackness, trying to find her again, but there was nothing. No light, no figure, no movement. Just my room, as still and shadowy as any other night. The instant she disappeared, it was like the spell broke. My voice came back. My limbs suddenly belonged to me again. I bolted out of bed, flung my bedroom door open, and rushed down the hall to where my mom was. Adrenaline was pumping through me, my breathing had turned into these short, sharp gasps, and my chest felt tight. I tried to speak, to tell her what I had just seen, but the words wouldn't come out right. My tongue felt thick, and my throat wouldn't shape the sentences I wanted to say. It was like my brain and mouth had gotten disconnected. My mom looked at me and could see right away that something was wrong. My face must have been pale, my eyes wide. She dropped what she was doing and came over to me. "What's wrong? What happened?" she kept asking. I tried again to speak, but all that came out were broken sounds and shortened breaths. I realized I was having a full-blown panic attack. My hands were shaking, my heart was racing, and it felt like I couldn't get enough air into my lungs. My mom started to panic too. She thought something physically serious might be happening to me. She said she should call an ambulance. Her voice was urgent and scared. I managed to shake my head and grab her arm, trying to tell her not to call. Little by little, I forced myself to take deeper breaths, to calm down enough that the words could finally push their way through. Finally, after what felt like forever, I was able to tell her, in a shaky voice. "I saw Grandma. She was in my room. She woke me up. She was standing there, by my bed." I must have repeated myself several times, stumbling over the sentences, but the message stayed the same. I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had experienced. It was not a dream. It was not some half-asleep imagining. I had been completely awake, and my grandmother had been there. My mom listened with a serious expression, trying to make sense of what I was telling her. She has her own beliefs and experiences, but as a parent, she also leans toward practical explanations, especially when her child is in distress. After I finished, she told me that I had probably had a nightmare. She said maybe I had been in that place between sleeping and waking and thought I was awake when I wasn't. Hearing that made me feel defensive almost immediately. It's not that I wanted to believe something scary. It was that I knew, in my bones, that it hadn't been a dream. The clarity of my mind, the way the darkness felt, the way I saw that bright light in the corner of my eye, the way my body refused to move, it was nothing like any dream I had ever had. I told her over and over again that I was 100% awake. I knew what I saw. I knew it was real. After things calmed down a little and I could breathe normally again, I looked at the clock. It was 3:30 in the morning. That detail lodged itself firmly in my mind. It's strange how in moments of shock, certain small things stand out so clearly. The glowing numbers on the clock were one of those things. 3:30 a.m. For some reason that time stuck with me. I never went back to sleep that night. I stayed awake, my mind replaying the scene again and again, trying to understand what had happened and why she had come. Was she trying to finish what she had been trying to say to me in my dreams? Was she there to show me she was still around? Did she want something from me? Was she upset? I had more questions than answers. Life went on, as it always does. I never forgot that night, but I didn't see her like that again. I still thought about her dreams and that visit, especially late at night, or when I was feeling emotional. Sometimes I wondered if I should have done what my mom said earlier and gone to church sooner to light that candle for her. I did it eventually, but that night was burned into my memory in a way that nothing could really erase. Time passed. I finished school, grew older, entered a new phase of my life. Then, in January 2008, my dad passed away. Losing him was another heavy blow. It reopened all those old feelings of loss and grief. I found myself thinking not only about him but also about my grandmother all over again. About 2 months ago, after my dad died, I decided to go see a medium. She was a really well-known one in our area, someone people said had given them comfort and surprisingly accurate messages from their loved ones. I didn't go there lightly, and I didn't go there to play some sort of game. I went because I was hurting. I missed my dad and wanted, even if just for a moment, to feel like there was some connection, some sign that he was okay wherever he was now. My main focus that day was my father. My grandmother wasn't even on my mind in a big way. I was so wrapped up in the fresh grief of losing my dad that the visit from my grandma years earlier felt like something far in the past. The medium began the reading and right away told me things about my dad that she couldn't have known just from looking at me. Details about his personality, some small habits, the way he used to say certain things. I listened, I cried, I accepted these messages quietly, feeling both overwhelmed and comforted. I was completely focused on him, and what she would say next about him. Then, after she finished talking about my father, she looked at me and said something that stopped me cold. She said, "Your grandma visits you all the time as well. She just doesn't want to make her presence known too strongly because she knows she scared you half to death once, and she's sorry about that." The words hit me like a bolt of lightning. I had not mentioned my grandma. I had not told her about the dreams, and I had definitely not told her about that night when I woke up and saw her in my room. That experience was something I had kept mostly to myself and my mom. I stared at the medium, feeling my hands go slightly cold. She continued, "She woke you up once between 3:30 and 4 in the morning. She just wanted you to know she was there, but she didn't realize how much it would frighten you." When she said the time, my heart almost stopped. 3:30 to 4 in the morning. That was exactly the time I had looked at my clock that night. I had never told anyone the exact time. It was just a detail I carried around in my own mind, attached like a small label to that memory. Hearing this stranger say that out loud, in that exact way, shook me deeply. I couldn't believe it at first. It wasn't like I had gone there to talk about that. I had gone there to talk about my dad and my dad alone. The medium brought up my grandmother on her own, including the detail that she knew she had scared me and that she was sorry about it now. It was so specific. It wasn't vague like, "Your grandmother loves you," or "Your grandmother is around." It was direct and tied to that one night I had never been able to explain properly to anyone else. In that moment, a strange kind of relief washed over me. For years, a small part of me had wondered if maybe my mom had been right, if maybe I had been dreaming after all, and my insistence otherwise was just teenager stubbornness. But hearing that reading, hearing that detail about her waking me at 3:30 to 4 a.m. and being sorry for scaring me, made me feel seen and understood in a way I hadn't before. I wasn't crazy. I hadn't imagined it. Something real had happened that night. My grandmother had come to me. The medium said that my grandma still visits me often. She just stays gentle and quiet now, not making herself appear as strongly because she remembers how frightened I was. That simple idea, that she cares enough not to frighten me again, made me strangely happy. It felt like she was still the same person she had always been, thoughtful, caring, and respectful of my feelings. I left that session not only with a bit more peace about my dad, but also with a renewed sense of comfort about my grandma. I was happy, deeply happy, to know that she was still around in some way. I like to think that, even if I can't always see her or hear her, she's there in those quiet moments when I'm alone, in my dreams when I need guidance, and in the small unexplained things that make me think of her. Knowing that she visits me, but holds back a little so she won't scare me again, makes me feel loved and protected. It's like she's saying, "I'm here, I haven't gone completely, and I'm watching over you. I just don't want to hurt you." That night years ago will always stand out in my memory as one of the most intense and terrifying moments of my life. But now, when I look back on it, I see it differently. Yes, I was scared, and yes, my body reacted with panic. But underneath all of that was a grandma who loved me so much that she crossed whatever distance there is between this world and the next to let me know she still existed. Now, knowing what the medium told me, I can hold that memory with a little less fear and a lot more gratitude. When I was little, I used to think my house was the best place in the whole world. It was my safe space, my little kingdom. I knew every corner, every cupboard, every creaky stair. I knew where the sunlight would fall in the mornings, where the shadows would gather in the evenings, and which step on the stairs you had to skip so it wouldn't squeak and give you away if you were sneaking around at night. I loved my house. I loved the sound of my mum's voice calling me down for dinner, the smell of food, the sight of my grandma sitting at the table with her tea. Back then, a house was just a house to me. Walls, roof, rooms, warmth. I didn't think there could be anything else living in it that we couldn't see. Ghosts and spirits and all those creepy stories belonged in books, movies, and TV shows. I liked hearing those stories, but I always thought they were things that happened to other people in other places. I never imagined that anything even slightly paranormal would happen to me in the place I thought I knew best. The first time something strange happened, I was 10 years old. It started on a completely normal day. Nothing felt special or strange. It wasn't stormy, it wasn't a full moon, there was no weird atmosphere. It was just an ordinary day that could have been any other. I remember it was evening. The light outside was starting to fade, but it wasn't properly dark yet. I went upstairs to the bathroom to brush my teeth, just like I always did before bed. The bathroom was bright with the overhead light on, and the big mirror over the sink reflected my face back at me, hair a bit messy, foam at the corners of my mouth as I brushed. I could hear faint sounds from outside because my mum and my grandma were out in the garden. My mum was having a smoke and chatting, and sometimes their voices drifted up through the slightly open window. It made me feel safe and cozy, knowing exactly where they were. I was standing there in front of the sink, toothbrush in hand, thinking about nothing important. Maybe school, maybe a TV show, maybe what I was going to wear tomorrow. It was one of those simple moments you never think you'll remember. Then, all at once, everything went really quiet. The voices outside faded. It was like the whole house took a breath and held it. I didn't even notice the silence at first. I was rinsing my toothbrush when I heard it, a knock on the bathroom door. Not a loud bang, not a scratching sound. Just a clear, quick knock. 3 sharp taps. It sounded exactly like a person's knuckles on wood. My heart gave a little jump, but I didn't think anything was wrong. I assumed it was my mum or my grandma coming inside and needing the bathroom. With my toothbrush still in my hand and toothpaste in my mouth, I walked over to the door and opened it. The hallway outside was empty. There was no one standing there. I stared out into the landing, expecting to see my mum's head appear from the stairs or my grandma coming around the corner, but there was nothing. No footsteps, no shadows, nothing. Just the quiet hallway, the same as always. A strange feeling crawled slowly up my back, like a line of cold water. I swallowed the rest of my toothpaste quickly without thinking. My mind was busy going over the possibilities. Maybe they had knocked and walked away really fast. Maybe one of them was playing a joke. Maybe I had imagined the knock. But I knew I hadn't. The sound had been too clear, too real. And the silence that followed was too heavy. I stood in the doorway for a few seconds longer, my fingers tight on the handle, my heart thudding in my chest. The more I thought about it, the more unsettled I felt. I finally decided I needed to check. I hurried down the stairs, each step feeling weirdly loud and shaky under my feet. At the bottom, I opened the garden screen door and stepped outside into the cool air. The smell of smoke drifted toward me, mixed with the faint smell of plants and soil. My mum and my grandma were right there, sitting or standing as if nothing at all had happened. They turned their heads when they heard the door open. I must have looked pale or odd because my mum frowned slightly and asked me what was wrong. My voice came out in a weird, shaky stutter. Mum D did Y U J, just K, knock O, on T the B, bathroom D, door? I could hear how frightened I sounded, and I could feel my hands trembling at my sides. My mum looked at me with surprise and said calmly, No, sweetie, I didn't. My grandma shook her head too. "No, love, we've been out here the whole time," she said. They both reassured me that neither of them had come inside, that they hadn't knocked on the door, and that I must have heard something else, or maybe just imagined it. But the thing was, I knew what I had heard. It wasn't a creak, or a pipe, or some random house noise. It was a knock. A normal, human knock. Still, I didn't want to argue. They told me it was nothing to worry about, told me to go finish brushing my teeth, and said everything was fine. So I nodded, tried to calm myself down, and went back upstairs. I went into the bathroom, closed the door behind me, and stood there for a second, listening. Nothing. Just the soft hum of the light and the faint sounds of night outside. I told myself over and over, "It's nothing, it's nothing, it's nothing." I finished brushing my teeth, rinsed my mouth, and tried to act like everything was normal. For a while after that, nothing else happened. The house went back to feeling like my house again. Days passed, then weeks, and I stopped thinking about the knock as much. Every once in a while, it would pop into my mind when I walked past the bathroom door, and I'd feel a tiny flicker of unease, but I pushed it away. I convinced myself there had to be some logical explanation. Maybe the pipes, maybe the wood settling, maybe my imagination. Life carried on. I went to school, played with my toys, watched TV, did all the normal kid things. But somewhere in the back of my mind, a little question stayed alive and waited. About 8 months later, something else happened. It was the kind of thing that might seem small to someone else, but to me it was another piece of a puzzle I didn't even know I was starting to put together. It was a quiet day. I was sitting on the floor near the basement door playing. That was one of my favorite spots to spread out toys because the hallway there had a bit of extra room. The basement door itself was just a plain door, nothing special, but it always made the area a little darker and cooler. I had my dolls or blocks or some other toys laid out around me, and I was happily lost in whatever little world I was creating. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a sound. It was coming from the other side of the basement door. It wasn't a normal house sound, at least not one I recognized. It was a low, deep grumble. Not like a person talking, not like footsteps, not like the washing machine. It was more like a deep growl or rumble, almost as if something large was clearing its throat in the dark. It went on for a short moment, then faded away. I froze in place. My hands stopped moving. My eyes went straight to the door. All I could see was the plain wooden surface and the simple handle. Nothing moved. The house above me still sounded normal. No one was shouting, no one was calling for help, no one was opening the door from the inside. It was just me, my toys, and that sound echoing in my head. At the time, I tried not to let it bother me too much. I told myself it must have been the furnace. That made sense, right? The basement was where all the house stuff was. It had pipes and machines and maybe even the furnace. Maybe they just made strange noises sometimes. So I forced myself to shrug it off and went back to playing. Still, a part of me had heard something that didn't sit right, and I couldn't erase it completely. That night, when I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling in the dark, my mind went back to that sound again and again. My room felt different somehow, like the house was hiding something from me. I asked myself quietly, was that noise coming from the basement the furnace? I tried to imagine a furnace making a sound like that low grumble. It just didn't fit in my mind. No, I thought to myself. It couldn't have been. It's impossible for a furnace to make such a low noise like that. At least, I've never heard it before. I rolled over, pulled the covers up, and squeezed my eyes shut, trying to push the thought away so I could sleep. Eventually I did fall asleep, but it took longer than usual. When morning came, the fear I'd felt in the dark didn't seem as strong. That's how it usually works. In the daylight, shadows aren't so scary, and strange sounds feel easier to ignore. Things went back to being fine after that. I still played around the house, still walked past the basement door, still used the bathroom where the knocking had happened. Some days the house felt completely normal, like it had before anything odd took place. But every so often, if the house got a little too quiet, or if I had to go upstairs alone when it was late, I'd feel a prickle of nerves along my neck, a feeling that I was not as alone as I looked. I still didn't talk much about these moments. It felt like no one would take it seriously, and I didn't want to be told again that it was nothing. So I kept it mostly to myself and tried to pretend everything was okay. 2 years later, something else happened, and this time I wasn't alone when it did. I was almost 12, just after my 12th birthday. My friend was over for a sleepover. I remember being so excited because my mum had gotten me a new toy horse as one of my birthday presents. It wasn't just any toy horse. It was special. It had a smooth plastic body, a little mane you could brush, and a special feature: it would neigh when you touched its forehead. The sound was loud enough to be fun, but not so loud that it drove everyone crazy. I loved that horse. I'd been playing with it a lot since I got it. That night, my friend and I set up our sleeping bags in my room. We stayed up late talking, laughing, and probably being louder than we should have. At some point, we turned off the lights and decided it was time to actually try to sleep. The room settled into that soft, quiet darkness that feels safe when you're inside with someone you trust. Before lying down, I had put my toy horse on top of my toy basket. I remember it clearly. It was sitting right on top, facing out, as if watching over the room. We made sure nothing was touching it because we didn't want it going off all night while we were trying to fall asleep. Time passed. My friend drifted off first, her breathing becoming slow and steady. I was still awake, lying on my back, staring up into the dark, my mind wandering. The house was mostly silent, just the occasional creak or far-off sound. I was starting to feel sleepy, my eyes getting heavier, when all of a sudden the horse went off. Out of nowhere, in the quiet of my dark room, I heard it. Neigh, neigh, neigh. The sound sliced through the silence and made me jump violently. It felt like my heart leaped straight into my throat. For a split second, I couldn't move. Then I shot up, sitting upright in my sleeping bag, my eyes wide in the darkness, staring in the direction of the toy basket. My friend stirred beside me, half asleep, mumbling something, but I don't think she fully woke up. The horse sound stopped after a few neighs and then went quiet again, as if someone had taken their hand away from its forehead. But I knew that neither of us had touched it. We were both in our sleeping bags, across the room from the toy basket. There was no one else in the room. The door was closed. There was no reason for that horse to start making noise on its own. It had never gone off randomly like that before. It always needed someone to press or touch its special spot. So why did it suddenly start neighing at midnight when no visible hands were near it? I sat there in the dark, my heart pounding, listening to the silence that followed. My mind raced through the possibilities. Maybe the batteries were acting weird? Maybe it was broken. Maybe, just maybe, something or someone I couldn't see had touched it. The thoughts slid quietly into my head. Was my horse being played with by unseen hands? It was a terrifying idea, and at the same time it made a strange kind of sense when I put it next to all the other things that had happened in the house. The knock on the bathroom door. The low grumble from the basement. Now the toy horse coming to life on its own. Even after the horse went quiet, I found it hard to lie down again. Every tiny sound in the house suddenly felt louder. The darkness felt thicker. I wanted to turn on the light, but I also didn't want to see anything I couldn't explain. So I stayed sitting for a while, listening, trying to calm down, until my eyelids grew heavy again. Eventually, I had no choice but to lie down and try to sleep, but it was a light sleep, the kind where you wake up at every tiny noise. That wasn't the last of it. Other things happened after that, adding slowly to the list of strange events in the house. There were more noises from the basement, odd sounds that I couldn't link to anything normal. Sometimes they were low rumbling sounds, sometimes faint thumps or scraping noises, almost like someone moving things around down there when no one was. There were times when doors opened and closed on their own, gently swinging shut or drifting open even when there were no windows open and no drafts that we knew of. Occasionally, in the middle of the night, I'd hear what sounded like someone walking or shifting around, only to find the house still and everyone asleep when I looked. There were weird noises in the night that woke me up but had no clear source. Soft tapping, distant knocks, and sometimes a sound like whispering that stopped the second I really tried to listen. And then there were the photographs. Every so often, when I took pictures in the house, especially if they were near certain places like the basement door or down particular hallways, strange things would appear in them. I'd look at a photo and see what looked like a face in the background, somewhere it shouldn't be. Not clear like someone posing, but faint, in a window reflection or the space behind a door. Sometimes it was just shapes and shadows that looked too much like a person's features to be comfortable. Those pictures made my stomach twist when I looked at them too long. None of these things on their own might have convinced someone else that something was wrong. People could always say, "Oh, it's just the house settling," or "It was just the wind," or "The camera must have glitched." But for me, living there, seeing and hearing these things over the years, it all started to feel like parts of a bigger story. A story I didn't fully understand and couldn't control. I had always been interested in ghosts and paranormal activity, reading stories, watching shows, and getting curious about what might be beyond what we can see. I just never thought it would come so close to my life, to my home, to my everyday routines. I didn't expect my own house to start feeling like one of those places people tell stories about. As I got older, I kept thinking back to all of it. The knock on the bathroom door when I was 10. The low grumble from the basement. The toy horse neighing in the middle of the night without anyone touching it. The doors that seemed to have a mind of their own. The strange faces that showed up in pictures where no one was supposed to be. All these moments together shaped the way I saw that house. It wasn't just the best house anymore, not just my safe little kingdom. It became a place full of memories, both normal and strange. I still loved it, because it was my home, but I also respected it in a different way, like maybe we weren't the only ones living our lives within its walls. Maybe, just maybe, there was something else there, watching quietly, making its presence known in little ways whenever it chose. At the beginning of May I was offered what, for me, felt like a dream summer job. I had been hoping for something even a little bit connected to history, maybe helping in a library or volunteering at some tiny archive, but I never really thought I would get anything this perfect. When they told me I would be working at my town's museum, I could hardly stop smiling. I was going to be surrounded by old things every day, giving tours, helping visitors, handling artifacts, and spending my time in buildings that had actually stood through parts of the history I loved to read about. For someone who has always loved the past more than the present, it felt like I had quietly slipped into the kind of life I used to daydream about. Our museum is small, much smaller than the big city museums with huge marble staircases and echoing halls, but I think that's part of its charm. It's made up of 3 separate buildings that stand close together on the same property. Each one has its own personality, and its own feeling when you step inside. After a few days there I started to think of them almost like 3 very different people who happen to be part of the same family. The first building is the smallest of all. From the outside it looks like a modest little structure, nothing fancy, with simple siding and a plain door. Inside, it's just one single room. There are no hallways, no upper floors, no hidden corners. At first glance, it seems like the least impressive of the 3 buildings, but it's actually more important than it appears. In that room are displays on our town's sporting history and the first settlers who came to this area. There are old photos, framed newspapers, trophies, uniforms, and bits of equipment that local teams used decades ago. Along another wall there are maps and documents about the first families who built homes here, along with artifacts they used in their daily lives. It's also the building where we keep our books and archives, which I quickly learned is basically another way of saying, this is where all the paper lives. Old ledgers, written histories, family records, folders stuffed with letters and clippings, we have them all stored there. In one corner there's a desk with a computer and a phone, which makes that little room our office as well as part of the exhibit. That's where I usually sit when there are no visitors, working on small tasks, reading up on the exhibits, or answering calls. It's the most modern feeling space in the museum, But even there, the old things around me always remind me that I'm never completely in the present. The second building is the barn. It's larger and more open, basically one big room from end to end. When you walk inside, the first thing you notice is the smell. It doesn't smell like animals anymore, of course, but it has that faint dry scent of old wood and metal, like a memory of farm work that still hangs in the air. The light inside is dimmer, slanting in through the windows and catching dust motes that drift lazily up and down whenever someone walks by. The barn is filled with old farm equipment and horse racing gear. Plows, seed drills, and strange machines with rusted blades and gears that I still don't fully understand are lined up in neat rows or pushed against the walls. There are old harnesses, saddles, and pieces of carriages, all carefully tagged with little labels. Some items are so big they seem to take up half the room on their own. Walking among them, it's easy to imagine someone hitching up a horse, pulling on gloves, and heading out into a field that no longer exists in the same way. To me, it always feels as if the barn is holding its breath, like it's waiting for someone to come in, clap their hands together, and say, "All right then, back to work." The last building is the log cabin, and for most visitors it's the favorite part of the museum. It quickly became my favorite too. The cabin is the oldest of the three buildings. It was built in 1860, and families lived in it for a full 100 years after that. Whenever I stand outside it, looking at the rough logs and the small windows, I feel as if I'm standing at the edge of another time. We have it set up as it might have looked in the 1880s, when it was a typical farm home. Nothing inside is plastic or fake-looking. Everything is worn and solid, the way real things become after years of daily use. To enter the cabin, visitors come in through the back kitchen. You open the door and step onto uneven wooden boards that have been worn smooth in places by long-ago footsteps. The kitchen is small but cozy, with a stove, a table, shelves, and simple tools. Everything is arranged to look as if someone has just stepped away for a moment, and might walk back in at any second to start cooking or washing dishes. From the kitchen, you walk up a few steps into the main room. This room is larger and brighter, with a big table, chairs, a stove, and other pieces of furniture that show how families lived and worked in one shared space. On the right side of the main room are two small bedrooms. Their doors stand open so people can peek in and see the simple beds, quilts, and trunks. On the left side of the room is the staircase to the attic. The stairs are steep and narrow, and when you step on them they creak in that particular way old wood does, like it has a voice of its own. At the top of the stairs is the attic, which is one large room now filled with displays of old clothes and other items from that time. Dresses, shoes, hats, and other garments are stood up on forms or hung from hooks. It's a quiet, shadowy space, with lower ceilings and a slightly cooler feel than the rooms below. It was in this building, the log cabin, that the strange things started to happen. Because the museum is so small, I usually work alone. Unless a big tour is booked and a second person is needed, it's just me. On my first day, after the museum director gave me some basic instructions, I spent my time walking through each building, getting familiar with everything inside. I wanted to know exactly what we had and where it was, so that if visitors asked questions, I wouldn't stand there feeling blank and helpless. I examined the displays, read labels, and tried to imagine what people might be curious about. I moved slowly, from the first building to the barn, and finally to the cabin. When I went up to the attic of the cabin for the first time, I wasn't expecting anything unusual. I climbed the creaky stairs, one hand on the rail, feeling the wood under my feet. As soon as I stepped into the attic, though, I was hit by a powerful smell. It was so strong and sudden that I stopped walking. It smelled like horses. Not just a faint, faraway whiff, but a full, rich, unmistakable smell, as if I had just walked right into a stable where several horses had been kept not long ago. It wasn't a bad smell, exactly, but it was heavy and very, very real. I stood there, breathing in that scent, completely confused. There were no live animals anywhere near the museum. We didn't keep horses, and the barn only held old equipment, not actual hay or anything like that. The attic of the cabin is filled mostly with clothes and small personal items, nothing to do with horses at all. I remember thinking, very clearly, how on earth? I turned my head slowly, looking around the room, trying to see if there was anything that could explain this sudden smell. For 5 or 10 seconds, it was as if the whole space around me had changed into a different place, one where horses lived and moved. Then, just as suddenly as it had come, the smell disappeared. One moment it was strong and thick in the air, and the next it was gone, replaced by the ordinary museum smell, dry wood, old cloth, and the faint scent of dust. I took another deep breath, almost expecting it to come back, but there was nothing. Just the quiet attic and the still displays all around me. Feeling unsettled, I walked slowly around the attic, searching for any object that might, somehow, be holding on to that scent. In one corner, tossed casually over the back of a chair, I found an old blanket. It was thick and worn, with faded patterns, the kind of blanket that would have been used in a horse-drawn carriage about 120 years ago. It was, as far as I could see, the only thing in the room that even vaguely related to horses. I picked it up and lifted it to my nose, half expecting that big horse smell to hit me again. Instead, it just smelled like old cloth. Dry and musty, a little like a trunk that hadn't been opened for years. There was nothing strong or strange about it. I stood there for a moment, holding the blanket, feeling more confused than anything else. I knew what I had smelled when I first walked into the attic. It had been clear and solid, not faint and imagined. But I couldn't find the source. I put the blanket back where it had been and told myself it was just one of those odd things that happen sometimes. A trick of my nose, perhaps, or something drifting in from outside. I had only just started my job and had plenty of work to do, so after a few minutes I pushed the whole thing out of my mind and went back down the stairs. A few days after that, I was back in the cabin again. It had become part of my routine to sweep and tidy each morning, making sure everything was clean and neat for visitors. On this particular day, I was in the main room, sweeping the floor. Dust and tiny bits of dirt gathered in small piles as I moved the broom back and forth. The cabin was quiet around me. The back kitchen was empty. The bedrooms were still. Outside, the grounds were calm. I could hear a few sounds from a distance, birds, a car going by on the street, but nothing nearby. Then, all at once, there was a loud noise. Bang! Bang! Heavy pounding, like someone using their fist or even their whole hand to hit a door. The sound came from the front door of the cabin. Now, the front door is not the one we normally use. For everyday visitors, we use the back kitchen door. The front door is bolted from the inside and only opened when there's a large tour group and we want to use both entrances and exits. That day, as usual, it was bolted. I knew that, because I had not unbolted it. The pounding made me jump. My first thought was that maybe someone had walked up without me seeing them and decided to try the wrong door. I leaned my broom against the wall and walked quickly across the room toward the front door. There's a window beside that door, so as I approached, I looked out to see who was there. The path outside was empty. There was no one standing on the step, no one walking away, no one even on the nearby part of the grounds. I felt a little chill in my stomach. Still, I unbolted the door and opened it, just to be sure. I stepped out, looked around more carefully, and saw nothing. The yard was completely empty. The day was still. There was no sign that anyone had been there at all. I went back inside, closed the door, and rebolted it. I told myself that maybe some kids were playing a joke, knocking and running away quickly, but even as I thought that, it didn't quite fit. The way the building is positioned, I would have seen someone running away through the window if that had been the case. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling and went back to sweeping. A few minutes later, just as I was starting to relax, it happened again. Bang! Bang! The same loud pounding on the front door. My heart sped up. This time I moved even faster. I rushed to the window and looked out at once. Nothing. Not a single person in sight. The path, the yard, the nearby street, they were all completely empty. I opened the door again, stepped outside, and turned in a full circle, feeling more and more unsettled. There were no trees close enough to the door to be hitting it. There was no construction going on nearby. The day was calm, no big gusts of wind that might have rattled the door in such a deliberate, heavy way. By this point I was truly spooked. I decided I needed to find some explanation, any explanation that made sense. I walked around the outside of the cabin, inspecting the walls, looking for anything that might bump against the door. I checked for loose boards, branches, even birds that might have flown into it, though that seemed unlikely. I found nothing. The building stood solid and quiet, the door was firm, and there was no sign at all of what had caused those 2 sets of loud knocks. Eventually, with no real answer, I went back inside, my nerves stretched tight. The rest of that day passed without any more banging, but the memory of those sounds stayed with me. On another day, not long after that, I was walking past the barn on my way between buildings. The sun was out, and everything looked normal. As I reached the barn door, I heard voices from inside. They sounded like people having a casual conversation, a few different tones, like maybe 2 or 3 visitors chatting while looking at the exhibits. I hadn't seen anyone go into the barn, but sometimes people slip in quietly when I'm turned the other way, so I didn't think much of it. I turned and went in, preparing to greet whoever was there and asked if they had any questions. The moment I stepped into the barn, the voices stopped. The big room was completely empty. No visitors, no staff, no one at all. Just the still farm equipment and the filtered light. I walked the length of the barn, looking behind larger pieces and around corners, but there was no one. I stood in the center of the room, listening hard, but heard nothing now except my own breathing and the faint ticking of old metal cooling in the shade. The silence after those voices felt heavy, like someone had quickly pressed a mute button on a TV. I felt a familiar chill crawl over my skin. Later that same day, I was in the log cabin again, this time in the back kitchen. I was putting away a few things, straightening up, and enjoying the calm. Suddenly, from the main room, I heard footsteps. They were clear and light, the sound of someone walking across the wooden floor. The steps weren't rushed, they sounded normal, like a person casually moving from one side of the room to the other. The important thing, though, was that there was no way anyone could have gotten into the main room without passing me. The only door in use is the back kitchen door, and I was right there. No one had come in. I would have seen and heard them. I stood frozen for a moment, my heart pounding, my mind racing. A part of me wanted to stay where I was, let the sounds happen on their own, and pretend I hadn't heard them. Another part of me, the part that always wants to know what's really going on, pushed me to move. Torn between fear and curiosity, I slowly walked out of the kitchen and into the main room. The room was empty. The air felt normal. The furniture was in its usual places. No one was standing or moving anywhere. But then I glanced toward the staircase that led up to the attic, and my breath caught in my chest. At the top of the stairs, just at the point where the steps met the attic floor, I saw feet. A woman's feet. She was wearing dark shoes with a slight heel and a long dress that fell around her ankles. I could see only the bottom part of her dress and her shoes. Everything above that was hidden by the angle of the stairs and the ceiling. It was as if someone had just reached the top of the stairs and was about to step forward into the attic. For a second, the whole world seemed to narrow down to that one small detail. Those feet in those old-fashioned shoes, standing where no one should have been. I didn't see her move up the stairs. I only saw her as if she had already arrived. Without really thinking, I started up the stairs after her, my hand gripping the railing so tightly my knuckles hurt. Each step creaked under my weight, but whoever was ahead of me made no sound. I kept my eyes fixed on the top of the stairs, expecting to see the rest of her body come into view at any second. When I reached the attic and stepped up onto the floor, my eyes swept across the room. It was empty. Completely empty. Just the dresses, hats, and other old items in their usual places, sitting silently in the dim light. There was no woman, no movement, no shadow slipping away. There was no possible place she could have gone in the few seconds it took me to climb the stairs. The attic has no other door, no other staircase, no hidden corners she could have slipped behind. She simply wasn't there. Fear finally overwhelmed my curiosity. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The attic, which had always felt a little strange but harmless before, now felt full of something I couldn't see or understand. I turned around, went down the stairs as quickly as I could without tripping, and practically ran out of the cabin. I didn't stop until I was back in the first building, at the desk with the computer and phone, where everything always feels normal and safe and nothing strange ever seems to happen. Since that day, I haven't actually seen anything as clear as those feet at the top of the stairs. I haven't come face to face with a figure or watched a door swing open by itself right in front of me. But the museum hasn't gone completely quiet either. Every now and then, when I'm in the cabin or passing near the barn, I hear things. Sometimes it's light footsteps in the main room when I know I'm the only one there. Sometimes it's the soft swish of what sounds like a long dress brushing against the floor or furniture. Other times it's a murmured conversation, just at the edge of hearing, as if 2 or 3 people are talking in the next room and I can almost, but not quite, make out the words. When those things happen, I often pause and listen. Part of me is scared, of course. It's hard not to feel uneasy when you hear sounds with no visible source. But another part of me feels a strange kind of calm curiosity. This cabin has stood since 1860. Families lived their whole lives inside its walls, cooking, laughing, arguing, growing up, growing old. People were born here and probably died here. The barn once held real animals and real work. The first building holds stories and records of people who struggled and dreamed. It doesn't feel completely wrong to think that maybe, just maybe, some of those people might still be around in some way we don't fully understand. I'm working at the museum until September. That gives me the whole summer in these buildings, sharing their history with visitors and walking through their rooms day after day. I can't really say whether I hope the strange happenings continue or stop. On one hand, I'd like to see more, to maybe catch a clearer glimpse of the woman with the dark shoes and the long dress, or to hear a voice say something that makes sense. I'd love to know who she was, what her life was like, and why she still walks up those stairs. On the other hand, I sometimes think it might be nicer if everything just quieted down and went back to normal, so I could work in peace without feeling that little prickle on the back of my neck. For now, I keep doing my job. I open the buildings each morning, sweep the floors, straighten the displays, and greet the visitors who come to see a piece of our town's past. I tell them about the families who lived in the cabin, the farmers who used the equipment in the barn, and the people who played on the teams shown in the old photos. I don't mention the horse smell in the attic that came and went without a source, the banging on the bolted front door, the voices in the empty barn, the footsteps with no visible feet, or the woman I followed up the stairs only to find no one there. Those stories, for now, are mine alone. Maybe one day I'll understand them better, or maybe they'll just become another part of the museum's quiet, strange history. I suppose only time will tell. I was around 10 or 11 years old when all of this happened. My family was moving into a new house in Lac La Hatch, British Columbia, Canada. Back then it was just the new house to me. I didn't think of it as creepy or haunted or anything like that. It was just another move, another place to unpack boxes and figure out where everything would go. I remember the first day there clearly, because the house was still mostly empty, and everything echoed a little more than usual. We were still dragging in furniture, clothes, and boxes, and every room looked strange and bare, like a stage waiting for scenery and people. At one point, while everyone else was busy moving things, I decided to take a break in the living room. It was still totally empty, without a couch or table or even a lamp. The floor had an area of carpet, and there was a heat vent in the floor that connected to the basement below. I lay down on the edge of that carpet near the vent, just sort of stretching out and talking to my younger brother, who was with me. We were just chatting, nothing serious, probably about little things kids talk about when adults are distracted. As we sat there, I started to feel something. At first it was just a slight uneasiness, the kind of feeling you get when someone is staring at you from behind, and you can't see who it is. It wasn't a loud feeling, not something that made me jump up right away, but it was firm enough that I couldn't just completely ignore it. The room was bright and quiet, and there was no reason to be afraid of anything, but that strange, creeped-out sensation kept growing bit by bit. It seemed to come from around the vent, from the space below where I couldn't see. I tried to carry on talking to my brother, but the feeling wouldn't go away. I remember thinking something along the lines of, "I don't like this. I don't want to be lying here anymore." Eventually, instead of trying to tough it out, I just told him we should go outside. I made some excuse or just said I wanted some fresh air, and we got up and left the room. At the time, I didn't have any words for it beyond, "This is bothering me." But now when I think back, that was the first time I really felt that something in that house was not right. When we first got settled in, before the basement work was finished, my brother and I shared an upstairs bedroom. My parents were working hard to make bedrooms for us downstairs in the basement, which had been unfinished when we moved in. They painted the concrete walls, put up siding and trim, and generally tried to make it into a cozy living space instead of a plain, cold basement. They did a good job of it, too. My mother even painted each of us a personalized closet door, with designs that matched our personalities and interests. I remember those doors being beautiful, and the rooms themselves felt like little private worlds created just for us. The layout downstairs was pretty clear in my mind. At the bottom of the stairs, our bedrooms were set up just a few feet away. The wood stove sat directly beside the bottom of the stairs, almost like a guardian of the lower floor. Behind that wood stove was a large, empty, musty room. That was where the firewood would be stacked in winter. There was a chute built into the wall that went outside, so someone could throw wood down into that room and stack it for easy access. The air in there always smelled like old dust, dampness, and wood. Under the stairs, behind that wood room, there was a long pantry that stretched back into a narrow space. My brother and I each had a small high window in our bedrooms, up above our head level at that time, because the basement was partly underground. My parents were very practical about safety, so they put a dresser beneath each of those windows. The idea was that if there was ever a fire, we could climb onto the dresser and then out the window to escape. We even practiced this. My parents staged a few fire drills, where they would shout, "Fire!" or tell us it was a drill, and I had to help my younger brother get up on his dresser and out his window, and then go out of my own. I was proud of how quickly I could do it, and I knew exactly what order to do everything in: wake him, pull back the curtain between our rooms, get him onto the dresser, lift him out, climb up myself. I could do it all in less than a minute. The plan was that I would always make sure he got out safely, because he was smaller and had some developmental disabilities and might not react fast enough on his own. Our two rooms were connected with an open doorway rather than a normal door. Instead of a solid door, my parents had hung a curtain between our bedrooms. That way, I could get to him quickly without worrying about door handles or anything that might jam in a panic. I liked having that curtain. It made me feel like I could always reach him easily if something bad ever happened. It also meant that, at night, I could hear him breathing or moving around, which was strangely comforting. For about a week after we moved into the basement, everything seemed okay. The rooms were cute and cozy, and it felt a little like an adventure sleeping downstairs. Then the voices started. The first time I heard them clearly, I was lying in my bed in the basement at night. The house was mostly quiet. The sound of the wood stove sometimes cracked or popped as metal cooled or expanded, and I could hear faint noises from upstairs if anyone was still awake, but this was different. It sounded like a group of women whispering. Not one or two, but many of them all at once, like a crowd, around 10 to 15 voices. The number 13 often comes to my mind when I think of how many there were, although I can't say for sure if that's exact or something I picked up later. The whispering sounded gossipy, like the way women might chatter at the edge of a room about what everyone else was doing. It wasn't friendly, but it wasn't screaming either. It was just a constant, low, whispering buzz with patterns in it that I somehow recognized as conversations. Sometimes it felt like they were talking about my family. Other times it felt like they were talking about me. I couldn't always make out actual words, but the tone was clear. I somehow knew when I was the topic. The sound came from the room behind the wood stove, the big empty wood storage room. It was as if that space, where stacks of wood should have been, was instead full of invisible women muttering and gossiping in the dark. At first, I tried to tell myself I was just hearing the wind, or air moving through the ductwork, or the sound of someone talking upstairs that was bouncing around strangely. But the longer it went on, the harder it became to believe those explanations. The voices had a shape and rhythm to them that didn't sound like pipes or vents or normal house noises. It really did sound like a group of women whispering together. Not long after the voices began, something else started to grow inside me, a fear of fire. It didn't come all at once. It built slowly, like a storm cloud forming far away and then drifting closer. I began to feel more and more certain that our house was going to burn down. It wasn't just a passing worry. It became a constant thought, something that hung over me day and night. I would picture flames in my head, see them licking up the walls or bursting across the ceiling. The idea of the wood stove in the basement started to bother me, and even though we had practiced fire drills and I knew exactly how to get my brother and myself out, I was absolutely sure that something horrible was going to happen. I remember going upstairs crying more than once, telling my parents the house was going to burn down that night. I can picture myself standing in their doorway, trembling, insisting that it was going to happen. They would reassure me, tell me everything was fine, remind me of the safety measures, and tell me I was just worrying too much. They thought it was just a phase or anxiety, maybe brought on by the move. But inside me, the feeling was strong and relentless. At the same time, I developed a phobia of fire in general. Before, I had always loved campfires and fire pits. I loved roasting marshmallows and sitting close enough to feel the warmth on my face. After the voices and the fear started, I couldn't get within a foot of an open flame. Even standing near a small fire in a fire pit made me feel like I was going to faint or burst into tears. I would back away, shaking, without really understanding why my reaction was so extreme. It felt like my whole body was telling me that fire was suddenly dangerous in a new way, beyond the usual common sense. Other things changed too. I started wetting the bed again, after having stopped for a long time before we moved there. Night after night, I would wake up and realize I had had an accident. It was embarrassing and upsetting, and I knew it was connected somehow to how scared I felt. I also had a lot of trouble sleeping. Many nights I would just lie there staring at the ceiling or turn on my night light and read novels for hours because I was too afraid to close my eyes. Before moving to that house, I had never been such a fearful child. I'd had normal kid worries, of course, but nothing like this constant, pressing dread. Some of the things that happened while we lived in that house still stand out in my memory as some of the most terrifying moments of my life. One of the first major incidents happened after a family movie night. We had watched Back to the Future 3 together, and when it ended, another TV show came on. I didn't turn it off in time and ended up seeing the end of the show by accident. The scene that caught me showed a pianist who had gotten drunk and burned his own hands so he could collect the insurance money he had taken out on them. It was a horrible image, and it lodged itself in my mind right away. That night, when I went to bed, I already had images of fire and burned flesh floating around in my head because of that scene. I think that's why I was more open to what happened next. I fell asleep at some point, despite my fear. Then, for no clear reason, I suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. I didn't ease awake slowly. I came out of sleep already terrified, like I had jolted awake straight into panic. I lay there, my heart pounding, and I was certain I heard the sound of paper rustling at the foot of my bed. The sound was very clear. It was like someone was handling sheets of paper, crinkling and moving them. I forced myself to look down toward the end of my bed, expecting to see something there. But nothing was visible. The foot of my bed was empty. The covers were undisturbed. There was nothing on the floor that could be making that noise. I swallowed hard and tried to calm myself down. Maybe it was just the house settling. Maybe it was some weird trick of the blankets. I told myself to close my eyes and try to go back to sleep. I had just put my head back down when I heard it, the clear sound of a match being struck. That small, sharp, scratchy sound, like someone sliding a match head along a matchbook. Right after it came the sound of fire. I could hear crackling and the hiss of flames. It sounded like something had caught and was burning right there at the foot of my bed. I couldn't see any light from the flames, and I couldn't feel any heat, but the sounds were absolutely real to my ears. Terrified, I pulled my feet up away from the bottom of the bed as if the fire was actually there and might touch me. I stared down, expecting to see glowing embers or flickering fire, but the bed looked exactly the same as before. There was no smoke, no glow, no charred spot on the blankets. Just darkness and the vague shape of my covers. Still, the crackling sound continued in my mind. I don't remember it stopping. I only remember that after a long stretch of fear and listening, I must have eventually fallen asleep again from pure exhaustion. Another major incident happened not long after that night with the imaginary flames. I was lying in my room and the whispering voices in the wood room were louder than usual. They rose and fell and blended together in that same gossip-like murmur. I tried to use all the explanations I had been given. I told myself it was just the sound of heat moving through the vents, or my parents talking in their room upstairs. But it didn't fit. The sound wasn't coming from above me. It was coming from that room behind the wood stove, through the wall and the air. Then something changed. The whispers that had been separate started to tighten together into one sound. It was like all the voices merged and spoke at once in perfect unison. When they did, they suddenly felt directed at me with a clear intention. That combined voice told me to go into my brother's bedroom and hit him. I didn't hear those exact words spoken clearly like a sentence in my ear, but that was the thought that appeared in my mind, pushed there by that voice. It was clearly not just my own normal thought. It came with a strong, unnatural pressure. In my mind's eye, I saw an image, me walking through the curtain between our rooms, standing by his bed, and hitting him hard in the face with my fist. My brother, my little brother with developmental disabilities, was my best friend. Growing up, he was my only constant playmate. I loved him deeply and had always felt protective of him, especially because he was more vulnerable than most kids. The idea of hurting him on purpose was completely against everything I felt and believed about him. It was the last thing in the world I wanted to do. Still, the voices kept pushing. The sense of, go do it, was strong. I lay there for a while, filled with dread and anger. I was scared of the voices for trying to make me do something so horrible. At the same time, I was angry at them. How dare they try to use me to hurt him? Finally, I gathered my courage. I stood up, walked through the curtained doorway between our rooms, and approached his bed. As I moved softly toward him, the voices seemed almost excited, like they were encouraging me. Yes, yes, they seemed to say. My brother was lying on his bed, completely at peace, breathing slowly in his sleep. I leaned over him, and I could feel the expectation of those unseen voices pressing on me, waiting for me to do what they wanted. Instead, I reached down, pulled the covers up a bit to tuck him in more securely, and kissed him gently on the forehead. As soon as I did that, the voices stopped. They seemed to just vanish. There was no more whispering, no more combined urging. It was silent again, except for the normal sounds of the house. They did not start again that night. For the first time in a long while, I felt like I had pushed back against whatever was in that house, even if only a little, and chosen something loving instead of something cruel. The last and most terrifying experience in that house happened in a place I usually avoided, the pantry under the stairs. One day my mother asked me to go downstairs and get some vegetables from the pantry. The pantry was in a long, narrow room that stretched behind the wood room, tucked under the stairs and beyond them. I didn't like that area, but I loved my mum and I was used to doing small chores, so I went. As I walked down the stairs and moved toward the pantry door, I was suddenly overwhelmed by a feeling I can only describe as pure terror. It wasn't the normal kind of fear a child feels, like being afraid of the dark or worried about a test. It was deep, primal, and suffocating. The closer I got to the pantry, the worse it became, until it felt like all the air in my chest wanted to turn into a scream. I flipped on the light switch, and the bulb inside the pantry turned on, but the room still looked strangely dim, as if the light wasn't fully allowed to do its job. The space felt wrong. The air was ice cold, so cold that my teeth began to chatter and I felt the hair on my arms stand on end. It wasn't just a little chilly, the way basements can be. It was the kind of cold that feels unnatural, like stepping into a walk-in freezer without proper clothes. Every step I took into that room made the feeling worse. It was as though something inside that pantry hated me. Not just disliked me, but truly hated me with an intensity that was almost physical. As I walked in, the feeling became sharper. I felt like my skin was being sandpapered all over, like something was scraping along my arms and legs and face, not quite cutting, but hurting. At the same time, it felt like my insides were twisting. The best way I can describe it is that it felt like being flayed alive, but with the pain turned down just enough so I could still move. The emotional and spiritual part of it was just as bad as the physical sensation. I knew, without question, that whatever was in that room wanted me dead. This was different from the women's voices that gossiped and tried to influence me. Those voices were petty and mean, but this thing was pure malice. I didn't see anything with my eyes, but I felt it surrounding me, pressing in, and hating me so strongly that it almost had its own weight. I grabbed the vegetables as fast as I could, my hands shaking, slammed the pantry door shut, and fled up the stairs, taking them two at a time. My heart was racing. I remember feeling like if I didn't get out of there quickly enough, something terrible would happen to me. To this day, I sometimes wonder if I was right. Out of all the strange things that happened in that house, there was one single experience that I can almost call positive. I was outside one day, eating an apple. When I was done, I tossed the core onto the compost pile, which is something we always did. As the core landed, I heard a faint whisper, like a voice carried from far away on the wind. It simply said, "Thank you." It was quiet and almost gentle, nothing like the voices in the basement. I looked around, but there was no one nearby. That little "thank you" felt different from everything else that had happened. It was the only time I ever heard anything out there, and it was the last unusual thing I experienced on that property. We moved out of that house not long after that. The move had nothing to do with the ghosts or the strange feelings. It was for regular life reasons that had to do with family and circumstances. At the time, no one in my family admitted to having had any experiences down there besides me. They just thought I had a vivid imagination, or I was sensitive, or maybe going through a difficult phase. Years went by, and I kept telling the same stories in the same way. I didn't embellish them. I didn't forget them. Eventually, I suppose my consistency made an impression on my family. My mother and some of the other women in my extended family finally admitted that they had felt uneasy in that basement too, especially in the places I had always talked about, near the woodroom and around the pantry door. They said they hadn't wanted to scare me or encourage my fear by telling me at the time. None of the men or boys in the family ever felt anything unusual there. My younger brother had no idea what I had been going through. To him, the basement was just our bedrooms and a wood stove. About 2 years after we moved out of that house, my almost phobic fear of fire started to fade. I could finally stand closer to campfires again without wanting to run away. I stopped thinking every night that the house would burn down. The bedwetting stopped completely and never came back. Slowly, I began to feel normal again, the way I had before we moved to Lac La Hatch. Even now, all these years later, I still think about that house sometimes. I wonder what happened there to make it feel the way it did. I used to ask my mother about the woman who had lived there before us. I always wanted to know if her husband had died in the house, or if something tragic had happened there. My mom told me that as far as she knew, the woman had been an elderly lady who had never had a husband, or at least not one who lived there with her. That only made things more mysterious in my mind. I've sometimes thought about trying to research the history of the house. Maybe there are old records, or news articles, or something in local archives. But I don't really know how to start. It all happened over a decade ago, and I'm not sure what information would still be easy to find. Part of me is curious, and another part of me wonders if it's better to leave it alone. Since that house, I've had other strange experiences in my life, but they've mostly been more gentle. Some have even been comforting or pleasant. I've seen or felt things that I would call ghostly, but none of them have spoken to me the way those voices did in that basement. I haven't heard a ghost speak since that house in Lac La Hatch, and honestly, I'm not sure I ever want to again. When I think back on that house, it always feels like I am opening a door in my mind that still doesn't want to stay open for very long. I was 9 years old when everything really began. My parents had divorced a few years earlier, and for a while my mother, my sisters, and I had been moving from one rented place to another while she tried to save enough money to buy a home of her own. Life felt unstable, and the idea of finally having a house that was ours sounded like a dream. I remember being excited when Mum told us we were going to look at a place she might buy. I had no idea that the house we stepped into that afternoon would stay with me for the rest of my life in ways I could never have expected. The day we first saw it, a young family was still living there. They were hunters, and the moment we walked in, I noticed the walls. I can still see them, stuffed animals mounted everywhere. Deer heads, something that looked like a bear, and smaller animals I didn't even recognize, all staring with glassy eyes that never blinked. I remember thinking it was grotesque, like walking into some kind of frozen zoo where nothing was alive anymore. The air smelled faintly of dust and old smoke, and the whole feeling of the house was strange, but I tried to ignore it. I was a child and more interested in choosing which room might be mine than in reading the atmosphere of the place. It was a split-level home, with 3 bedrooms upstairs and a partially finished basement down below. There were windows that let in a decent amount of light, and a backyard that seemed nice enough. On paper, it looked like the perfect place for a single mother with 3 daughters. Once the hunters moved out, my mom and my aunt went over before we officially moved in to make it feel more like ours. They painted the kitchen this shocking, almost painful shade of yellow. At the time I thought it was just an ugly color choice. It was loud and too bright, the kind of yellow that somehow managed to feel both cheerful and sickly at the same time. They did some basic touch-ups around the place to make it cozy, covering old marks, cleaning, replacing small things. It was supposed to be a fresh start. We moved in, placed our furniture, unpacked our boxes, tried to settle. But from the very first night, that house felt anything but peaceful to me. It didn't take weeks or months for things to start happening. It was as if something was already awake and waiting. I started hearing footsteps in the hallway at night, steady and distinct. They weren't like the creaking of old wood or the house settling. These sounded like actual footsteps, as if someone was walking back and forth outside the bedroom doors. Sometimes they would stop outside my door, and I would lie there holding my breath, waiting for the handle to turn. It never did. But the feeling that there was someone standing just out of sight, on the other side of the door, would linger for a long time. There was also this strange sound that would come at night, over and over, like a pencil rolling slowly back and forth on a table. It was such an oddly specific noise. Not loud, not crashing, just a constant, soft, rolling sound that kept repeating, like something light and round hitting the same surface again and again. I would lie in bed and listen to it, and try to picture where in the house that sound could even be coming from. It never made sense. During the day it was easy to dismiss, but in the dark, when you are 9 and already on edge, it made me feel like the house had its own quiet heartbeat, ticking and rolling in the dark. Then there was the feeling of being watched. It was not vague or harmless. It was focused and specific. In my bedroom, it always felt as if someone or something was up in the left-hand upper corner of the room, near the ceiling, watching me. Not from the doorway or from under the bed like in normal childhood fears, but from that one particular spot high above. I became so aware of it that I would try not to look there. I would pretend to busy myself with a book or with getting changed, all the while my skin prickling like someone's eyes were on my back. Sometimes I would glance up suddenly, hoping to catch something, but there was never anything there to see. Only that heavy feeling that I was not alone. As time went on, the activity didn't fade. If anything, it grew more obvious. I would hear someone calling my name at night when I was trying to fall asleep. The voice would be clear enough that I would open my eyes and turn my head, expecting to find my mother or one of my sisters standing at the door. But the hallway would be empty, and the house would be quiet. It wasn't like the muffled sound of someone talking in another room. It sounded close, as if the person was right there, just out of my line of sight. Objects started behaving strangely too. Things would fall off the walls for no apparent reason. A picture that had hung securely for weeks would suddenly crash to the floor when no one was near it. We would hear knocking on the walls at odd times and in places that didn't make sense. Once or twice something would be moved just slightly from where we knew we had left it. None of these things were big enough alone to prove anything, but together they built up a feeling that something unseen was moving around in that house with us. I tried to talk to my mother and sisters about it. I would tell them about the footsteps, about the strange rolling sound, about hearing my name whispered in the dark. They would laugh, or they would tell me I just had an overactive imagination. And to be fair, I did have a vivid imagination. I loved stories and daydreams, and I know now that made it easy for them to dismiss what I was feeling. But to me, this was different. These weren't stories I told myself to be entertained. These were things I experienced when I didn't want anything strange to be happening at all. The energy in the house seemed to shift even more when we got a dog. She was a sweet animal, friendly and loving, and also very alert. At first, she seemed fine in the new house, exploring the rooms, finding her favorite spots to lie down. Then, every so often, she would suddenly start to whine and shiver in the middle of the day for no apparent reason. She would try to hide, pressing herself against furniture or trying to get under blankets or behind people's legs. Her whole body language screamed fear. As this happened more often, I began to notice a pattern. Her strange behavior was like a warning. When she started trembling and trying to hide, something usually followed. The television might suddenly switch off. A loud bang would echo through the house. There might be pounding on the walls with no one near them. It got to the point where the moment the dog reacted, I would brace myself, because I knew something was about to happen. It was as if she was reacting to someone entering the room that we couldn't see but she could. One winter evening stands out more than any other from that time. It was snowing outside, the kind of soft, heavy snow that makes everything quieter. My mother, my sisters, and I were sitting in the living room watching television. The show was Dallas, for anyone old enough to remember it. The living room felt relatively normal for once. The dog was with us, lying near the couch. Then she suddenly began to whine and cower as if someone had kicked her. She pushed herself as close to us as she could, her body shaking. Before we had a chance to calm her down, we heard it, the sound of our front doors opening. First we heard the outer screen door move, its particular rattle impossible to mistake. Then we heard the heavier inner door open, and it really did sound like someone had come inside. The noise traveled up from the front entrance, which was down a flight of stairs because of the split-level layout. We all froze. No one said anything at first. We just sat there looking at each other, eyes wide, our attention fixed on the space at the top of the stairs where someone might appear. My mother finally got up and went to check. She went down the stairs and opened the entrance area, and there was no one there. No coat being taken off, no boots, no voice calling hello. The dog continued to shake. At first we could not quite put our finger on what exactly was wrong besides the fact that there was no visitor. Then it hit us slowly, like a puzzle sliding into place. To reach our front door, anyone would have had to open the gate that led into our yard. Every time that gate opened, our dog would bark without fail. She was our little alarm system, and she never stayed quiet when that gate creaked. This time, we had heard no gate. No barking. Just the doors opening by themselves. On top of that, it was snowing heavily. My mother looked outside at the steps and the path leading from the gate to the door. There were no footprints in the snow except our own from earlier. No one had come in or out. Yet we had heard those doors open clearly. I know it sounds like a cliché ghost story detail, but it genuinely happened. I did not talk about that house to many people. I already felt like my own family thought I was exaggerating, and I didn't want to be the weird kid everyone avoided. Still, one day I finally told a friend about it. She knew the neighborhood well because she had lived on the block before we moved there. I remember confessing to her that our house felt strange and that odd things kept happening. I expected her to laugh or look uncomfortable. Instead, she told me that she never wanted to come over to my place because she already knew something bad had happened there. She said that before we moved in, someone had killed themselves in the house. According to her, the woman who had lived there, the same mother I had met with the hunters and the stuffed animals, had her brother living with them. He had shot himself in the kitchen. Hearing that was like a puzzle clicking together in my mind. It explained how my mom, as a single mother, could afford to buy a house in such a nice neighborhood. It explained certain odd things about the kitchen I had noticed but never understood. When I asked my mother about it, she didn't deny it. She confirmed that there had been a death in the house, that the previous owner's brother had indeed taken his own life there. She kept her voice calm and matter-of-fact and told me that there was nothing to fear, that I was safe, that I was reading too much into things. Then she admitted something else. That awful shade of yellow in the kitchen that I had always hated? She and my aunt had chosen it to cover the stains. They didn't say it in great detail, but I understood what they meant. The bright yellow had not just been about making the room cheerful. It had been used to hide something grim. Even after that, she continued to reassure me that my imagination was getting carried away, that there was nothing in the house that could hurt me. I tried to believe her, because she was my mother and I wanted to feel safe. But the house had its own opinions about that. As the years passed, some things in my life changed. My older sisters eventually moved out, and as they left, the dynamics in the house shifted again. I was in my teenage years by then, and I finally graduated into the basement bedroom that had originally been one of my sister's rooms. It was down near the bottom of the stairs, in the partially finished area, and it had one of those partition ceilings made of rectangular tiles sitting in a grid. The kind you see in offices or basements, where the panels lift slightly when air moves or when a door opens quickly. When the window was open and a breeze blew in, the tiles would make a gentle whooshing sound as they moved. The same thing would happen if the door was opened with force, a kind of soft lifting and settling. I knew what that sound meant in normal situations and was used to it. One night, a friend of mine came over for a sleepover. We were both a bit older by then, and staying up late talking felt like a normal teenage thing to do. We sat in my basement room, chatting about regular things: school, boys, family, music. The lights were on, and the room felt as normal as it was ever going to feel. The dog was with us, lying on the bed, warm and relaxed. It was late, but we weren't especially tired yet. Then it started. First, we heard footsteps coming down the stairs. Not the soft creaks of a house settling, but firm, human-like steps on each stair, one after the other. If it had been my mum coming down to tell us to quiet down or go to bed, we would have heard her getting out of her own bed first. There's a particular sound older houses make when someone moves around upstairs, and we had all grown used to recognizing who was going where by the pattern of their steps. This time there was nothing, no sound from her room, no footsteps pacing above us. The steps simply began at the staircase itself, as if someone had appeared halfway through the house. My dog reacted before either of us could move. She began to whine and push herself under the blankets, trying to bury herself completely. Her fear was immediate and intense, and I knew by then that she did not react like that to nothing. The footsteps continued, coming down the stairs and across the basement floor toward my door. Every hair on my arms and neck stood up. My friend and I looked at each other, and neither of us spoke a word. We didn't need to. Our faces, our wide eyes, said everything. Then the ceiling tiles lifted with that familiar whooshing sound. Only this time there was no open window, and no door swinging suddenly inward. It was as if something invisible had just walked straight into the room, displacing the air as it came in. The tiles above us shifted and rustled, responding to a presence we could not see. The feeling that washed over me in that moment is hard to explain in ordinary words. It was not just fear. It was something deeper and older, something in my body that felt like it belonged to a much more primitive time. It was a primal, animal reaction. My heart pounded so hard I could hear it in my ears. My muscles tensed as if I was about to run or fight for my life. I felt an electric charge in the room, like the air itself had thickened and was humming. It seemed as though everything stopped for a heartbeat, as if the house itself was holding its breath with us. We didn't wait to see what happened next. The dog was shivering under the blankets, my friend and I were still locked in each other's gaze, and then we exploded into motion. We roared out of that room together, racing up the basement stairs as fast as we could. We didn't look back. We didn't go down again that night. We slept upstairs where the walls didn't feel like they were pressing in, and the ceiling didn't move on its own. Years later, long after we had moved out of that house and my sisters and I were fully grown, my mother finally told me the truth of what she had experienced there. We didn't live in that house anymore, and time had softened some of the sharp fear, so she was more willing to talk. She admitted that she had known all along that the house was active. That was the word she used. Not haunted, not evil, just active. She told me about one night when she had been asleep in her room. She woke with a sudden, intense feeling that someone was staring at her. It wasn't just a vague sense of being watched. It was so strong it forced her eyes open. When she looked toward the corner of the room, she saw a human-shaped form made of light. It moved quickly backward, away from her, and then disappeared straight through the wall. It didn't linger. It didn't approach her. It just retreated and was gone. She also explained, more clearly this time, why she and my aunt had picked that dreadful color of yellow for the kitchen. It hadn't just been about making things look fresh. It had been specifically chosen and applied to cover blood stains from the suicide. They had painted over the evidence of someone's last awful moments, and then moved their 3 daughters into that space, hoping it would be a new beginning. I understand why she didn't tell us then. She was trying to protect us, trying to keep us from being even more afraid. My sisters, for their part, never really had obvious experiences the way I did, or at least they don't remember them. At the time, they didn't see anything strange, and they thought I was being dramatic. But now, as adults, they believe me when I talk about it. They look back at the house and admit that, even if they didn't see clear events, the feeling in that place had always been a little off. They also knew how often the dog reacted to things they couldn't explain. There were other strange times too, like one night when another friend stayed over and ping-pong balls started rolling across the floor by themselves in the middle of the night, clicking and bouncing with no one near them. After a while, people didn't want to have sleepovers at my place anymore, and the kids at school started to think I was a bit odd. I can't say I blamed them. Looking back now, with more years and more understanding, I find myself trying to make sense of it all. I have come to believe that at least some of what happened there was probably poltergeist activity, stirred up by all the emotional energy in the house. We were a family of women, a single mother doing her best under a lot of stress, and 3 daughters of different ages dealing with divorce, growing up, and all kinds of feelings that didn't always have a place to go. That kind of energy can do strange things. But there are other events from that house that I don't think can be explained away so easily. The footsteps that began halfway through the house with no one upstairs. The doors opening with no gate, no footprints, and no person. The ceiling tiles lifting when the door hadn't moved. The electric, primal terror in the pantry of that house, and the bright human-shaped form my mother saw vanish through a wall. Those moments feel like something else. Something older and more deliberate than just stress and hormones. What I do know is that the longer we lived there, the more the atmosphere changed. At first it was just odd, then unsettling, then openly frightening. The activity grew harsher and more negative as time passed, as if something was feeding on everything we were going through. By the time we finally moved out, the house felt heavy and dark in a way I still struggle to describe. Even now, when I think about it, I feel that same old chill, like the house is still standing somewhere, still full of echoes and footsteps and the color of that terrible yellow paint. I had never really thought much about ghosts or spirits, or anything like that before last summer. I wasn't the kind of person who read tons of ghost stories or watched every horror movie that came out, and I wasn't walking around saying, "Ghosts aren't real," either. I was just kind of in the middle. If someone talked about the paranormal, I would listen politely, maybe be curious, but then I'd move on with my day. I always figured that if something truly strange ever happened, I'd decide what I believed then. I never expected that moment to come, but last July it did, and it changed how I think about all of it forever. It happened on a Tuesday night. It was summertime, so even though it was around 9 o'clock, it still wasn't fully dark outside. There was that soft, fading evening light leaking in through the windows, and the house had that quiet, winding down feeling it always got at the end of the day. My family was doing the usual nighttime routine. Someone was locking the doors, someone else was turning off lights, and everyone was slowly heading upstairs to get ready for bed. I was in the kitchen at the time, rinsing something in the sink or putting a dish away, just doing some last small thing before going up to my room. That was when I heard it, this strange whining sound coming from downstairs, from the basement. At first I thought I'd imagined it, but then it came again. It wasn't a normal whine like a dog makes when it wants attention. It was longer and sharper, like something between a whine and a cry. It cut through the quiet of the house in a way that made my skin prickle. I walked over to the top of the basement stairs and looked down. The basement lights were off, so from the top step I could mainly see the darker space below, and the faint outline of things at the bottom. The sound came again, and my eyes adjusted enough to make out our chocolate lab, Hershey, standing at the bottom of the stairs. He was just 8 months old then, still pretty much a big, goofy puppy. But he wasn't acting goofy at all. He wasn't running around or wagging his tail or sniffing things like he usually did. He was standing perfectly still, his body tense, staring into the open door of our laundry room. The sound coming from him was like nothing I'd ever heard him make before. It was a low, distressed whine that kept rising and breaking, as if he couldn't decide whether he wanted to whimper or bark. Then, suddenly, he did bark. He started barking furiously, over and over again, his whole body braced and his fur standing up. The barking echoed up the stairwell and into the kitchen, and I just stood there watching him, frozen for a moment, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The thing is, up until that night, Hershey had never barked. Not once. We'd had him for months, and we had even joked about it as a family. We wondered if maybe he just wasn't a barky dog, or if he needed to grow into his voice. He would make little playful sounds sometimes, but never a full bark. And yet here he was, at the bottom of the basement stairs, barking his head off at the empty doorway of the laundry room as if he was warning something away or trying to scare something off. My mother heard the noise from the kitchen and came over. She looked down the stairs and saw Hershey barking toward the laundry room. She frowned and shook her head a little, then said something like, "He's probably just scared of the washing machine." There was a load running down there, and the machine sometimes made a weird clunking noise when it got off balance. She sounded calm, like there was a simple explanation, and part of me wanted to latch onto that and say, "Yes, of course, that's all it is." But standing there and watching him, I didn't think that was it. Hershey had been in that basement before. He'd watched us do laundry, he'd sniffed at the machine, he'd walked past it a dozen times. He had never reacted like this. His ears were flattened back against his head, his body stiff, his tail low, and that is not what a dog looks like when it is just mildly spooked by a machine. That is what a dog looks like when it is afraid of something it considers a threat. Finally, still growling and whining, Hershey backed away from the laundry room doorway, turned, and shot up the stairs. He rushed past me so fast his fur brushed my leg, and then he tore through the kitchen and into the living room, where he tried to press himself against someone, anybody, for comfort. I just stood there alone at the top of the basement stairs for a moment, looking down into the darkness, listening to the washing machine rattling, the house creaking softly, and the echo of what had just happened ringing in my ears. My mother, still thinking practically, grabbed a couple of dishcloths from the counter. She had some towels already in the wash and wanted to toss in the dishcloths with them. She asked me to take them down to the laundry room and put them in the machine. It was a simple request, something I'd done 100 times before, and normally I wouldn't have thought twice about it. But after what I had just seen with Hershey, the idea of going down there made me feel uneasy in a way that was hard to explain. Still, I didn't want to seem childish or dramatic. I told myself I was being silly, that there was nothing wrong, that the dog had just been startled by a sound, and that everything would be fine. I took the dishcloths in my hand and started down the stairs. Each step felt heavier than it should have. The basement, with the lights off, felt darker than usual. That darkness didn't feel empty, it felt like something was sitting in it, waiting. I reached the bottom step and stopped. The laundry room door was open, and inside it was so dark I couldn't even see the outlines of the washer and dryer. I took one small step closer and suddenly, without warning, a cold shiver rushed down my arm and across my shoulders. It was the kind of chill that goes deeper than your skin, like when someone suddenly walks over your grave, except I was very much alive and standing at the bottom of my own stairs. I stood there, staring into that dark room, and every instinct in my body screamed not to go in. I couldn't hear anything unusual. The washing machine was still running, and the house was quiet otherwise. But that feeling was so strong, so sharp, I couldn't ignore it. My fingers loosened, and I let the dishcloths drop onto the floor at the bottom of the stairs. Then, without even trying to force myself to take another step, I turned and ran back up into the kitchen, my heart beating a little faster than normal, my mind trying to shrug it off. I didn't say much about it. I just told myself again that I was overreacting, that it was probably just because I'd watched Hershey act so terrified and it had rubbed off on me. The rest of the family was finishing up their nightly routines, and the usual noises of a house getting ready for bed filled the air. I went upstairs to the second floor before long, went to my room, and tried to push the whole thing out of my mind. I didn't want to lie there thinking about laundry rooms and strange dog behavior all night. I remember telling myself, "Just forget it, go to sleep, nothing else is going to happen." Time passed. I lay in bed, drifting in and out of that light, half awake, half asleep state where you can hear the house settle and your own thoughts feel a bit fuzzy. I'm not sure if I ever fully fell asleep during those first couple of hours. I only know that by around 11 o'clock I was wide awake again. My throat felt dry, and I was really thirsty. I tried to ignore it for a few minutes, thinking I would fall back asleep, but the thirst didn't go away. Finally, I sighed and decided I'd have to get up and go downstairs for a drink of water. I opened my bedroom door and stepped into the upstairs hallway. It was dark, but some light from the lower floor was spilling up, so I could see the shadows and outlines of things. As I stood at the top of the stairs, I was surprised to see that some lights were on downstairs. There was a glow from below that wasn't there when I had gone to bed. For a moment I relaxed. I assumed my mother couldn't sleep and had gone down to watch TV in the living room or maybe make herself some tea in the kitchen. The idea that she was down there made me feel safe again. With that thought in mind, most of the fear I had felt earlier faded, and I started down the stairs without much hesitation. I got to the bottom step and felt my foot land in something wet. I paused, confused, and looked down. The hall light was on, the bright one near the front door. That was strange in itself. It wasn't a light we usually switched on, not for everyday things. It was very bright, almost harsh, and we mostly only used it when we had guests coming or going, so people wouldn't trip by the door. That night, though, it was shining down on the floor, making everything clear and sharp. The floor by the stairs, all the way down the hall, was wet. I stared at it, my mind trying to make sense of what I was seeing. There were footprints on the floor. Not little wet spots here and there, but distinct, clear, wet footprints. They were large, like a grown man's, and they were barefoot prints, not shoe prints. You could see the shape of the toes and the ball of the foot and the heel. They looked so much like my father's footprints that my first thought was that he must be downstairs, walking around barefoot after rinsing something, maybe cleaning up a spill or working on something. The footprints weren't just in one place. They went all through the hallway, and as I looked around, I saw them leading towards the living room and into the kitchen. The living room itself was dark, the TV wasn't on, and there was no one sitting on the couch. The only light came from that bright hall light and the glow from the kitchen ahead. I walked toward the kitchen, still half expecting to see my father there at the sink, or near the cupboards, maybe fixing something or wiping the counters. But when I stepped into the kitchen, my father wasn't there. The room was empty. The overhead light was on, shining down on the center of the floor, and in the middle of that floor were the 2 dishcloths I had dropped at the bottom of the basement stairs earlier in the evening. They weren't in a heap like they would land if someone just tossed them aside. They were laid out neatly, side by side, as if someone had placed them there with some care. And those wet footprints were everywhere. They circled the kitchen, went around the island, then back toward the hallway. When I followed them with my eyes, it looked very much like whoever had made them had come from the direction of the basement stairs. I just stood there for a moment, staring at the dishcloths and the footprints and the shining floor. My brain tried to latch onto a normal explanation. Maybe my father came down to get something, went into the laundry room, picked up the cloths, and brought them up. Maybe he had wet feet for some reason. Maybe he had stepped in a puddle or spilled water. Maybe there was some leak. But it didn't really fit. There was too much water for a small little drip, and it seemed weird that anyone would carry the dishcloths upstairs just to lay them out in the middle of the kitchen floor and then leave without turning off the lights. Still, I didn't want to jump straight to something supernatural did this. I wanted to believe there was a simple answer. So I did the obvious thing. I called for my parents. At first I called quietly, just saying their names into the quiet house. No one answered. The silence felt heavier after that. I raised my voice and called again, this time louder, my words echoing up the stairs. I heard footsteps then, quick ones, from the second floor. My father rushed down the stairs, his face showing that sleepy, slightly worried look people get when they have just been woken up and something sounds wrong. He asked what was going on, and I pointed to the floor, then to the kitchen, and asked him if he had been downstairs a few minutes ago. He said no. He had been in bed the whole time. I showed him the footprints and the dishcloths, my voice a little more shaky now as I explained what I had seen. My mother called down from upstairs, asking what was happening, and then she came down too. I asked her if she had been down here recently, maybe to get a drink or something. Her answer was the same as his. No. She had been upstairs in bed, trying to fall asleep. My father didn't waste time debating or shrugging it off. His expression changed. I could see it in his eyes that he understood something wasn't right. He said very little, but the way he moved suddenly became very deliberate and serious. He started searching the house. He checked the living room, the kitchen, the bathrooms, the closets, the basement, and every corner where someone could hide. He even went outside into the yard, in the dark, to see if there was any sign of someone having been there. My mother followed behind him, or stood in doorways watching, her face tightening with each passing minute. The longer they searched and the more they found nothing, the more my own nerves stretched thin. When you think someone might be in your house physically, it's one kind of fear. When you realize there is no one there, no intruder you can chase away or call the police about, but something still clearly happened, that is a different kind of fear altogether. It settles in deeper, because you don't know where to aim it or how to defend yourself from it. My father checked the doors. They were all still locked from the inside. The windows were shut. There was no sign of forced entry, no broken glass, no open back door, nothing out of place except the footprints and the cloths. He checked outside for footprints in the yard or on the porch, anything that might tell us someone had come up out of the laundry room door or in from anywhere else. There was nothing. It was as if whoever left those marks had appeared in the laundry room, taken the cloths, walked around for a while, and then vanished back into the same place, leaving only wet prints as proof that they had ever been there. My parents had stopped laughing it off by then. This wasn't something they could blame on the dog, or the washing machine, or on me being imaginative. My father's silence, the focused look on his face as he walked through each room, told me he was taking it seriously, even if he didn't say exactly what he was thinking. My mother's worry was thick in the air. Whatever this was, it wasn't a joke and it wasn't in my head. The strangest part, the detail that keeps echoing in my mind even now, is that connection to the laundry room. Hershey had stood at the bottom of those stairs earlier that evening, staring into that dark space, making that horrible distressed sound, as if he knew something or someone was there. He had barked for the first time in his life, his first standing on end, warning something off. When I tried to go down, I had felt that icy, creeping fear in my arm and in my chest, and dropped the cloths rather than going inside. I had left them at the bottom of the stairs, and now, hours later, they were lying side by side in the kitchen like someone had carried them up and placed them there. We never figured out exactly what happened that night. We never caught anyone in the house. There was no rational trail of clues we could follow to prove that a real person had done it. The only clear facts were that the doors had stayed locked, my parents had not come downstairs, the dog had sensed something in the basement before any of us had, and at some point between 9 and 11, wet, bare footprints from an unseen man had walked through our home, starting from the direction of the laundry room, carrying the cloths I had been too afraid to pick up. Before that night, I would have said I was just a neutral observer when it came to ghosts and the paranormal. After that night, it's not so simple anymore. I still don't claim to know exactly what was in that laundry room or whose footprints those were, but I know what I saw, and I know what I felt. And once you've stood barefoot in the middle of your own kitchen at midnight, staring at a trail of wet, impossible footprints that no living person admits to leaving, it becomes very hard to tell yourself that everything in this world can be explained away.